This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 1. A Sunset. At the end of a perfect day in June, with indolent warmth and perfume in the air, New Haven Harbor was a theatre of color, life, and song. The sun splashed the dancing tides with gold, vermilion, liquid fire, and blue. 100 rose-white wings of yachts, canoes, and catboats were lifted gracefully against the empurpling shadows as they glided to and fro in the paths of pleasure, and a crew of lusty college youths sang tuneful melodies which floated on the lazy breeze in charming harmony with hour and scene and season. It was one of those evenings perilous throughout the world, in which the very atmosphere becomes the subtlest of love's filters, and youth rises gladly to the draught. Among the winged watercraft was one particularly striking sloop, fast parting the ripples of amethyst and green as she slipped straight homeward toward the landing stage, which was still half a mile to the lee. It was not that the sloop was extra large, it was merely that her sails were gorgeously tinted in the manner of boats that ply the waterways of Venice. It was a wonderful tint of orange she spread against the sky, with a strange device in gold far up in the peak of her canvas. In the glory of the sun's last riot of colour, she seemed some fragment of the sea and sky's mosaic, blown adrift upon it all and bearing away to the green of the wooded shores. And, as if to complete her perfections in the scene, her slender red tiller lay snugly in the palm of a girl of exceptional beauty. It was Thurley Ruxton, bare of arm and bare of head, with her eyes gazing straight past Gaylord, sitting near, to the landing stage for which she was skilfully heading. What a marvel of colours she presented! Her hair was gold, absolute gold, of astonishing luxuriance and lustre. Her eyes were the deepest of chocolate brown. Her brows were almost black and arched with exquisite lightness of outline. In her cheeks glowed the warmth of a soft red rose against a white rose tint of neck and chin. Her lips, which out-reddened the sunset's own vermilion, were slightly parted over teeth of daintiest regularity and pearliness. Her costume of gold-brown pongee silk, with a tiny crimson tie, found the most engaging completeness in her little red low-cut shoes near the big shining brown ones of Gaylord. The boat was Gaylord's Tigress. Thurley had sailed it before, while he, as now, had sat there to watch her in his calm, unemotional manner, nodding approval from time to time, with an air of conceited lordship over all. Perhaps there was something in this lordship attitude that appealed to Thurley's nature. She was capable, fearless, and self-reliant herself, and such a woman loves in a man the strong, primordial assumption of ownership. She had, however, loved him from the first, and 5 long months of consent in her heart had effaced all possibility of analysis, either of her own emotions or of Gaylord's character. She was happy in his presence, particularly happy here this evening, and that was almost enough. The fact that no actual pledge had passed between them was the least of her negligible worries. By 1,000 signs she felt secure in possession of his love. Despite the fact that her gaze was apparently fixed on the shoreward course, She was watching him now and thrilling anew as she felt his frequent glances fall upon her. She met one such look with all the glory of her eyes, giving him generously the fondness, the admiration, the confession of her inmost self, while a warm tide of colour rose to her face from the quick, happy tripping of her heart. He was handsome, big, and athletic, a smooth-shaved, blue-eyed fellow of robust health and colour, with the blackest of hair and the straightest, most perfect of features. In his white flannel suit, immaculate and absolutely faultless, he fitted a niche on his spotless sloop as a diamond fits in its setting. He was possibly a trifle over-perfect, a condition due, perhaps, to lifelong familiarity with wealth and all its tendencies to focus one's attentions on oneself. But Thurley was gratified, thoroughly, in all the demands of her being. He was a splendid product of the very latest moment. She loved him, and heavens! What a setting for love was this tropic water, air, and sky! A catboat crowded full of Eli's joyous sons went frothing by not 20 yards away. With one accord the boyish skipper and his company swung off their caps to Thurley, calling out in gladness of the meeting, and all were repaid by her friendly smile, despite their deep-laid envy of Gaylord. They were gone in a moment, yet in Thurley's heart they left exaltation. She was honestly glad to be popular, glad to be admired, and glad to know what homage she declined from day to day in her absolute devotion to himself. The more she could bring him of these gifts refused, the more precious she would be in his sight. And to be to him dearer than all the world, to be as priceless in his daily estimation as he had become to herself, this was the dream for which, at last, she had given the kiss that symbolized to her the custody of all her sacred being. Yet the look she beheld in Gaylord's face, when the boys had surged by in their course, was needlessly inscrutable, even to her unexacting mind. But the end of the cruise was at hand. She guided the sloop with automatic skill, doubling round to come up in the wind and so make the landing at the stage. Then at last she observed, as they neared their goal, the tall, slender figure of Major John Phipps, as he lifted his hat in salute. If a momentary twinge of disappointment, occasioned by Gaylord's neglect to snatch at a moment in which to murmur some sweet bit of nothingness, all for themselves, slightly coloured the joy of the outing's end, she cast it aside with other trifling flaws in the deep-lying pleasure of the hour. The sloop nosed quietly up beside the planks, and was caught by the Jacky there in charge. The Major, his face aglow beneath his crown of snow-white hair and overhanging brows, stepped like the veriest young gallant to the rail to offer a hand for Thurley's disembarking. "By Pollux," he said, "you manage a boat like a master, Miss Ruxton. Yes, you do, I swear. I've been watching for the last 15 minutes. Superb! How are you, Acton? How do you do?" "Okay," responded Gaylord succinctly. "Thanks." Thurley gave one hand to Gaylord and the other to the Major, and bounded out upon the stage. She was smiling in genuine pleasure. "It's the tigress you find superb," she said, "superbly trained and tamed. But thank you, Major Phipps. I shall treasure your compliment most highly." "I meant it, Miss Thurley, I meant it all," declared the Major earnestly. "Let me add, in proof of my sincerity, that I'm looking out for a clever young woman to steer the course of my literary labours down at my New York headquarters. And I said to myself, as I saw you bring in the tigress, 'Now,
So there's the young woman for the business. I did, by Pollux. I said so emphatically.
Gaylord was looking at him stonily. Thurley slightly coloured. "Why, but, oh, what an idea!"
"Excellent, I call it excellent," continued the Major. "Someone said you're teaching French and German here, Miss Thurley. Limited field, and probably quite inadequate remuneration for any young woman of your ability. Takes brains, you know, to sail a sloop. I wish I might prevail upon you now, right here, to undertake the guidance of my labours. Well, that, of course, if you—" He left it unfinished, as he noted on her cheeks the telltale banner of colour. Gaylord was still dumb and staring. "You are very, very thoughtful," said Thurley, quietly, turning a momentary glance on Gaylord. "But I fear I shall have to—" She paused, and the moment grew embarrassing. I see," said the Major hurriedly, reddening himself and smiling understandingly on them both. "By Pollux, of course, pardonable blindness, I trust. No such oversight intended. Glad to know you'll guide a far more poetic. But I assure you I feel my loss keenly, Miss Thurley, very keenly indeed, especially after I'd made up my mind to. But Acton, what a gorgeous sunset!"
"Very fine," said Gaylord, and he took out his watch and gave it a glance with a barely perceptible show of impatience. "The sunset reminds me, Major, that we must hurry," said Thurley, feeling some constraint in Gaylord's manner. "Thank you very much, and good-bye." She held out her hand, which the Major took for a momentary pressure, and when they had gone he stood gazing earnestly on the regal young figure of the girl at Gaylord's side, as the two walked away toward town. End of Chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 2. A Departed Glory. They had always walked the mile to Thurley's home to prolong their hour of pleasure. Tonight, as the dusk of evening slowly gathered, they were both exceptionally silent. Gaylord, indeed, had been far more than usually reserved all afternoon. To Thurley's feminine intuition was presently vouchsafed an inkling of portent in the air. From time to time she cast a glance at Gaylord's face, as if to read his thoughts. She found him gazing straight ahead persistently. A worry that she could not gloss with day-end happiness was present in her mind. When she spoke at last, she went frankly to the issue that she felt had been presented. "What a very odd encounter with the Major. It was, just a little bit embarrassing." Gaylord answered, "Yes." He still looked straight ahead. For some strange, inexplicable reason, Thurley felt a sinking at her heart. She summoned her courage to proceed. "It was kind of the Major, I am sure, to make me such an offer, but of course—" She halted it there, wishing to have him complete her thought, wishing to see him flare up warmly, declare his ownership in all she was, and even abuse the Major for his blunder. But he stared up the thoroughfare and was silent, while she waited at his side. Then at last he said, somewhat hoarsely, "Why didn't you accept what he offered?" For a moment she was certain she had heard incorrectly, that some unreal fear in her breast had voiced itself as if from his scarcely parted lips, but looking intently on his set, averted face, She felt an almost overwhelming weakness attack her, and her cheeks lost their colour and were white. "But, Acton, you— well, how could I?" she faltered hopelessly. "After all that's happened between—" And she halted as before. "All what?" he said after a moment. He could hardly have asked a question more brutal. She realized suddenly that all she had given, her love, her kiss, which to her had been so very much indeed, meant possibly nothing at all to him, save a pleasure to be taken for the asking. Even then she did not and could not wholly credit her senses. "All what?" she repeated weakly. "All what?" "Yes, all what?" His voice was increasing in firmness as he found her weak instead of accusing. "I should think you'd be glad of the Major's splendid offer. It might mean a very great improvement." "Do you mean," she said as one in a dream, that all you've said to me, and all the attention, that everything means nothing at all? You're not suggesting really—" "See here, Thurley," he broke in immediately, "this sort of thing couldn't go on forever, you know that. I'm going away tomorrow, and I'm going abroad next week." All the weight of his meaning, suspended before, crashed down on her unprotected head, as it were, and left her partially stunned. She could barely think, she could not reason, she could not rise to anger. "This sort of thing?" she repeated. "Certainly. Just the usual college sort of thing," he confessed baldly. "You knew all along I'd some day leave and follow my career, the career my family will naturally expect, which of course never contemplated this." She closed her eyes for the shame that rushed upon her, not so much for his intimation that between his family and hers there could be no hint of equality, not so much for this as for the sickening characterization of their association as usual college sort of thing. Her whole nature shrank upon itself, abashed and quivering. The love she had given him she could not snatch away. It had gone beyond recalling. But the love she had folded to her heart, his love, was gone, while still her hands were blindly groping. It had never been hers. It had been a college loan, to be taken away like a pin or any trinket. It seemed incredible, the whole affair, untrue, that a man could change like this within a time so brief, after all he had said and all he had done and all she had given of her love. Her voice was trembling when she spoke. "You, Acton, you surely don't mean that I'm not to see you any more, that this is—" "Why, of course, we may meet some time again," he interposed. "Now let's forget it. We've been good friends, and what more could we ask? You've always been a thoroughbred, and I thought, of course, you'd be one to the end." A thoroughbred. The end. She could make no reply. She walked on in silence at his side. The shades of evening enfolded the world. The city lights were gleaming in their mundane firmament. A thin, chill stratum in the atmosphere swept by and almost made her shiver. She felt strangely benumbed and unreal, incapable for the moment of accepting as her own the pain that had come to her breast. The little side gate at the house where Thurley lived was standing wide open when at last they came to the end of their walk in the dusk. Gaylord went in behind her, as she felt he would, and caught at her hand when they came to the all-concealing arbour in the garden. It was here he had kissed her just a week ago. "Good-bye, Thurley," he said. You're a thoroughbred, all right. It's no good to be foolish and harbour ill feelings, you'll admit." He drew her forward in his way of ownership, to kiss her as before. "No," she said, "no." And she pushed him off in anger that was rising in her nature. "No more of the college sort of thing. Not even a college goodbye." She had snatched her hand from his grasp. Her eyes took on a look of molten lava. During one scorching second she studied his face for a sign, overlooked in her former trust, and beheld it on his lip and on his brow. Then suddenly turning, she left him there and swiftly escaped to the house. He stood for a moment gazing toward the door, and even started to follow up the path, but he presently faced about to the gate and slowly retreated down the street. The dream was at an end. The sky had taken on a leaden grey, all the duller for the now departed glories. End chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 3. A College Widow. The house where Thurley made her home was a boarding place exclusively for women. The building itself had once been a fine dwelling in a fashionable quarter of the town. The quarter had, however, long since been deserted by the more exclusive set, now gone to an avenue of gold. The property had come by descent to the ownership of Mrs. Prue and Lavinia Legree, both spinsters, grey of hair, but of admirable disposition, in the care of whom half a dozen young women, including Thurley Ruxton, had flourished in exceptional comfort. To-night, as she let herself in at the door, Thurley crept to the stairs like a robber. She could not bear to meet the various inmates of the place and have them read her story in her face. She fled to her room without a sound, slipped in, locked the door, and then stood swaying, with her eyes tightly closed and one hand pressed upon her bosom. It was over, all of it, over and gone, and she, the proud, untouched by the rouge of mere flirtation, after months of exceptional popularity with all its attendant temptations, she, no less than the weakest of her sex, was the merest college widow after all. A wave of mortification submerged her at the thought. A college widow! Another of the wretched abandoned amusements with which the town was tragically populated. A college widow! The name itself was ribaldry, a scornful derision that would raise a smile to the lips of countless students still to come, who in turn would flirt, awaken love, and finally depart, leaving another college widow in their course. And even yet it was not her pride that was wounded most, not yet, despite this outcome that she felt so detestably degrading. Her love had gone deeper than her pride, and in this she suffered shame and poignant anguish. She had loved him so completely, so joyously, with all her strong young nature. She had loved him this evening, out in the sunset glow, with a new sweet sense of surrender, which it seemed he must almost have felt and understood. She had loved him so trustfully, dreaming her dreams, that now, with revulsions engulfing all her soul, she was rendered fairly faint with changed emotions. She groped her way to the couch at last, and fell on it in a mood of anger, despair, and humiliation. She did not cry. She simply hid her face and clenched both her fists till they ached. Through every stage of wounded love she passed, to the stages of anger. Her pride had undergone indignities, and when it came to share in the woundings of her heart, she was slowly making ready for reaction. It came at last as a heated resentment that tinged every nerve of her being. She was angry all through, and something superb was in her indignation. Nevertheless, she did not descend to the evening meal, but lay for an hour on the couch before she felt she could even light the gas and stand face to face with her mirror. When she did rise, she stood abruptly, charged all at once with a resolution splendid in its strength. She would not succumb. She would not permit her heart to ache to breaking. She would not permit the world to know that another college widow was to let. Galled in her pride by Gaylord's intimation that her origin was not on par with his own, smarted by a realization that something of his hint was doubtless true, and stung by the sense that as long as she remained a teacher of languages in this college town, she would be but a target for futile admiration and passing affairs, she resolved that everything would change and fate become her slave and not her master. A thoroughbred. Yes, she'd prove she was a thoroughbred. No pain of heart should lie upon her sleeve, no sallow cheek, no faded smile, no sunken eye or trembling lip should advertise her plight. She meant to laugh, to flirt, to sing, and then, in a week, or maybe even less, go down to New York, accept the offer made by Major Phipps, and deliberately undertake the task of forcing herself to the top. She knew not how such a thing could be achieved. She merely knew that it had been accomplished by others in the past, and she felt that, though 1,000 obstacles should loom across her path, she could find the strength in her outraged heart to meet and surmount them all. She lighted her gas. There on her bureau lay an envelope, and behind it stood a photograph of Gaylord, mutely gazing on her face. Tempted for a moment to catch it up and tear it into fragments, she altered her mind, opened the drawer, and swept it in, face downward, among a lot of empty bonbon boxes, faded roses and ribbons which had come with many of his favours. The envelope fell to the floor, and she bent and took it up. For a moment she glanced at it idly before she tore it apart. Then she knew what it was, an invitation, wrongly addressed and hence delayed, but sent 3 days before by Mrs. Clayton White, one of New Haven's newly rich, to the topsy-turvy ball at her home this present night. The ball was one to which women were privileged to invite male acquaintances of their choice. Not only did Thurley decide on the instant to attend, but she also determined to ask as her escort a hopeful admirer, good-natured Harry Shattuck, who alone of Gaylord's set had bested him at fencing and at chess. Colour leaped warmly to her face at the thought that Gaylord himself would almost certainly be at the ball. She glanced at the mirror, gave a few restoring sweeps to her hair, then ran to the door and down the stairs to the phone at the rear of the parlour. Shattuck responded across the wire in a spirit of youthful exultation. Not only was he free to go to the ball, but also he was wild to attend, and would call at 9 with his limousine car, and he knew they'd have a ripping time. Half an hour later Thurley was robing in her room with one of the girls of the house to dress her hair. She had swallowed a cold belated dinner, but had never appeared more animated in her life. The light in her eyes was a flame of warming fire. The pride in the poise of her regal little head was the natural, unstudied outcome of her newly completed resolve. She was gowned at last in a shimmering pale green toilette as flimsy as gossamer. It was cut only slightly décolleté, but with the marvellously contrasted colouring of her lips, brows, eyes, and hair, it made a startling combination of things irresistibly charming. Only a faint flush of rose tint played in the perfect oval of her face, a colour moving now toward her temples, now toward her chin, as if some zephyr wafted it thus about, as it wafts a changing tint upon a meadow. Shattuck arrived ahead of time, and his car softly purred at the gate. Then, when at length it was halted at the Clayton Whites, and Thurley and Shattuck alighted, the one thing possible to make her moment triumphantly complete actually had the grace to occur. Gaylord arrived with a little Miss Snow, driven in an ordinary cab, and there in the glare of a white electric arc a greeting was exchanged between the four. The smile and nod with which, apparently, so far as Thurley was concerned, the affair of the afternoon was dismissed, disconcerted Gaylord utterly. Indeed, the last person he expected to encounter here was Thurley Ruxton. Already his evening was beginning with a scowl. It was Thurley's hour. Never had any hour within her life been more thoroughly conceded to her queenship. Gaylord, unable to endure it longer, forced his way, as if by unsurrendered right, through the group to her side. She met his gaze and nodded brightly. "May I ask for your card?" he said, burning red to his ears. "I hope for a waltz, or two, or three." "Oh, there isn't one. Too bad," she said, smiling at him gaily. "Perhaps you could ask for an extra. Ask Mrs. White." "I will," he said. He did, and was granted his boon. Thurley danced with him gladly, and something that savoured of divinity and motion was generously bestowed upon her. Something possessed her to waltz in Gaylord's arms as she had never waltzed in her life. She led him to the brinks of new infatuation, all to hide the truth that for an hour he had crushed her like a rose beneath his feet. It appeared to all that nothing had been changed as they watched the pair together on the floor. Gaylord himself was bewildered, not only by her wonderful recovery, but far more than ever by her beauty. Some mad impatience to snatch back his ownership goaded his vanity anew. "Thoroughly," he said, looking down into her eyes. "I want one more of those waltzes. I've got to have 2 or 3 more." She laughed. "Oh, doesn't that sound like little Oliver Twist? Mustn't it be dreadful to want more mush, school mush, or college mush, especially when there isn't any more left?" He felt she was laughing at him, treating his wishes as a joke. "I didn't know you were coming here tonight," he said. "You might have invited me." "Oh, I thought you might be packing your trunk," she answered innocently. "I'm almost sure you said you were leaving tomorrow." He glared down at her half angrily. "You don't care," he said. "About what?" she answered. "Dancing? Oh, yes, I do. And that tall, ungainly-looking Billy Linkerton waltzes like a swallow. You'd never believe it in the world. He's a bifurcated poem. He glides like a jellyfish in cream. You'd as soon expect a ladder to attempt a minuet, but he really has a soul for rhythmic motion." She could think of nothing further to add to this frippery, and Gaylord, utterly incapable of comprehending her mood, and annoyed and piqued, relapsed into sullenness. To Thurley, in the moment that the waltz was ended, came ineffable relief. A dozen eager swains were presently swarming about her as before, and Gaylord could do nothing but retreat. Nevertheless, she was faint at heart, now that the worst of it was over. The dance with Gaylord had proved to be an ordeal taxing all her powers. She was weak, despite her air of buoyancy, and conscious always of a deep-lying hurt. By 12 o'clock, when her purpose was fulfilled, the reaction came upon her. Beginning to be physically exhausted, she found herself the ready prey of all the aches postponed by her artificial joys. Her game had been played, her triumph was complete, but she had barely the strength to meet the demands of her most exacting role through the process of making her escape. She left with Shattuck in his waiting car, and was taken directly home. A final sparkle of incandescence was conjured to her eyes in the smile she gave him at parting. Then, at last, she was once more alone in her room, sadly requiring rest. End chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 4. A Fateful Encounter. What an aeon of time a few heavy weeks may seem, when an unexpected crisis has inaugurated a new life's calendar. It was nearly 5 months since that sunset hour in which Thurley Ruxton's dream had faded in the sky, and even less since she had taken charge of the work for Major Phipps. Yet it seemed a time that extended far back into other ages of her being. Today, with fates and change once more impending, she felt she knew not what. She was not precisely sick at heart, but perhaps merely overwhelmed and utterly belittled by the size, the indifference, the ceaseless heave and tumult of gigantic New York, the city that, having been made by man, now made and unmade him in an hour. The huge device of stone and iron had received her as the sea receives a raindrop. She was one of a swarm of human beings, all blindly working, as bees seem to work, no one individual for himself alone, but each for all, despite himself, to gratify the law of existence. It was not to be escaped, comprehended, or measured, this unrelenting enginery of life. There seemed to be nothing, absolutely nothing, she could do to lift herself apart. She was simply submerged in the human tide which must rise and fall with the mighty laws that govern the cosmic scheme. She was sitting alone in Central Park, far out on its western border, pondering all her former dreams of rising to some brilliant eminence on which to receive the tribute of the world. The day had been cool. A few drops of rain had driven scores of park visitors back to their homes. Thurley was weary enough, after 4 miles of walking, to be glad of a rest on a bench. During the first exciting weeks of her metropolitan adventure, she had sought with conspicuous success to achieve an understanding of the ways to genuine usefulness in directing the work that Major Phipps was so mightily toiling to produce. She had likewise been confident of bounding soon to splendid things. She had won the Major's approval, his gratitude and trust, from the first of her employment. But she had found herself uncomfortably popular with all his force of clerks, and then her disillusionment had presently begun. The Major was her loyal friend, sincere and earnest in his praise, and that was all. She had neither expected nor desired social equality, or opening of the magical door from the source of this association. She had readily discovered a fairly agreeable domicile. Her wages were saving themselves. Altogether it appeared as if, after all, the commonplace fates had assumed a foster parenthood to guard her on a simple, modest way, regardless of her dreams. A certain sort of utilitarian career seemed in its sphere, even fair and promising, but then there was something that constantly gnawed at her inmost heart. The one brief effort she had made to discover a cousin, Edith Steck by name, whom she had vaguely known to be somewhere in New York City, failed and had never since been renewed. She had thought at the time that loneliness explained the sum total of her cares. She knew at last it was not that only, but things that went deep as life itself. She had purposely avoided proffered friendship of the useless, unedifying description, choosing to remain aloof from anything save mere acknowledgments of acquaintance with all her fellow workers and the people of the house where she lived. To-day she wondered if it had paid. She almost wished for any sort of friends, provided they were honest and sincere. For 15 minutes she scarcely stirred, sitting there lost in meditation. To what would it lead, this toil and hope, this excursion into the maelstrom of the town? What might anyone situated thus achieve at last, now that she was launched upon the tide? A faint, mirthless smile crept slowly to her lips, freshening the radiance of her beauty. She shook her head, as if her knowing self thus gently rebuked the self of groundless dreams. How beautiful was all the scene! This was almost enough to require. The bright green grass, with scattered leaves of vermilion and amber upon it, the gold and garnet trees, the cool sweet air, saturated full of essences autumnal. Idly she gazed across the park, then at a squirrel frisking joyously by. Thus her glance came presently to rest on a small white object lying on the grass just at the end of her bench. The object was a handkerchief, a dainty lace confection, immaculately clean, folded in the neatest little square, and marked with a small raised design. She took it up. A faint, subtle fragrance was wafted to her senses. The tiny thing was of cobweb frailty. The design was a crest wrought with exquisite art in the tissue. She was holding it carelessly when a muffled percussion attracted her gaze down the level roadway to a shadowed turn some distance off in the trees. There a large blue touring car was leisurely rolling into view, in charge of a bare-headed man, a fine but bored-appearing young Viking who was driving about alone. Thurley, watching, felt a sudden splash of rain, which brought her to her feet with quick decision to move to better shelter. But the shower broke almost instantly, quite unheralded, as if it had spilled through a sieve. It was one of those downpours, swift and violent, against which an umbrella is practically no protection. Thurley raised her silken tent at once, however, and fled to the base of a tree, still watching the car and the road. The driver, she noted, was clean-shaven, broad-shouldered, and ruddy. He was obviously disturbed by the drenching of a robe in the rear of his car, and cast a quick look upward at the sky. Making a momentary spurt, as if to race and so abbreviate his discomfort or concern, he abruptly altered his mind, halting the car not 50 feet from the place where Thurley stood. Then, attempting to leap out hurriedly over his levers and the casing for extra tires, he was tripped and thrown with exceptional violence, landing face downward in the road with an arm crumpled awkwardly beneath him. Thurley uttered a little cry,
to see him plunge so heavily on his untwisted hand. She moved a few steps forward in the rain. He scrambled at once to his feet and turned, his face tensely drawn and excessively white, his left hand clinging to his limber right wrist as he weakly reeled back against the car. That the man was in agony was obvious. The eloquence of pain was in his poise. He could barely stand. The rain beat down on him savagely. Out across the intervening space Thurley ran without a moment's hesitation. Her umbrella was raised, and rain was bouncing from its roof. "You're hurt," she said, as she came to the car. "Perhaps there is something I can do." The man had seen her coming. He gazed at her mutely for a moment, his lips compressed with pain. It's broken," he said, "my wrist." Thurley had come sufficiently close to hold her umbrella above him. It had all been done in obedience to something impulsive in her nature. The man was suffering intensely. She had utterly forgotten herself. "Tell me what to do," she said in her earnest manner. "I know it pains you horribly. What shall I do to help?" He tried to smile, then closed his eyes, leaning heavily against the wheel, a muscle twitching near his mouth. The rain entirely ceased as abruptly as it had come. "I suppose I'll have to let someone drive me home," he said, struggling with a quiver of pain in all his being. "But I hardly like to impose upon you, to ask you to look me up a man." "Well, couldn't I drive you to the nearest relief?" asked Thurley simply. "It might take so long to find help." He looked at her curiously. His eyes, despite his hurt, burned warmly in tribute to her beauty. He thought he had never in his life beheld a face so nearly divine. And indeed, as Thurley stood there by the car, unconsciously sublimated by her sympathy, she presented a vision that for sheer sweet loveliness could scarcely have been matched in all the world. "You drive?" he said, with no attempt to conceal an astonished incredulity. "Do you mean that you could really take the wheel?" "Oh, yes, if you need my help," she answered readily. "It can't be very far, I'm sure, to a place where of course you will do much better." She hesitated, looking at him gravely, adding, "I couldn't do less. I knew you were hurt. I couldn't stand by and do nothing." "You're very kind," he said, looking at her oddly as before. "I hope you will pardon my wretched limpness. I'll probably feel much better sitting down." "Shall I help you get into the car?" she inquired. "Perhaps you'd better lean on my arm." No, I'm all right, quite all right, if you'll just get in," he replied, and weakly he followed, where she passed round in front of the car to mount the unobstructed side. "If you'll tell me where to go," she said, as she took her place with the wheel in hand and speeded up the motor, "I'll do my best to—" "Down through the park to Columbus Circle," he interrupted, sinking limply in his seat. "Kindly overlook my impatience." She dropped back the brake with her foot on the clutch, set the speed control at the first, and the car glided smoothly up the road. Half a minute later she had shifted to direct, and her passenger nodded his approval. He continued to cling to his wrist. The pain had surged entirely through his system down as far as his knees. It had sickened and rendered him utterly nerveless. Nevertheless, as he looked on her face, he was strangely abstracted from his suffering. A sudden outburst of sunlight was poured down on her at a parting of the clouds, and the gold of it made her a goddess. She had dropped the dainty lace handkerchief down beside his foot, but neither of them knew it was there. Round a narrow curve she swung the car, and the man beside her stared, uttered a smothered note of apprehension, and rigidly froze in his seat. Bearing down on them in criminal madness of speed, two huge red cars with hoods abreast were racing like motion-crazy demons. They practically occupied the road, and to it they clung, each of the drivers stubbornly determined that the other must slack or give off to the side to let the blue touring car pass. Thurley was out at the middle of the road. There was neither time nor opportunity to shift her position. The two wild comets charging lawlessly upon her were scarcely more than 4 feet apart from wheel to wheel. A momentary indecision, a gasp of helpless fright, and she and her passenger, car and all, would be hopelessly in collision with one or the other of the fools in the road, where death might claim them all. The man at her side was out of it. Absolutely cold sweat broke out on his forehead, so imminent did the disaster appear. Even had he held the wheel himself, he could scarcely have known what to do. It happened in the briefest fraction of a minute. Thurley stayed with the middle of the thoroughfare, driving as true as a die for the space between the onrushing monsters. It was far too narrow to let her through when she headed for the gap. She only hoped to wedge it wider. For a terrible second everything seemed hopeless. The wreckage of all 3 cars seemed inescapable as the coughing minotaurs hurtled upon her position. To the swerve of an inch, a second's unsteadiness, the slightest panic at the steering post, and the crash would startle the air. She was almost upon the race-tied pair when they gave to the nerve she was displaying. Even then they relinquished but a trifle apiece, and between the two, as they racketed by, she passed with a hand's width to spare. "The fools!" cried the man who rode at Thurley's side. Then he sank even deeper into his seat, from sheer relief to all his throbbing nerves, plus the pain unrelenting in his wrist. "That was superb!" A wave of colour passed lightly across Thurley's cheek. She began to realize the strangeness of the situation, now that the threatened climax to the ride had sped away to the rear. "You are going to a doctor first, I suppose?" she said, as she glanced about for a possible policeman and gave the car a perceptible touch of speed. Your hand must pain you dreadfully." "We're going. We'll see," he answered undecidedly. After a moment he added, "Perhaps I can manage to present my card," and he started as if to grope in a pocket with his uninjured hand. "Please don't," she begged. She cast him a quick, inquiring glance. "Is it necessary?" Up to now there had been for her no element of personality in all the encounter. He tried to smile again despite his pain. "Is anything necessary? Anything that you or I did?" For a moment she did not answer. Then she said, "Well, it happened. Here we are." "Yes, it happened. Perhaps you'd rather I'd not introduce myself or inquire who you are?" She coloured. Some way she did not care to confess that she was Thurley Ruxton, ex-teacher of French and German in a college town, and at present amanuensis for a reminiscent major of the army. She some way felt that, for the moment at least, she occupied a sphere far different, and she had come to New York to escape the past and escape her very self. Moreover, the touch of mystery the moment afforded, like a cloak in which to wrap herself, appealed to her sense of humour and the fitness of the situation. She flashed him a sunlit glance. "Your wrist is the only thing that counts." He continued to study her face, to marvel at her beauty, her poise, her mastery over the car. "At least I'd like to know whom to thank," he said. "That would gratify me greatly." Her eyes were on the road ahead. They were lustrous with excitement and her natural animation. "Why attempt it, especially as I'd rather you wouldn't?" she replied. "Well, my impulse prompts a sense of obligation, just as your impulse prompted this." Her face became more grave with sudden realization of what she had done. "But you were seriously hurt. You were helpless. I hope I was not inexcusably bold." "Oh, please," he pleaded, "please be more kind to a pure, uncalculating spirit of humanism, if not to me. It was my wrist that was impaired, not my discernment." Thurley made no immediate reply. Apparently all her faculties were focused on the cart. They rode for a time in silence. "Oh, what a splendid team! Those horses!" she presently exclaimed, partly to relieve the situation that she felt was becoming hard to sustain. "They're beauties." The team in question was approaching in the road far ahead. They were glossy bays, each with white feet that rose and fell in perfect unison to the tinkle and ringing of the silver equipment on their harnesses. They were driven to a landau of dark maroon, with coachman and footmen in white, maroon, and black. On the cushions, alone and discontented, sat a woman well toward 35, in the costliest of furs, and infinitely bored with all the world. The man at Thurley's side glanced quickly from her face to the carriage they were about to encounter. "Oh, I wonder if you'd mind stopping," he asked her hurriedly, "just for half a moment." Thurley immediately threw out the clutch and applied the brake. The woman in the landau had not only seen them approaching and recognized the owner of the car, but was gracefully waving him to halt. Her carriage rolled up beside the big machine. "Well, Robley Stuyvesant," she said, as he raised his cap, "I see you are in town after all. Perhaps prepared to give me a few more trifling disappointments?" She was a beautiful woman in a somewhat artificial manner, despite a certain smallness of her features. The man in the car attempted to smile. He was still very white. "Really, Alice, Mrs. Van Kirk," he said, "I ought to be ashamed. I am, indeed I am. I thoroughly intended to come last Friday evening, and I counted on to night, but just a little bit ago—" "Robley," interrupted Mrs. Van Kirk, meantime gazing in rapt admiration on Thurley at the wheel, "I really cannot consent to another excuse this evening." "I've broken my wrist," he told her simply. "If it weren't for the kindness of—" he turned to Thurley. "Mrs. Van Kirk, permit me to present my deliverer, Miss Samaritan." He purposely mumbled the Samaritan in order to conceal his natural confusion. Thurley and Mrs. Van Kirk exchanged a conventional murmur. "Broken your wrist?" said the latter in genuine sympathy, but studying Thurley with penetrative eyes. "Dear me, that is simply ghastly. I thought you looked a bit peaked. Why, Robley, this is serious. I'm tremendously sorry. Isn't there something I can do? If you'd rather I should drive you home—" "Oh, thanks, no," he interrupted blandly, "but I trust my excuse is valid for tonight." Mrs. Van Kirk hardly heard what he said, so intent was her inspection of the girl at Stuyvesant's side. Never in her life, she felt, had she seen a young woman more beautiful, more abounding in possibilities, more desirable as an asset, a magnet for a lifeless drawing-room. She was busily wondering who and what she could be, what relationship she bore to Stuyvesant, and where he could possibly have found her. The party of the evening had slipped from her mind for the moment. "Your excuse?" she echoed. "Valid? Oh, indeed it is, my poor dear boy. It's cruel of me to keep you here waiting like this, but at least you'll come see me. You don't walk on your wrist. Both of you come. Do come soon. You'll be out of it, Robley, driving your car, riding, everything. Do come and let me supply a little pleasure. Goodbye. I'll expect you soon."
She nodded and smiled at Thurley quite as much as at Robley Stuyvesant. Then once again her landau rolled along to the jingling of silver on the trappings. The car with Thurley at the wheel proceeded on its way. End of chapter 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 5. Temptation and a Crest. Stuyvesant did not speak at once, and Thurley was busy with her task. A few more carriages and several cars, enticed thus quickly to the park by promise of the sun, were met and passed. Still clinging to his broken wrist, the man with Thurley watched her intently, more and more engrossed by her beauty. "You saw my embarrassment, my predicament," he said at length, referring to the recent introduction. "Now that you are acquainted with mine, don't you think I ought to at least to know your name?" "We're almost there. Columbus Circle," she answered, nodding toward the slender, graceful monument visible now beyond the trees. "In a moment you will have a better driver. After that—" She left the sentence incomplete. "After that?" he repeated. "You will certainly let me see you again, if only to thank you to—" She glanced at him brightly. "Oh, but you have thanked me already quite sufficiently. Where shall I drive you now?" He suddenly felt that he could not permit her to go so soon, behold her vanish as strangely as she had arrived, leaving him nothing save the memory of a singularly delightful encounter. "If you do not mind, perhaps I'd be wiser to go home at once," he told her tentatively. "If it takes you too far from your own destination, the car is entirely at your service." She flushed with pleasure at the thought of prolonging the joy already experienced, not only with the car, but also with its owner. She felt herself greatly tempted. It almost seemed as if the fates had bestowed this opportunity upon her, this opening into the wondrous world whose gate she was eagerly seeking. It might be so easy to push a little forward here, avail herself of this man's acquaintance, attempt to meet and cultivate Mrs. Van Kirk, and forge toward the gilded social goal. But she dared not assume the risk. They would find her out. She could not play the role. It was not the path by which she had hoped to succeed. As a matter of fact, she was unprepared for the developments the fates had brought about, and could follow her instinct only. But to take this injured fellow being home, that at least was barely human. She asked him quietly, "Where do you live? On the farther side of the park?" "Fifth Avenue," he answered, and told her the number and corner of the street. "Is it an imposition?" he added. "Because, of course—" "I'll drive you there," she interrupted. "I hope there's a doctor near by." "And then you'll let me send you home, of course." She flushed to the tips of her ears. Permit him thus to discover the poor old tawdry place that was all she could call her home. She would rather have walked to the ends of the earth. She gave him the briefest of glances. "I shall ask you to have me return to the park, to the place where you found me, if you please." "Oh, but is it very much to ask?" "It's nothing, less than nothing, but I rather wished—" It occurred to him suddenly that she might have alighted from a car or carriage of her own to sit for a time in the park. She might be missed by those who had left her with the squirrels. Perhaps some man, perhaps some princely husband. He wondered why he had thought of a prince, and glanced at her wedding finger, only to find her hand was gloved. "I wish to do anything to please you, to restore you to your previous enjoyment of the day," he told her honestly. "Are you sure that is all I may do?" "Quite sure." They were gliding swiftly through 59th Street. They came to the plaza with its huge hotels, its dull gold equestrian statue of Sherman, and its tide of carriages and automobiles going into and out of the park. Thurley turned the corner, entered Fifth Avenue, steered out round one of the huge green autobuses, and continued northward on her way. Stuyvesant, more worried by the thought of presently losing the thrill of her presence at his side than he was by his swollen wrist, could think of nothing to say or to do that would penetrate the mystery of her personality. He had never felt so baffled or so eager in his life. He cudgelled his wits for a means of attaining his desire to know her and exact a promise she would permit him to see her again, but all in vain. The impending termination of their ride seemed rather to confuse than to clear his senses. "It does seem as if you might let me see you and thank you properly, when I'm more like myself," he suggested at last, as Thurley observed they had only another block to travel. "In your own words, is that so much for me to ask?" "This is your street," said Thurley, once more colouring. "Uptown or downtown corner?" "Uptown," said Stuyvesant reluctantly, and the car was brought to a halt beside the curb. He alighted, experiencing a new attack of weakness and pain from his hurt. For the first time he noted the dainty bit of handkerchief lying at Thurley's feet. Then she, too, stepped out to the curb, to turn at once to the tonneau, open its door, and seat herself therein. "I hope you will get immediate relief," she said. "Please do not delay any longer." He fancied that some sense of embarrassment, together with impatience to return to her friends in the park, was revealed by the look in her eyes. "I'll send someone at once," he answered, loath to lose her from his sight. "I trust we're not saying good-bye." Thurley, too, regretted the passing of the hour, her one golden hour in many months. She smiled. "Shall it be auf Wiedersehen?" His left hand, supporting his broken wrist, abandoned its charge for a moment. He raised his cap, enduring great pain in the effort. "Auf Wiedersehen, for we shall meet again," he said. "I believe in fate." "Oh, your wrist!" she exclaimed. "Please hurry with your wrist." He nodded and smiled whitely once more, supporting his arm in his hand. Then up the steps he ascended as the door abruptly opened and a servant in livery appeared. Thurley watched him till he turned in the vestibule and smiled again wanly. Then the servant shut his stoic suffering from sight. Barely 5 minutes later another servitor appeared. Saluting Thurley with a semi-military gesture, he first surreptitiously secured and pocketed the tiny lace handkerchief lying near the wheel post of the car, all by special order, then assumed the seat so recently occupied by Thurley herself, and headed at once for the park. In the briefest seeming time they had come to the spot where Stuyvesant's accident occurred. Here the man halted the auto and alighted to open the door. "You are quite certain, miss, I may not drive you elsewhere? May not be of further service?" "Quite certain, thank you," answered Thurley, already experiencing a certain sensation of loneliness and depression, thus to face once more the desolation of her life, and she stepped from the car with a regal grace that made the man salute her as before. He hesitated uncertainly for a moment, then, in strict obedience to instructions, once more resumed his seat and drove away. Thurley sat down. She had nothing else to do save to wonder at what had transpired. Once again the clouds obscured the sun. The gold and vermilion of the foliage dulled, and the lights burned lower in her eyes. She rose at last to walk from the park to the elevated road for a train that would carry her home. Meantime, Stuyvesant, racked with pain as his surgeon set the broken bone in place, with all impatience for his man's return with the car. That worthy arrived with commendable promptness, and sent up the flimsy bit of lace he felt he had shamefully stolen. No sooner was the injured man alone than he shook out the faintly perfumed gossamer and eagerly scanned the tiny mark embroidered in one of its corners. A sense of joy and a sense akin to hopelessness arose in his being together. "A crest," he murmured excitedly. "I knew it. I felt it in the air." End of chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 6. The Gods of Chance. The one particularly fateful element in Thurley's unique adventure in the park was not entirely the effect produced upon young Stuyvesant. It was quite as much the meeting with Alice Van Kirk. In addition to being the niece of Major John Phipps, she was one of the wealthiest, uneasiest, and most original women in all New York. She was likewise one of the cleverest and shrewdest in gaining her ends. Married, 35, domiciled in a modern Fifth Avenue palace, and consumed by social ambitions never yet wholly gratified, she presented a steady and restless enterprise not to be lightly ignored. For one brief season she had flashed so brilliantly on the rainbow peaks of social eminence as to dazzle the most blasé. Scores of the moths that flit to the blinding glare of gold had moulted their wings to remain within the circle. Then had come envy, successful rivalry, a species of defeat for her, and retirement from the centre of the stage. For 2 seasons she had sought in vain for the magical wand that would place again within her grasp the queenship she felt essential to existence. Van Kirk, who detested the social cyclone, was away to the north, scouring Canada gun in hand, intent upon moose. His wife, with the season once more opening for lions and conquests in Gothem, had for weeks been ready for anything socially desperate, and had felt herself helplessly baffled. 100 times she had conned the old devices employed in all her set, and 100 times had flung them out as worthless for her needs. She was amply aware that nothing short of something new and resistlessly magnetic, something gleamingly startling, could avail to establish her anew. Today in the park the germ of a thought had sunk to the tropics of her brain, there to sprout with prodigious clarity and expand a luxuriant foliage. The germ had been planted by the sight of Thurley Ruxton driving Stuyvesant's car. With such a girl as that to exploit, what ends might she not achieve? Who in the world could the girl have been, and where had Robley found her, that any young woman so brilliantly, unartificially beautiful, and able, moreover, to drive a car, could have entered the social constellation without her knowledge was to Alice Van Kirk a positive sting. She felt humiliated, excluded, reflecting that the Stuyvesants and others of their circle had, as it were, kept her from knowledge that this exquisite girl had dawned upon their world. Arrived at home, she took no time for removal of furs or gloves. In her haste to employ the phone, she called up the Stuyvesant residence, and soon had Robley on the wire. "My poor dear boy," she purred in the mouthpiece sympathetically, "I am positively worried about your wrist. You've had it treated, of course?" "Oh, right as a trivet," answered Stuyvesant cheerfully. "Good of you to call me up, I'm sure. And, by the way, Alice, Robley—" "Who is she, you lucky animal?" interrupted the woman impatiently. "You know, in your pain you merely mumbled her name." "No, not in pain, in desperation," he confessed, himself no less eager than Alice to discover Thurley's identity and devise some chance to meet her without delay. "I'm glad you called me up. You may be the one being on earth who can help me find out who she is, and where I may encounter her again." "Robley," said his sympathetic friend, "you don't mean to astonish this incredulous wire with the assertion that you don't know who she is? Why, my boy, but where—" "Hearken," he admonished. "You're aware that Princess Thurvinia is here in America incog?" "I am, of course, but it may not be she. I'm half hopeful, half afraid it is. She was all alone in the park when I had my fall. She came to my aid with all the simplicity and courage of royalty. I felt the indefinable air of something regal about her from the start. She would not reveal the first little hint of who she was, and insisted on being taken back where I'd found her, by my man." "Why, Robley, that isn't all. She dropped a little handkerchief in the car. I've got it now. Alice, the corner is marked with a crest. Now, how could it be Princess Thurvinia? Of course she'd speak English perfectly, but her servants, her retinue, her equipage and all." "When we know she's here incognito," he answered. "How could she move about in the guise of a plain American woman if retinues and royal coaches tagged her all through the park? I can't be sure, but if you had really seen her and read the descriptions of the princess— Good gracious, I never thought of that. Do you fancy any woman would have overlooked her wonderful eyes and brows, that gold of her hair, that colour? Robley—" "Alice," he interrupted, "there isn't a single being in the world with your cleverness to help me find her out. Don't you see that I've got to find her now? A man can't have the luck to break his wrist like that but once in a lifetime. How will you manage to find her?" "Heavens!" answered Alice laughingly, "exactly as I'd pounce on any needle in a haystack." "I'm disappointed in you, Robley, to be candid. You've been stupid, really, to permit her to escape like this. By George, if I hadn't been wounded, you wouldn't have found her at all." "Of course, but— And you mean to say that when you were hurt she came running to your assistance, alone, in the pouring rain, with all her skysails, her umbrella set? I never felt so weak in my life. The pain went straight down to my heels. She said I needed help. I did. She said she could drive, and she drove. There was never anything quite so superb in the world as the way she drove the car between—" "You've got to come over to see me," Alice interrupted. "Come to morrow, sure. I can understand that with your broken wrist you need even such poor assistance as mine. I'm really quite distressed about your hand." "Distressed," he echoed over the wire. "Great roaring ghosts! What a rank affront to luck! I'll be over in the afternoon to morrow, and please be prepared with a little first aid to the—" "Second-handed aid," she interrupted. "Now go and rest. Good-bye." She hung up the instrument, and the period afterward known to her 3-day fever had begun. It might with propriety have been termed an exasperation on her part, and a desperation on the part of Robbie Stuyvesant. Both made prodigious but futile efforts to rediscover Thurley, and the mystery of who and what and where she was assumed new depth with every hour. Meantime, Thurley was plunged once more into the hopelessly commonplace affairs of daily labour and boarding-house existence, her dream of an hour already receding from her grasp over the ever-present plains of stern reality. There were moments of almost savage regret in her thoughts as she faced her grind, the barren outlook of day succeeding day, and the mockery of social splendour and achievement to be glimpsed and comprehended from afar. Some vague, insistent sophistry of her more unthinking self argued repeatedly that had she only manoeuvred more adroitly, played the cards supplied her by that fickle visitor, Opportunity, more shrewdly, she might already be scheduled for some romantic escape from the yoke she must otherwise bear. She was not deceived. She was certain in her heart of hearts that she had done the only possible thing in refusing her name to Robbie Stuyvesant and retreating from his ken unknown. And yet, to be snatched from it all so soon, to be obliged to realize her own remoteness from the only sphere her nature craved, was galling. She had anger with her fate. There were moments when, in her indignation at the slights put upon her by Acton Gaylord in the spring, she felt entitled to revenge on all his kind, entitled to injure all creatures of his ilk by the powers and arts and baits of love that had swept her own happiness away. For she had suffered much during all this time alone in merciless Manhattan, with recurrent dreams of the might-have-beens, and in contemplation of the ruins of castles one time built of the stuff of summer clouds. There was never a moment, however, when she seriously thought of arranging even a second accidental meeting with the man with the broken wrist. She had taken no time to consider his personality, and he, aside from his natural sense of gratitude for the little she had done, had been too much in pain, she was sure, to observe her with attention. Yet she tugged at her fetters and assailed the Major's work as if it had been a foe. Wednesday afternoon the tantalizing fates took another unexpected step, and Thurley, unaware, was confronting the gate in the wall, the gate to the modern Eden. The Major it was who prodded the gods of change, with no such intention in his mind. He had been to the stronghold of a publisher who the day before had received the first half of the volume on which he was working. He came to Alice Van Kirk's like a boy unable to compass his delight. He had come to the gorgeous empty house to dine ostensibly. His appetite, however, was for talk. Alice was alone, except for the presence of the 14 servants in the house, and she had never in her life been more heartily glad to give him welcome. "Why, Pollux, my dear," he said as he kissed her with genuine warmth and affection, "I've never been so happy since Antietam, never. The book is a hit with my publishers, bull's-eye, straight and clean, and the title changed to Personal Recollections of 17 Engagements in the Civil War. I'm the luckiest old curmudgeon in the country, I am, by George. Unbelievable luck. All that young woman's doing, order out of chaos, my raw recruits of fact in line all ready for dress parade or charge, recollections all wheeled into battalions like magic. The second half is practically finished. As an author, I feel I begin to auth with that young woman's assistance.
I had to run right up and tell you."
"You are very kind," said Alice warmly. "It's a pity the pattern of your young woman paragon had not been more generously employed. If only they were made beautiful, regal, and discoverable more often, the rest of us might almost approximate a toleration of existence."
"Pessimism, my dear, pessimism," answered the Major heartily. "The world is full of beautiful women. This exotic of mine, exotic, that's the proper description, is extraordinary. She is, by Pollux, gifted, alert, sensible, too sensible to know how absolutely beautiful she is, even with all my force, so dead in love with her they work like bees about their queen. She's the finest product of the feminine gender I've seen outside of this room, by Pollux."
"Admirable retreat, with guns intact," commented Alice dryly. "Is she blonde or brunette? I've forgotten which you preferred a month ago."
"There you are, by George," replied the Major triumphantly. "She's neither. Both. Well, golden hair, I admit, real, you know, real, magnificent, no bleach, by Pollux, none, and the darkest brows, no pencilling, I swear it, at the cannon's mouth, and eyes brown as a seal. No chance to paint her peroxide eyes, you'll admit. You're bound to admit. And there you are. I've a notion to write another book to keep her near. Beautiful. My dear, if I were only young—" "Cease firing," she interrupted with awakening interest. "Are you sure of what you are describing? Remember, this is not the 18th engagement in the Civil War, and I want the facts. Do you repeat blonde hair, brown eyes, brows darkly black, and complexion rose and white?" "I hadn't come to her complexion, but, by George, it is roses, that's it, roses, white ones and red. How in the world I ever got her to come—"
"Exactly," his niece interrupted. "Where and how did you get her? Who is this girl? It's the one you mentioned before?"
The Major sat down. "Repeatedly. Told you about her way last June. Mentioned her frequently at Newport. Always with enthusiasm, too. Maybe with ardour. Probably with ardour. Tell you all I know about her. Wonderful young woman."
With commendable optimism and some perspicacity of statement, he proceeded at once to enlighten his niece as fully as his information permitted as to who and what Miss Thurley Ruxton was, and how he had come to employ her. He made scant mention of the apparent relationship she had enjoyed with Acton Gaylord, but admitted he had met her frequently in Gaylord's company, and accepted her socially, in fact, on Gaylord's endorsement, and had asked her nothing at all concerning her antecedents, having always been far more interested in the phases of her cleverness, her beauty, and her remarkable popularity. Alice listened to all this recital with an interest peculiarly intent. "Why don't you bring her up and let me see the girl?" she presently demanded. "But no, on the whole, I think I shall call at your office to morrow afternoon." A servant appeared and announced the dinner served. End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 7. A Cinderella Proposition. When Thurley, complying with the Major's request, stepped briskly into his army headquarters, to find herself confronted by a tall, grey-eyed woman from the palace on Fifth Avenue, She was merely a trifle surprised. There was no recognition in the fleeting glance with which she met the scrutiny that Alice bent upon her. "Ah, here we are, by Pollux, yes," said the Major in his mildest artillery utterance. "Alice, permit me to present Miss Thurley Ruxton. Yes, Miss Ruxton, my niece, Miss Van Kirk. Interested, wish to meet you. Have a little chat. I'll leave you here together." He disappeared and closed the door as Thurley turned to gaze inquiringly at the visitor, whose name she would never forget. Alice met her astonished look with an arch and radiant smile. Not only had she instantly recognized the girl who had driven Stuyvesant's car, but also with equal promptness had her mind conceived an extraordinary plan. "Miss Ruxton," she said, advancing with outstretched hand, "I am exceedingly glad to meet you again. You hardly knew me for a moment." Thurley took the proffered hand almost mechanically. She flushed with colour, which instantly heightened her beauty as she wondered what the meeting might imply. I remember now," she faltered, perhaps a trifle embarrassed by the thought of thus being discovered, revealed in her real capacity and personality. "Our meeting before was quite informal," Alice interrupted, "but altogether delightful nevertheless, that is, for me. Frankly, Miss Ruxton, I've been hoping to find you ever since. Won't you sit down for a little friendly talk?" Thurley followed to the corner where the older woman led, but was halted in the act of turning a chair about to face her visitor. "Oh, sit here on the davenport with me," said Alice engagingly. "I might as well tell you that I like you at once, and have it over. I've really come back to make a proposition." Thurley smiled, she hardly knew why. Her customary ease of manner returned with the smile as she took the seat denoted. "I'm not in the least a literary person, if it's anything more on books." She knew intuitively it was not concerning books that Alice Van Kirk had appeared. Vaguely she wondered what this woman of the world imagined concerning herself and Robley Stuyvesant, she a mere amanuensis, he the probable scion of an old and wealthy family, and the pair of them seen in his automobile, returning from who might say where. An aspect of dread, the dread of being possibly misunderstood, assailed her unexpectedly. It had never even occurred to her mind before. "Oh, books," said Alice, with an eloquent gesture of depreciation. "Do I look like that in the least?" Thurley smiled. "Oh, that sort of genius sometimes runs in families." "Infests them, you mean, my dear, but the Major is only my uncle. Let's be perfectly candid, you and I. First, I may as well confess, I know all about your meeting with Robley Stuyvesant last Saturday afternoon. He told me, of course. He doesn't know who you are in the least, thanks to your innate ladyhood. I can also readily understand that you hardly wish him to discover." Thurley flushed anew. "Oh, not because of anything—" "Dear child, can't you trust me to understand? And no less than yourself, I prefer he should not know." Thurley was thoroughly puzzled. Her natural wonder was what Robley Stuyvesant could possibly be to Alice Van Kirk, and why she should come here to-day. She could only echo, "You prefer he should not know?" "Exactly. Now comes my proposition. I want you to come to my house. live with me, become my protégé, and meet him and all my friends on a social equality immediately, at least by the end of the week." Thurley could scarcely credit her senses. "But, Mrs. Van Kirk, I know you don't understand it, of course, naturally. Why, I should wish it, but what possible advantage I hope to derive from such an arrangement? But I told you I meant to be frank." She paused to lean forward and take the girl's soft hand in her own. "I need you very much indeed, and I rather hope you need me. Before you say anything at all, I wish to assure you there will be no dubious conditions, no string to the offer I am making. Candidly, I require a magnet, such a magnet as all the gold in the world may never be, a living, radiant magnet to brighten my home, to draw success and interest about me, such a magnet as you, my dear, would supply. I shall wish to treat you precisely as I might a younger sister, just come out, and would exact only a promise that no matter what might be conjectured as to whence you came, you divulge nothing to the world, assert nothing, deny nothing, and agree not to marry or to promise yourself in marriage for at least a year from our association." More and more Thurley's bewilderment increased. "But I can't in the least understand your motive," she confessed. "What could I possibly do that would repay you for your venture?" "Oh, dear child, you can wear gorgeous jewels, furs, and gowns like a princess. You can go with me everywhere, help me entertain, fill my hollow house with the people I wish to attract, give me the things I most desire, and better your fortunes by the process." Thurley shook her head gravely. "I don't see why you think so, Mrs. Van Kirk. I have never had that sort of education." "But you've always been popular?" "Oh, well, a little with the college boys, I suppose. I hoped so, thought so once." "I was certain of that from the first," said Alice decisively. "My dear, that is all I desire." Thurley looked at her quickly, a light of girlish inquiry burning in her eyes. "Do you mean you would wish me to attract a lot of men?" "Men, of course, men, and women of the social set that once paid me tribute slavishly, and now, well, things are different now. I am no longer novel, I suppose. Perhaps I'm too respectable, but you could help me bring them back. Oh, all of it nicely, my dear, nothing dubious. I said before, and I repeat, I wish you to occupy just such a place as I'd give to a younger sister of whom I could always be proud and fond. Doesn't that clear away your doubts? Heavens, I haven't the slightest thought that I might be misunderstood." Thurley burned a warmer colour. "But you can see how strange it seems to me." "Why, yes, child, I see it perfectly. That's why I'm going to ask you to think it over first. I asked the Major to bring you home to dine with me tonight, but perhaps you'd rather go in the car with me. Only he might tell you all about me, as he told me a little of you. I want you to know there is nothing sinister behind my offer, nothing you may not accept with pride and honour. There are elements of business to it, of course, for I expect you to make my existence much more happy, as I should hope to make yours more bright and promising, that's all. I am dying to make
the fairy-like transformation on a girl already lovely. And surely you are not without ambition." Thurley smiled. "It is a fairy story, isn't it? The way it comes and all. It sounds too good for New York City, shall I say? And coming like this to me. Fate, my dear, believe me. How otherwise should you happen to be sitting in the park when Robley Stuyvesant comes along and breaks his big strong wrist?" Thurley coloured an exquisite tint. "I hope his wrist is better. I mean, it was really terrible." Alice arched her brows. "He called the incident a favour of the gods. He is nearly insane to meet his princess again." The red fairly surged to Thurley's cheeks at this, and down all her ivory neck. "I'd be expected to meet him, as you said?" "Naturally. His enthusiasm, I confess, incubated my resolve to find you if I could. But don't forget what I named as my conditions. I couldn't permit you to engage yourself for a year, not even to Robley, after all that romantic meeting. You see, I am very scheming after all." "Oh!" Alice rose. "Will you come tonight with the Major or with me?" Thurley's excitement returned. "Did I promise to come?" "To look us over, certainly. Wear anything you like, my dear. We three shall be alone." She held out her hand as before, and smiled with a charm of her own that Thurley knew was honest. "You can think things over rapidly, from all I learn of your character. Perhaps you can give me your answer tonight." Thurley's smile was a trifle timid. "Perhaps." The older woman quickly took her other hand. There was something wistful in the look she bestowed on the eyes so deeply brown. "If you make up your mind to come, you'll call me Alice." "If I come?" Alice gave added pressure to her hands. "I think you'll be a little more comfortable if you come with the Major," she concluded. "We'll consider that arranged. Till then, my dear, good-bye." "Good-bye," said Thurley, and followed to the door. Alice turned and kissed her suddenly. "There, I simply couldn't help it." She laughed, her own face flushing girlishly. "I know we are going to be friends." Then she went, and Thurley stood there marvelling, a thrill suddenly creeping to her heart. End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 8. Wanted, a Discovery. The transformation was complete, the most absolute magical transformation one could possibly imagine. And still Thurley hardly believed it had come for more than one midnight hour. It seemed impossible for such a dream to assume substantiality. Its vanishment, like Cinderella's coach and steeds, would have seemed the natural incident when 12 solemn strokes should sound from some darkened tower. That first exciting dinner with Alice and the Major was already 2 days old, its impression embossed on Thurley's malleable mind as a bas-relief uplifted from her former plane of existence. But tonight, this first real occupancy of her wondrous cocoon, from which she was destined to emerge into new and startling loveliness, this was too magical for credence. Alice herself had brought her to the suite of rooms henceforth to be sacred to her uses. Alice herself had appointed 2 smart, deferential maids to attend to her slightest needs. Her old world had slunk away like smoky fog. Old labours, old apartments, old gowns and hats and shoes. There was nothing left to suggest her past attachments, save 2 or 3 trinkets of gold and her mother's diamond ring. She stood at last alone with her thoughts, robed in a faintly shimmering gossamer of night apparel, delightedly regarding her home. Her maids had prepared her for retirement, and left her in possession, mistress of her warmly glowing kingdom. Yet she dared not and could not experience a sense of ownership either in the walls and furnishings or in all the dainty finery, exquisite gowns, the costly furs and sparkling gems already secured and bestowed upon her as the mere first requisites of her wardrobe. New purchases which Alice had assured her were soon to be supplemented properly when modistes, tailors, and others of their ilk should have time to prepare things to order. A feeling of strangeness pervaded the thrills she underwent, and she once more explored her gilded bower by herself. From the splendid spaciousness and delicate perfections of her drawing-room, through her lofty blue and gold chamber and her wholly enchanting dressing-room, to the fairy grotto of the bath and bath, she moved with the lingering appreciation of a princess who, after long banishment, is once more restored to her own. She opened the wardrobes one by one and gazed at their treasures in joy. The jewels that gleamed from her golden casket were reflected brilliantly in the rapture of her eyes. All her old dreams of conquest of Manhattan had contained no such element as this. It had faded like the tawdry thing in the light of this dazzling reality. All the old resentments felt against Acton Gaylord and his sort, together with desire for swift retaliation, had gone with the grimy fog of former days. Exultation and pure girlish ecstasy, with love of all the lovelier phases of existence, possessed and thrilled her being. It was hers, this world of beauty. Perhaps for an hour she moved about the place, now sitting in the throne-like chair, now merely standing in the centre of the room to contemplate its charms. At last she pushed a button in the panelled wall, and the soft rose lights of her fairyland faded in their crystal spheres. A mellowed twilight crept through the windows westward, where they overlooked Fifth Avenue. She went there happily, and by habit ran up the shades. Below, the pavement dully reflected the scattered lights widely dotting out the long perspective. A hansom went by, the horse's hoofs musically clop-clopping as he trotted briskly toward the plaza. Across the way loomed the wall and the half-denuded trees of Central Park. Here and there a star-like lamp glowed steadily between dark masses of foliage, increasing the sense of peace. The sky was clear, and the constellations swung brilliantly across the firmament, lustrous with cosmic magnificence. But Thurley's eyes beheld again a man falling forward in the rain. She saw him presently seated by her side, and the pulse of a mighty motor shook her being. She wondered, and she wondered. At last, with a sigh of new-found rapture, she returned to the wholly intoxicating luxury of her couch. What a pity it seemed to waste a moment of a world so marvellous in sleep's effacing oblivion. Yet when she awakened by the morning light, the wonder was fresher than ever. She had barely entered the hallway of miracles, to which, in the way of her kind, she would presently grow amazingly accustomed. Nevertheless, for the 2 or 3 days next succeeding, her emotions of bewilderment increased. Neither her mind nor her nature could grasp the full significance of Alice Van Kirk's prodigious wealth. She could not behold the prodigality of spending upon herself and avoid feeling staggered and appalled. Alice induced her gently, with skill and finesse of the utmost art, toward the nonchalance, poise, and deportment of those long accustomed to the favours of the gods. Her pupil was apt and pliant. Her natural grace, plus her exceptional powers of observation and intuition, rendered Thurley instantly amenable to the slightest desires and pressures of the woman now moulding her anew. That certain regal essence of her being, naturally inherent, flowered in exquisite charm. Graciousness claimed her for its own. Her beauty was heightened and refined. Over coachmen and footmen, who were assigned with her own particular carriages to her needs, she assumed a monarchical proprietorship that delighted their very souls. By every possible device of modesty and retirement, Alice conducted the schooling of her princess, as it were, behind the scenes. Not even Robley Stuyvesant was aware of his abettor's find. He had fretted, stormed, implored the fates and Alice to run amuck through drawing-rooms and the first of the season's functions, without, of course, so much as encountering a single person who had ever seen or heard of the girl he sought. Meantime, rumours that a princess of extraordinary beauty, wealth, and cleverness was actually adrift incognito in America, and had been credited with truth, despite the fact that all eager swelldom had vainly sought to find her out from somewhat vague descriptions. She was said to be blonde and brunette together, headstrong, entirely cosmopolitan, weary of Europe, inclined toward an American alliance, and the promised guest of some woman once met abroad. To Alice Van Kirk these stories came and met exceptionally cordial hospitality. Such excitement as her nature and spirit permitted increased in her being every hour. At the end of a week of Thurley's tuition, the well-known Van Kirk impatience chafed no longer, however, at the mere delay in presenting of her protégé, but instead at her own fastidiousness of choice in means whereby to promote the impending discovery to best advantage. The horse show was a week away, the opera nearly 2. Before the former and the Metropolitan opening, Thurley should already be heralded, or much valued time would be lost. A veritable triumph at Madison Square was the premiere of Alice's demands of the situation. Such power would the victory bestow. She dared not jeopardize a structure built upon the frailty of this new experiment by undue haste, unwisdom, or self-started claims concerning Thurley. The cleverness of her intentions was worthy of her well-known ingenuity and clarity of vision. Hence the worry that possessed her day and night as she pummelled her wits to meet the crucial moment and event of launching Thurley forth upon a social, startled world that would think it instantly pierced her identity for itself. She thought and planned till she was nearly ill. In vain. Some hazy scheme of inviting Robley Stuyvesant to a motor ride in the park, and picking Thurley up at the spot where the young man's wrist had been broken was the nearest approach she could possibly invent by way of something accidental. It met her requirements in romanticism, even perhaps too well. It lacked, however, in its powers for publicity. She dismissed it with the rest. Saturday morning arrived, a day more brilliant than the sunset hour of the day when Robley broke his wrist. Alice awoke in a fever induced by tossing and sleeplessness as she thought of the problem she must meet. There was no further time to be lost, and nothing had come to her assistance. Then Thurley, plus her helpful fate, brought it all to crystallization, unguessed by Alice at the time. "Oh, Alice," she said at breakfast, "what a gorgeous day! Could we order the horses for a gallop in the park?" Alice avidly welcomed the suggestion. "Why, yes, by all means, Thurley. Order yours for this afternoon. I'll ride like a cat on skates, you know, but I'd rather you went than not." "Oh," said Thurley, "I hoped we might go together." Alice smiled at her archly. "Even though you might perchance meet a motorist, disabled and forlorn. Fiddlesticks! Order your horse for 3, and James will trail behind." End of chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 9. Revelations in a Runaway. More furiously than ever before had James trailed that afternoon. Never had a day been finer, the assemblage of carriages and riders in the park more brilliant, or Thurley more alive with the effervescence of youth and the fire of joy. Her horse, a superb Arabian, glossy as the sun itself and darkly red as the richest autumn foliage, was ignited by her spirit. He pranced, cavorted, arched his neck in pride of the dainty mistress on his back, and ached for a chance to let out his powers for once and prove himself worthy of her love. Already she loved him in a riotous mood that extended to the ruddy world in its regal splendours of colour. Not since a day in the far-away spring had she been thus enthroned in a saddle. Her spirit vaulted tempestuously ahead of the galloping steed. He gloried in the rush and motion, the exhilarating air with its touch of frost hurled upon her by her cleaving through the new-found avenues of pleasure. She rode like a splendid young Valkyrie, wielded by skill and sheer abandon into wondrous unity with the animal, excited and delighted by her weight. It was only wild riding in the sense of its utter freedom, beauty, and spontaneity. It was rhythm and spirit and courage exemplified in her absolute confidence and passion for living and motion. She dashed through one of the bridle paths that parallel a drive like a vision of velocity and beauty. From 100 glinting carriages flinging back the sun rays from varnish, silver, and burnished animals, a wondering procession of wealth's spoiled darlings paid her the tribute of their stares, their gasps, curiosity, and admiration. Some for the marvel of her colouring and grace, the proud, handsome face exquisitely regal, some for such horsemanship as the park had rarely seen, and some for her daring and apparent recklessness. The men and women drifting by on the tide of luxury and ease were magnetized despite themselves, while Thurley was completely unaware. She raced from their sight like a fragment from an epic of rapture. Her joy in her Amazonian liberty and flight was a thing to be felt by all who saw, so potent were its radiant emanations. Round the bend, with James in desperation spurring at the rear, she encountered a party of equestrians, men and women, posting along like a dozen conventional automatons invented for mechanical riding. With one accord they turned to watch her pass. Beyond them she approached and overtook 3 women riding in a group. The farther she rode, the sweeter grew the breath that swept from the autumn perfumed trees, and the wilder became the answer of her spirit. It seemed like a ride through amber, gold, and flame. Every vista looming ahead in her path seemed a red-lit glow of welcome. Then the way once more drew in abreast a drive, where again the pageantry of wealth rolled languorously by. Broughams, coupés, glinting automobiles, hansoms, barouches, and children's phaetons, decorously winding the highways of indulgence and flinging off their largesse of light from 1,000 flashing spokes, moved in 2 opposing streams. Again, as before, the homage of their seldom stirred attention was paid to Thurley, romping past. 100 scions of the house of ease inquired who she was. Then from one of the carriages occupied solely by one old woman and a broad, athletic young man came a note of surprise and gladness, which started as if to become a shout and ended much suppressed. The eager young man half rose in his seat, showing his arm in a sling. It was Robley Stuyvesant, once more desperately hoping for the vision of a face which at last he had seen once again. He saw her skimming lightly by, with never a turn of her head, her thoroughbred tingle with his glad response to the beating and wish of her heart. He wanted to cry out mightily, to turn and pursue, to halt her somewhere, anywhere, for a moment of looking in her eyes. She was gone almost before his thoughts could arrange themselves in order. Stifling an utterance akin to a groan, he sank once more on the cushions, and instantly recovered sufficient of his natural acumen to gaze out again for Thurley's attendant. "Great roaring ghosts!" he exclaimed aloud as James went feverishly past. He had recognized Alice's man. A mad, unreasoning impulse to escape his present obligations with the quiet old woman at his side and hasten pell-mell to the Van Kirk mansion was the initial suggestion in his brain. Then he knew that no one would be found at home, and could only hope that Thurley might cross his orbit again. It seemed likely that she would cross every orbit in the world, while for herself it was merely the wine of unbridled delight that increased in her nature as she rode. With the horse it was madness that was growing. He too was aflame with the love of speed, the tang of nude nature in the air, the urging of joy-heated blood. She slowed him at the crossing of a pedestrian's path, and he quivered with impatience to be off again, to delight alike the kindred spirit on his back and the riot in his veins. She lifted the reins, and he was swiftly galloping, dipping to earth like a swallow. They were headed south, the park's length northward as far as the riding pathway went, and the width of it westward had been rapidly traversed. They would be obliged to make its round 6 times to satisfy Thurley's craving for the joy. The gravelled way swung close to the side of the western drive, where only a few of the chariots of wealth and fashion paraded. A number of rapidly moving automobiles were here almost entirely in possession of the road. It was near the spot where Robley Stuyvesant had fallen in the rain, and Thurley had been launched by kindly fates. A racing car came swiftly down the stretch, its reckless driver wilfully and wantonly shattering the most liberal of the speed regulations. Abreast of Thurley's Arabian, already strung to the highest nervous tension, the fellow suddenly opened his muffler cutout, and his great motor roared with deafening percussions. Instantly bolting after one wild leap aside, the animal under Thurley flattened oddly down above the earth, already streaming greyly away beneath him, and ran with all his might. His speed was terrific, not in the motion, which had steadied to a strangely easy undulation, but because of the bite of impinging air, the dizzying chaos of trees and park features stampeding by in confusion, and the scene of lost mastery lodged in the girl's delighted being but a moment earlier. She knew she was helpless to control the passion of the thoroughbred, whose bone and sinew and fiery blood had burned for this moment of delirium. She was not alarmed. The sensation engendered by the madness of speed aroused a new sort of pleasure, a welcoming to recklessness, almost a wish for still more velocity forward. She knew she could not ride like this for long without gravest dangers. There were dangers alike to herself and to everything near her. She gathered the reins more closely in, and applied all the strength of her fine young arms to break his mad flight with the bit, but the bar of steel was clamped in his teeth, where resistance only whetted him the more. A shout went up from someone in the road. It swept like a roar, like a wail. Ahead was a turn of the bridle path, and beyond it she knew not what. More yells and shouts came weirdly through the air that was storming, roaring by. The horse responded, if possible, with added speed. Rocks, a bridge, a group of people walking, who barely reeled back from the animal's course in time to escape his flying hoofs, made a series of blurs in the panoramic rush that the path's two sides had become. Pale with the chill of biting air, and likewise with her cool comprehension of the menace of every movement, Thurley felt the inward lean as the flight-crazed Arabian took the curve and plunged on in something akin to panic, rapidly succeeding all things else that might have been present in his nature before. Then her heart turned over like a helpless bell swung too far out of its balance. The road was almost wholly occupied by 10 or more riders, women and men, walking their mounts in the same direction she was racing. She could not cry out a warning. In a blinding conviction of disaster, she could only tug with sturdier might at the reins already tight as fiddle strings, and hope to steer for a foot-wide space between the nearest riders. But someone screamed, some woman sitting on an iron bench that overlooked the scene. In utter fright the riders scattered right and left to let the comet through. Then two of the men, well mounted and cool, spurred hotly in pursuit. They were joined 100 yards below by a mounted policeman, who swung forth already at speed before Thurley had won to his post. He and the men from the pleasure group fell behind with the trees and rocks and wind as the thoroughbred warmed to his work. By then the cries from a score of throats had alarmed the park for a mile. The fright and excitement increased apace as 4 mad riders hurtled on, thoroughly white and rigid, in the lead. James had been hopelessly outdistanced in the first few hundred yards,
Hoofbeat and screams that pierced the air sounded mad warnings down the course. The bridle path dived beneath a bridge that spanned the western drive of Fashion. 100 frightened women saw the runaway dynamic of power flashing his muscles like engine parts in the sunlight's streaming rays, with the stiff, upright figure of the white-faced girl unflinchingly applying strength and nerve and courage to the task of subduing his madness. A second and third of the mounted police whipped into the vortex at the curve that swung on the pathway's eastward trend. Over, across to the dangerous junction of Rider's Path and driveway shot the eager horse, intent upon besting the animals in pursuit. But past the policeman and past his companion crept one of the men from the group in the rear, slowly but steadily gaining on the hard-breathing bay that Thurley guided, and she, in the meantime, finally provoked into new resolve to snatch back the mastery tautly held before, lost patience with the senseless horse, and with it all comprehension of her danger. "Boy," she said, "behave yourself. You ought to be ashamed." Abruptly loosing both the reins, she gave a sudden powerful jerk at the right one, wrapped about her hand, instantly sawing no less stoutly at the other. She felt the bit give back into its place against the tender portion of the creature's jaw, which was then subjected to the splendid strength that the moment lent to her arms and body. She was sawing him back to another thought than that of wild stampede, with impatience that bled him at the mouth as they dashed less swiftly toward the junction. More cries ahead were mingled with the distant shouting at the rear. The driveway of Fashion began to clog with vehicles, halted in confusion and affright. Then, up from the rear, shot the rider who had headed all but Thurley's thoroughbred. He, too, rode superbly, and was mounted on a powerful black, a bluegrass product of the racing blood, without a peer in the city. Nevertheless, when the rider's hand projected forward at the last and clutched Thurley's horse by the bit, she had already calmed his raging fire, and had pulled him down to sideways locomotion. The group swung sharply inward to the left, and Thurley's bay, resentful of the needless interference, flung outward again to the right. The saddle, loosened by the strain and pressure of the race, turned from the change of Thurley's momentum, and threw her easily off on her side in the gravel. She was neither bruised nor scratched, but groans and cries arose from the breathless audience in the halted procession on the drive. Policemen and the others, distanced in the mad pursuit, rode hotly to the scene, even as Thurley sprang to her feet and took her horse in hand. The only man who had ridden with sufficient speed to be in at the crucial moment had dismounted. He was young, smooth-shaven, and ruddy. He had snatched off his cap and was soberly regarding the wondrous surge of colour returning to Thurley's cheeks, when another man came running there from the drive's congested traffic. It was Stuyvesant, white and excited. "Princess!" he cried. Thurley turned, beheld him, and flushed to the tips of her ears. "Here, give me that horse," said one of the mounted policemen, now on foot beside the others. "The young lady might have been killed." "Oh, nonsense," said Thurley. "He's calm enough now, if someone will please adjust the saddle." "Are you hurt?" said Stuyvesant, crowding to her side. "Is there anything I can do?" James, other riders, and a dozen men, together with added numbers of policemen, arrived there in all manner of haste. Thurley foresaw an interference and annoyance. She turned to Stuyvesant gladly, as to one she felt she knew. "I'm not even scratched," she told him in her spirited manner. "He was stopping. He's not excited now. If the saddle hadn't turned, there would be no need for any one to help." The rider, who had caught at her horse's bit, at last reddened more deeply beneath the suntan of his face. "I'm sorry if you think I interfered. was the cause?" "You were very kind," said Thurley radiantly, her smile restoring his exaltation in the moment. "Perhaps if you'll help me now to Oh, here is James. The saddle, James. Will you please put it on a little tighter?" "Look here, miss," said the policeman, who was holding his own fine animal as well as the quivering bay, "I don't want to make you no trouble, nor nothing like that, but this 'orse here is excited. He ain't fit for no lady to ride." He, too, received a smile. "You wouldn't arrest him for a little run like that?" "If you please, I think I know him best." "I give you my word he'll behave." Stuyvesant longed for the use of his injured arm. He thought of another expedient. "You wouldn't think of riding him again, not this morning?" he said, hopelessly convinced that the girl of Thurley's spirit would think of nothing else. "Let me offer to take you home. The carriage is here." James was adjusting the saddle stolidly. The rider, who had all but effected a rescue, fancied he read the one desire in Thurley's courageous nature. "The horse was under control entirely," he said. "I'm sorry I interfered." He was not. He was riotously glad. "I'm sure the lady may be trusted to ride him safely home." "Well, now, I don't know," said the officer. "No, no," said the man in the gathering crowd. "It's madness, a beast like that." Thurley had heard only the man who had ridden to her side and helped to dislodge her from her seat. She turned to him appealingly. "Not home. I'd rather not go home just yet. I do wish people wouldn't act so seriously. Please help me go on as I was." Stuyvesant was desperate. The policeman was afraid of troubles that might still develop. "You see, miss," he started above the murmur and protest of the crowd, "a horse like this—" "Here, officer," muttered the ruddy young rider of the black, slipping a bill into the big, hard hand of the law's representative, "just scatter the crowd. With a dozen of you chaps watching him now, the horse can do no harm." He saw that James had concluded the readjustment of the saddle. "May I assist you up?" he added to Thurley, offering his card. "It's the least I can do after helping to bring you down." Thurley smiled her acceptance of the offer and received the card. Already the policemen were moving back the crowd and heading other horsemen from the scene. A number of those who were nearest the path saw Thurley once more mounted on her throne. Stuyvesant pressed in once again and halted in front of the restless horse, looking up beseechingly. "May I not see you soon?" he said. "If I hadn't been crippled like this." Thurley looked down at his upturned face with glory and mischief burning together in her eyes. "If you can find me, yes." She did not know that he had recognized her man. Then James released the thoroughbred, and she galloped quietly away. End of chapter 9.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 10. A Royal Roll. A fragrant, spicy furor swept searchingly through Swelldom, stirring its units to the depths. Whence sprang the intelligence no one knew, for a score of prominent personages claimed almost simultaneously to have made the discovery that Princess Thurvinia, missing from Europe and said to be travelling or visiting incognito in America, was the guest of Alice Van Kirk. The tropic storm involving curiosity, envy, incredulity, and the most intense concern raged with its own sort of languorous violence throughout the length and breadth of the upper social stratum.
On orchid's breath and on jewelled wings the word was spread of the beauty and daring of the glorious girl who had come to masquerade among them. 100 or more of the world's elite, who knew and spoke with authority, had seen the headstrong horsemanship, the runaway, the fall, and Thurley's return to her horse's back, of which all the avenue was talking. A dozen remembered to have caught a recent glimpse of Alice Van Kirk with a girl extraordinarily handsome. 1 or 2 men had heard Robbie Stuyvesant call her Princess as he ran to her assistance. The wonderful contrast of her golden hair, her chocolate eyes, and the darkness of her brows had escaped no one who had seen her. Excitement, speculation, and 1,000 forgotten intentions to cultivate Alice Van Kirk sprang into immediate activity, and the fondest of Alice's social hopes had been granted well nigh instantaneous fulfilment. Thurley had been home an hour, and Alice barely 20 minutes, when the first delighted buzz of the oncoming storm penetrated the quiet magnificence of the palace on the avenue, and warned the expectant hostess. It entered by means of the phone, a woman's voice, solicitous, endearing, protesting a never forgotten friendship, and inquiring as to any possible injuries inflicted on Mrs. Van Kirk's beautiful guest by her accident in the park. "It is like your enterprise, my dear, to harbour an errant princess," added the woman caressingly. "It justifies the faith I've always reposed in your originality and leadership. It is Princess Thurvinia, of course?" "Has any one heard me say so?" answered Alice evasively, "or anything at all?" "My dear," said the friend, "I've always praised your discretion, and now you compel me again. I thought perhaps you and your charming protégée might join my little informal dinner party at the Plaza on the 8th, and help to fill my horseshoe box in the evening. May I count upon you, dear?" "I fear it would be hardly safe," said Alice, as she presently added, "Good bye." She hastened at once to Thurley's presence for need of a clarifying conference. She appeared quite calm, even languid, as she came in, tall, erect, and almost military in her strong resemblance to the Major, but excitement was burning in her bosom. Accounts of Thurley's ride had been sufficiently agitating, but this was of vastly different order. "Dear child," she said, employing an appellation recently born of her swiftly increasing fondness for the girl, "I wonder if you realise all that happened to day in the park." Thurley, who was resting after a session with her maids, looked up at Alice inquiringly, a serious pucker on her brow. They had spoken of the accident before. "Why, not if it's anything dreadful. Nothing, I hope, to give you worry," she said. "You haven't decided, after all, that I'm not to ride him again?" "It isn't that, but as for worry, judge for yourself," said Alice with a smile. "You convince the world, our world at least, that Princess Thurvinia, living for some time incognito, was here in New York as my guest." Thurley was grave and flushed for a moment, then burst into laughter, deliciously fresh. "How utterly ridiculous! It's perfectly absurd. I wonder why Mr. Stuyvesant should call me But of course they will soon understand. No one could long be deceived by anything so ludicrous." "That is not altogether so certain," Alice answered seriously. "What was it Robbie Stuyvesant called you, my dear?" "Why, Princess, I think." Her cheeks took on a tint of embarrassment and pleasure. "Of course he doesn't know my name, but why should he think, if he is the only one who thinks so peculiarly? He is not, dear child. He is one of scores who are quite convinced they have shown tremendous acumen
in making the same discovery. Doesn't the notion rather amuse and please you? Why, think of daring to let them, of posing, I mean, and being revealed, and all that. It might be amusing for a day, of course, especially with all you are doing, giving me, making of me here. But, Alice, to dare to claim, don't you see both of us would appear the minute the facts came out? Alice nodded. Precisely, my dear Thurley, and that is exactly why we do not intend to make the slightest claim or pretence to anything of the sort. But do you think of any good reason for revealing anything at all? Should we try to disabuse the minds of any of those people who flattered themselves by their cleverness in discovering the marked resemblance between you and Princess Thurvinia? Thurley looked at her sharply, her eyes grown grave at once. Do you mean? I mean, my dear, that if we denied the soft impeachment, we should only convince them the more. I mean, it would certainly amuse us both, and afford us immeasurable entertainment to permit them to think what they please, to assert nothing, deny nothing, merely permit events to shape themselves as they will. Wouldn't that please and amuse you, dear? Couldn't you play the role? The role of a princess? The role of a lovely young girl whose identity is wholly unknown. If you fit the mould of a princess, I should call it singularly good fortune. Thurley burned warmly again with innate modesty and with irrepressible delight in the thought with its attendant possibilities. But I shouldn't know the very first thing of the way a princess behaves or talks or anything, and Princess Thurvinia must be German or something like it, of course. And you once taught French and German, and told me you lived 3 years on the Continent. I have heard you speaking both languages to your maids. In addition to that, you must certainly see that Princess Thurvinia, attempting to conceal herself or to masquerade in Manhattan, would naturally make every possible effort to act as unlike a royal personage as possible. Oh, you could do it, my dear, if that was our desire. But at most I have only suggested the amusement of maintaining absolute secrecy or mystery as to who and what you are, and permitting our clever acquaintances to do the rest for themselves. You will do this much to please me, I am sure. Thurley regarded her soberly. You desire it very much? It would please me greatly, amuse me, afford me new interest in life. Thurley was silent for a moment, her face flushed and paler by turns. Slowly the brightest sparkle of a smile and flash of jewel brightness came to her eyes. It would be a lark. Good fun. You'll do it, dear? Alice was far more eager than accent or movement could possibly indicate. Thurley was instantly reflective. What would the role involve? I mean, how should I have to begin? You see, I don't in the least know what I should have to do. Do almost nothing, Alice informed her eagerly. Let people make fools of themselves, if that's their whim. It's so much more complete. We shall simply evade and parry all questions, make no claims, and rather avoid the subject than court it. All I require of you, my dear, is that you make no disclaimers to anyone, that you reveal nothing at all from the past, and that you spend money regally, continue lovely, and avoid all heart entanglements for at least a year. You know I asked that before, and received your acceptance of the condition. You are free, of course, to conduct all the mild flirtations you please. I really wish you to be royally happy and free." "Oh, lordy," said Thurley girlishly, her face fairly beaming with dimpling smiles, "it's so comical. Do you really think I'm worth it? Think I shan't make a failure of it all?" She had risen in her new excitement of spirit, and Alice rose to take her two warm hands. "Dear child," she said, "I don't believe there's an ounce of failure in your composition. If you wish to know, I think it rather your natural right to be an American princess." She kissed her honestly, adding, "I have always felt I'd like to make one my own way." Thurley smiled with tender wistfulness. "I'm so afraid I may have to wake up. I was never loyal to a fairy queen before. It's so odd to have to believe in fairies now." "But you do. It's a bargain, then, my harsh conditions and all?" "Why, I suppose so. It could do no harm to anyone in the world. But suppose that anyone I used to know, should find me out and explode the little fiction." "What fiction?" said Alice. "You see, my dear, we are putting forth no fiction. We must both remember that. Besides, you are rather far removed from your older life and associations. Let's consider the agreement settled, and begin to enjoy the play." "Oh, I couldn't help enjoying the situation," Thurley admitted. "I'm afraid I'm hopelessly human." "Thank Heaven," said Alice. "Let's go down. I hear the phone." Chapter 10.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 11. Confirming a Rumour. All evening the telephone was jangling, and the wire was warm with invitations, declarations of friendship, and solicitude for the nerves of the royal little rider who had been all but thrown in the park. Throughout all Swelldom the silvery alarms were tinkling, some as bald warnings to beware of sham, some in sheer trepidation of spirit, and some as mere relief to beings hopelessly burdened with ennui. On the following day, which was Alice's afternoon at home, the stir and the test began. 50 or more of Gothem's elect, including delegates from the sharpest, the wealthiest, and the most inquisitive cliques, remembered that attentions had long been due to Alice Van Kirk, and arrived to meet their obligations. Stuyvesant came at 4, only to find himself helplessly isolated from the princess by others more prompt than himself. He had never thought her so regally dainty, so altogether irresistible and exquisite, as he found her to day when she gave him her hand the moment when Alice formally made them acquainted. She was introduced merely as Miss Thurley, and not by the slightest sign or hint was the claim to royalty admitted. No vision more girlishly lovely, sincere, or disarming than she presented there by Alice's side had ever been known in all Manhattan. To those of the keenly astute frame of mind who addressed her in French or German,
She replied in their chosen tongue, with piquancy and ease that almost invariably shamed their somewhat puny and unpractised accomplishments in continental languages. The very evasions and faint denials by which Alice parried the bolder assertions that Thurley had been instantly recognised and might as well be confessed, only served to strengthen the conviction as to Thurley's royal origin. It was all adroit, tactful, insidious, and it met its just reward. Those who had come surcharged with doubt and ready to prick the bubble of Alice Van Kirk's latest triumph were the first to be self-deluded, and hence the wonder grew. A meagre 5 minutes was the utmost that Stuyvesant and Thurley could manage to detach, in which to be even approximately alone. He was simply nearer to her side than any one else as she sat in the corner of the room. He moved a trifle closer and lowered his voice. "Did you think I should find you yesterday, Miss Thurley, when you gave me permission to try?" She met the ardour of his gaze with candid interest, noting the change that absence of pain had wrought upon his face, and mentally approving his finely chiselled features, the healthy glow of his colour, and the steady level of his warm grey eyes. She laughed. "Did I appear to stop and think at all? You haven't spoken of your wrist. I hope it's mending rapidly." His eyes were shining. "I still prefer someone else to drive the car. Will you sometime permit me to thank you properly?" "Would it be so improper now?" He met her merry glance undaunted. "It would be a sacrilege in the presence of all these persons. Of course you're aware they are simply a lot of self-appointed appraisers, and I'm sure you know I am not." "I must be very knowing," said Thurley, "to know so much so soon." "It's the third time we've met," he answered. "There is always a charm in threes." Her eyes showed mock dejection. "Oh, isn't that too bad? You may wish never to disturb the charm again." He was equal to the quip. "It can never be disturbed once established like this. In fact, as soon as you took the wheel that day in the park, it was complete." "I feared it," she answered. "Complete, finished, labelled, and laid away to be forgotten." He was nonplussed only for a moment. "I can see you were never a boy when the jam was labelled and laid away to be remembered." He glanced up quickly, where one of the maids had admitted new callers at the door. "Good heavens!" he added, beholding two exceedingly ample women surging in majestically. "More old dreadnoughts. I wanted to ask, but Alice was coming." Thurley rose, not only to meet the imposing visitors, but also a man in their company. For a moment she wondered, almost in fear, where the eyes of this man might have confronted hers before. Then she knew him, the rider encountered in the park, he who had raced to halt her horse and helped her sudden dismounting. His name was Kelsey Woods. "Shamelessly glad to see you again," he informed her with pleasant boldness of candour. "Sorry not to find you riding out today." Then his eyes came to rest for a second on the face of Robley Stuyvesant, heading for Alice Van Kirk. Their glances met and exchanged some manner of challenge that their formal bows made little attempt to disguise. 3 minutes later, when Lady Honor Calthrop and young Count José Vicencio y Faishi, the fiery Spanish-Italian duellist, and Romeo of numerous European capitalists made their appearance, Alice's cup was filled with a violence almost alarming. "Ah, mademoiselle," said the Count, almost instantly on his presentation to Thurley, his voice reminiscent of Vesuvian flames and lavas, "in St. Petersburg I die 3 times to have this honour, mine at last," and he kissed her hand with Italian fervour and Spanish grace.
cracking his heels together energetically as he bent his supple waist. "At last my soul is in flight above the clouds. But you do not recall you have seen me, no?" "I'm afraid I do not," said Thurley, unprepared for such demonstration. "I'm sure I should remember." "Valgame Dios," he answered from his altitude above the clouds, "you have only changed to become more lovely." Then he met the cold American stare of Stuyvesant's blue-grey and Woods's light greenish eyes, and little comprehended that the course even of a Romeo's ardour may not be so smooth as milk. Thurley escaped with a surge of release to the placid stolidity of Lady Honour Calthrop's presence, and began to wonder how the game on which she had entered would end. It had only begun. The afternoon was a calm, unexcited prologue merely of the complications, rivalries, shocks, and surprises already mustered out beyond, to procession into and through her life, newly launched in its royal career. Conventionality cleared the house within the ensuing hour, but nothing could clear the pathway reaching out ahead, where its windings and grades, its rocky slopes and grassy reaches were alike obscured in the veils of things that were yet to be, too remote to cast a shadow or reflect the glow of the sun. In the next few days full confirmation of the fact that Alice Van Kirk's protégée was none other than the royal Princess Thurvinia was vouchsafed from every direction, despite the Van Kirk evasions and Thurley's avoidance of the subject. Besiegers stormed the Fifth Avenue mansion in droves, friends, admirers, invitations multiplied appallingly, and then the Horse Show opened the season of the Goddesses of Wealth. End of chapter 11.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 12. Horses and Humans. Never had a premiere of society's pet function been so brilliant. Never had the gilded hostelries of Gothem entertained so great a number of guests at horse show dinners, nor had special decorations and favours at the gorgeous dining rooms ever been so lavish or so costly. It was the night of the horse and splendour, the splendour of raiment, jewels, and beauty for which American women are famous throughout the world. The attendance at huge, old, transformed Madison Square Garden was more brilliant than either the show or the setting. It was late when the boxes began to fill, the arena boxes separated from the horses' ring only by the railed-off promenade. Superbly gowned and furred, the women began to arrive at 9, despite the fact that many ring events had been scheduled for an hour earlier. At 9:30, with 6 magnificent teams of heavy draught horses proudly entering upon the tanbark, and the boxes practically filled, the band, by mere coincidence, struck up the German national anthem, and Thurley and Alice arrived. A murmur of excitement, admiration, and homage almost instantly arose. No more exquisitely regal figure had ever graced the garden than Thurley presented, moving slowly with Alice and her party to their box. Never had Thurley's fresh young beauty so glowed and irradiated charm. She was gowned like a veritable princess at this fairy court. With herself and Alice were Lady Honor Calthrop, Major Rutherford of the 7th British Hussars, the Honourable Miss Dorothy Hedrington, Lieutenant Lee Gerard Curtis, 14th Cavalry, USA, and his wife, all of whom had comprised the Van Kirk dinner party at the Plaza. Thurley had never been more happily excited in her life than when, as they reached their box and assumed their seats, the beauty and thrill of it crept to her senses, and the wine of it surged in her pulses. She was unaware of 1,000 pair of eyes already focused upon her. Her heart was beating to the music, her colour was glowing to the softened refulgence of the 1,000 crystals of flame. Her nature was tingling with warmth and delight as the sight of the 24 great horses in the ring, 6 teams of 4 each, superbly accoutred, and arching their necks with conscious pride in their strength and breeding as they moved about on the tanbark of the oval. Below her were scores of beings of all degrees in the social world, a fringe of men and women absorbingly interested in horses and nothing but horses, hung upon the wooden rail about the ring as children might at a circus. Behind them, and frequently mingling with them, were men in evening costume and women richly gowned, who represented the sporting element of Gotham's elect. Between these latter and the balustrade of the boxes paraded scores and droves of the curious, frankly inspecting the occupants of favoured seats above them. All sorts and conditions were represented in this ever-moving procession, from the wealthiest and most select to the poorest girl worker from some Broadway office, treating herself to this proximity to wealth and the scions thereof. Far across and up and down the huge arena, the scores of boxes were filled with the darlings of money and power, and back and forth their occupants were visiting, 100 already alive with interest at the news that the Princess had appeared. Robley Stuyvesant arrived at the Van Kirk box almost at Alice's heels. He had barely time to pay his respects to the occupants and be formally presented to Major Rutherford and the Curtises, when the Vesuvian Romeo, Count Fieschi, likewise arrived, to be followed by young Baron Klimpsch, Captain Fowler, Beau Bremer, of the diplomatic service, and constant stream of eager visitors. No less than half a dozen boxes were emptied forthwith as their holders joined the now congesting parade, slowly moving by the place where Thurley sat. Amused and too diverted by the horses and pageantry of notables to find conversation with Stuyvesant or any other possible, the Princess gained in animation momentarily, and her smile became more infectious and winning. "Ah, Highness," she heard Count Fieschi murmur in his reckless ardour, "I am a-dropping from the clouds these days until I see you once again. My wings are your smiles. You will not see me dash to earth with all his rocks. One smile, I soar again. Ah!" Thurley had smiled, it may not be denied. "You are very considerate," she told him. "You fear the rocks might be broken?" "Virgin Santissima, no," he assured her. "My heart." She smiled again, and yet he did not soar, but instead edged closer with his chair. "It is a divinity," he murmured. "It is above paradise, and—" He did not finish his description. Stuyvesant was glowering upon him forbiddingly. How utterly he loathed the being who could bring his grimaces and deportment of courtship to this public theatre. But the interruption came from another source. Kelsey Woods, the dashing horseman of the park, had crowded forward in the press below Thurley's seat, and, saluting with his hat, held up his hand for the formal grip that hundreds were exchanging between boxes and parade.
"Began to fear you might not come," he confessed with his usual candour. "Been watching constantly. I say, I thought I might ask you to ride my hunter Wednesday night, and perhaps drive my hackneys as well. What do you say?" Thurley appeared all innocence. "All at once, Mr. Woods? Wouldn't it seem an innovation?" "Did I make it sound like that?" he begged. "A reversion to my English schooling. Shocking habit. But you'll ride the hunter. He's a beauty." Alice leaned down above the throng. "Kelsey Wood," she said, "please take your temptations to another quarter." A sudden ripple of applause as a team of magnificent Norman Percherons received the blue ribbon for first award startled Thurley to attention on the horses. They were trotting off like big, good-natured playfellows of toil, and the girl's softly glowing eyes abruptly focused on a new face at which she gazed in unexplainable fascination. The face was that of a woman, a well-groomed, aristocratic-looking woman, with an air of something distinctly foreign in her composition. She was pale, her face was of an olive tint, and it was large, too large for beauty or anything save a certain sense of strength. It was her eyes, however, that exercised the fascination. They were slightly slanted, exceptionally wide apart, and of the palest ice-blue colour imaginable. Fixed upon Thurley's face with singular intensity, these eyes became for a moment the only visible objects presented to the girl in all the theatre of colour and motion. They were baleful, poisonous-seeming eyes, penetrative and disturbingly insistent in their stare. All their concentrated power appeared to be centred on the girl, who felt herself swiftly losing her sense of joy and partaking of coldness of the nerves. By an effort Thurley wrenched her own honest gaze from the woman's and smiled up at Stuyvesant, standing at Alice's side. In the grateful light he gave her from his warm grey eyes she felt new security, a comradeship that some way took her instantly back to that day in the park when a fall broke his wrist and placed him for a little in her care. End of chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 13. Elements of Complication. When she glanced again toward the crowds in the ring, the woman of icy eyes had disappeared. By then the nature of the show had undergone a change. The interval between events in the ring was seized upon with astonishing avidity by scores and droves of box inhabitants, eager to avail themselves of nearer inspection of, or an introduction to, the royal little person who had come to their show beneath the wing of Alice Van Kirk. The fortification was besieged. Dozens of the younger men, nearly as many of their elders, and women in bevies crowded to the place, numbers to halt in the promenade, but the vast majority to juggle for presentation to the princess. It ceased to be a horse show and became a royal levee. Confused and excited, but growing momentarily more gracious and girlish, even as she grew more beautiful with the flush of colour in her cheeks, Thurley could barely murmur a conventional formula to each one thus presented, and think with terror on the utter impossibility of ever remembering all those names and faces. Alice Van Kirk, meantime, was hardly less occupied than Thurley to manage her own situation with the diplomatic adroitness demanded by the moment. She was smothered with honours, invitations, and a popularity absolutely overwhelming. A score of attentions and recognitions she coveted were indiscriminately mingled with twice as many more she wished to scorn. The younger men, whom first of all she wished to magnetize, aware that success in her social ambitions would follow where they led, had multiplied to alarming numbers in a flash. Her triumph was a species of landslide of inconvenient propositions. She did not know, and could not have known at the moment, that with all these men it was Thurley's exquisite beauty, her irresistible personality and radiant charm, more than all her advertised royalty of origin, that wrought the magnetic spell. She only saw her protégée growing instantly more and more an object of something akin to social worship, and more secure in her hold upon the novelty-loving, ennui-haunted beings of their world. The next event in the arena was the judging of 5 pairs, geldings and mares, shown to phaetons, women to drive. The band was playing selections from the latest musical comedy as the proud matched animals and their skilful drivers swung briskly in upon the tan-bark ring. Thurley was instantly all attention as before, from sheer love of the horses and their management. Dimly aware that Count Fieschi, Robley Stuyvesant, not to mention the Baron, the captain, and the beau were waging a silent sort of war for the place at her side, she turned from them all to the bright arena, leaning girlishly forward in her fervour. A man of middle age, with a moustache obviously grown in resemblance to that of Kaiser William, took one keen scrutinizing inventory of the girl's unusual features, nodded once as if to himself, and disappeared in the throng. He was the second curious individual who had waited for a clear, unobstructed view of her face, for reasons that were not merely curiosity or admiration. There was still a third such being in the garden, another woman, one of the humblest of the humble, a worker out of employment, consumed with love of things in the unattainable highest social stratum, and now far out in the tide of the crush that slowly paraded by the box where Thurley was sitting in her splendour. She was Thurley's cousin. She had seen the princess from across the ring, and, unable to credit her senses, or believe it was she, was slowly working forward with the press, fearful lest Thurley might at any moment rise and depart before she could come sufficiently close, perhaps to attract her gaze. Meantime, the person with the Kaiser adornment on his upper lip, having cleared the close-packed audience before the royal box, made rapid progress down the garden to the rear, where horses in waiting, with carriages, grooms, and footmen, were screened from the general view, and, saluting a tall, whiskered foreigner, stepped nimbly aside to report. "It is she," he stated, murmuring his statement in German. "I should know her in a million, though I saw her but once at court." "She saw you? She might have known you," demanded the other with evident impatience. "What of that?" The smaller man shook a violent negative. "She neither saw me, nor would she know me by any possibility, though she looked for an hour in my face." The other turned and struck with his fist his palm. "The folly, the headstrong folly of her escapade, and to show herself in public like this here. We are helpless to move. We can only at most report." He started in a feverish stride past the carriages and servants, and so, emerging from behind the screen at its opposite end, continued down on the farther side of the oval, making his way to the exit of the garden. Once he paused, with his agent at his heels, to glance half resentfully across the ring at the girl on the opposite side. "So beautiful, so conspicuous," he muttered in throaty German. "The peril, the perpetual disaster of beauty." He shrugged his shoulders, continued on and out the door, and was driven away, still accompanied by his man, in a limousine car that was waiting for him. Thurley's relative during this brief period had wormed her way to a gap in the fringe of people leaning on the rail about the ring, and there she caught at an anchorage from which to make her observations. She was small and insignificant, this poor bit of drift in the daily tides of Gothem, a woman of perhaps 33, rather white of face, slender and nervous. She bore not the slightest resemblance to Thurley, at whom she was gazing now with faculties utterly bewildered. In one moment certain, in the next unconvinced, that a being so glorious, so radiant, so obviously one of New York's elite, could possibly have any identity with Thurley Ruxton. She lost all sense of judgment. There were moments when Alice's protégé seemed unmistakably the cousin from New Haven. In the next she appeared absolutely another individual, not even so remarkably like Thurley after all. It seemed, moreover, preposterous that Thurley could have come to this estate. Nothing in reason could account for her elevation thus to such patent favouritism with swelldoms, exacting and reluctant monarchs. And then presently, to the dulled perception of the eager woman's ears, came the tag end of a conversation, every part of which she might have overheard. A man was speaking, one hall-marked with patrician manners. "Yes," he agreed, as if upon mature reflection and estimate, eyeing Thurley through half-closed lids, as a connoisseur squints at a painting. "She quite fulfills the final requirements in a princess. The first I ever saw that did. For the most part they're a bally, homely lot. Princess Thurvinia, I confess my ignorance of her state, but that hair, that Flemish hair, I should know that in the dark." Thurley's cousin gazed at the princess with newer interest. All question instantly vanished from her mind. She could see it was not Thurley now, and felt herself flattered in that seat of her former doubt that had argued to utter absurdity of such social eminence for the girl who had not so long before taught students in the classic shades of Yale. But she did not move. She was singularly fascinated by this juxtaposition with royalty. It was almost marvellous just to be granted this fateful opportunity of feasting her eyes and soul for once on the beauty and graciousness of one so nobly born, and reigning in the court of elegance and wealth presented here, where all the worthwhile world was paying homage. Attentions to Thurley in the box, indeed, had rendered even casual regard of the horses out of the question. In vain the fair drivers whipped their pairs to speed and high-stepping action. It was Thurley's hour, despite herself, and Alice was fairly dazed by the unanimity with which the eager social set was plunging into self-delusion. Events in the ring succeeded one another in a mere routine, made lifeless and colourless by the greater magnetism at the box. Thurley had scarcely had time for more than mere quick glances at the horses of the show, and Alice was thinking of the wisdom of retreat. 15 saddle horses for women were brought to the oval, and Thurley wished with all her heart she might enjoy them exclusively, and be herself forgotten for a little time in which to catch at her wits. She turned in her chair, looking out on the ring, and then at the faces closer by. Her glance was caught of a sudden by the white immobility of her cousin's countenance, as the latter stood by the wooden rail, transfixed by delight and adoration. Instantly a shade of colour dropped from Thurley's cheeks, only to rush back as quickly in a hotter, deeper flood of disordered emotions. Her recognition of the small, slender figure had been immediate, and no less swift had been a tumult of conflict in her brain and heart as to what she ought to do. Her impulse prompted her head to nod, her lips to curve in a smile of old affection, and her spirit to burn its lamps of loyalty and welcome in her eyes. Her calculation and underlying consciousness of the obligation due to Alice Van Kirk relentlessly put on their check. Confused, incapable of weighing a matter so unexpectedly confronting her judgment for decision, she did nothing at all save to grasp at control of her faculties, and her cousin decided in her stead, already convinced that she was gazing at Princess Thurvinia. The pale little hero worshipper merely blanched a bit whiter, thus to be detected at her staring, fluttered her eyes in an effort to recover her wavering wits, and turned to the horses in the ring. Thurley rose and met the solicitous scrutiny of Alice's eyes. She smiled with a forced restoration of her poise, her one desire now being to escape as soon as possible. "Shall we go?" she said. It must be nearly over." "By all means, my dear," Alice answered gladly, and the evening's farewells were quickly and quietly exchanged. Still in a lingering haze of doubt, unrest, and trifling apprehension lest the presence of her cousin in the town might possibly compromise or even jeopardize her new position in the social world, Thurley followed mechanically where their escorts led the way. Then out in the marble corridor of the building, facing the draught of November air that swept in through the open doors, she received again a peculiar wireless shock for which she could have supplied no explanation. That same foreign-looking woman of the pale olive face and ice-blue eyes was standing over against the wall, her gaze hard set and concentrated on Thurley's striking features. Again that sense of something baleful and menacing tinged the girl's nerves with chill as she met the glitter of the other woman's scrutiny. She did not observe a small dark man with eyes as shifty as those of a coon, who glanced from herself to the woman by the wall, then leisurely followed from the place. Almost with the same alacrity with which a carriage attendant on the curb outside summoned Alice's car to receive its passengers, a second such person called up a nearby taxicab, into which the small dark man was fairly shunted. When Alice's car rolled up the avenue, the other tagged it unobtrusively at a distance of discretion in the rear. End of chapter 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 14. A Triumph and a Jar. For Thurley the horse show was over, while the consequences of her appearance there had only as yet begun. For the 2 or 3 days next ensuing she was dimly aware of a small gnawing worry that robbed her pleasure of its fullest charm. She wondered 1,000 times if she had played the generous, creditable part in withholding her look of recognition from her cousin. Time after time she informed herself that she had followed the only possible course, that no good purpose could have been served by betraying her real identity to one so far removed from herself by everything of life. Yet the haunting reflection still remained that her cousin had been denied. For a much briefer time her mind was concerned with the image of that other woman's face and its insistent eyes. All worries were presently swept away, however, in the wonderful tumult of pleasures and experiences impinging on her changed existence. Magic followed magic at the conjuring of money and her own inherent charm, like an avalanche of dream imaginings, all wondrously rendered true. The favours of the gods were tumbling, gliding, and flowing in upon her. Wardrobes, jewels, the costliest furs, her own imported car and retinue of servants, and a bank account of startling proportions, entirely her own and subject only to her regal little self. As she was sought from noon till midnight by 100 exclusive cliques among the women, she was courted, flattered, worshipped by a score of young princes of wealth. Into the maelstrom of beings whose sole occupation is to woo, cajole, and entice pleasures to their grasp, she was whirled with dizzying velocity. Her feeling of security increased. Worries and apprehensions subsided rapidly in the conquering flood of everyday success. Her confidence became established, together with a mastery of herself and the situation, precisely as she felt her sense of mastery over horses and the giant forces of her car. The opera season opened at the psychological moment when her new assurance had lent the final polish to her girlishly regal ways. The Metropolitan premiere was a night of dazzling triumph for Alice as well as her protégé. Neither overdressed nor overjewelled, Thurley was a vision of ethereal beauty and imperial grace, dividing with the wonderful music and power of Aida the honours of the evening. She was exquisite, as rare as an orchid, and at times as wholly unconscious of her loveliness. She was deeply moved by the searching, voluptuous enchantment of the epic thus uttered forth in melody, and in such mood drifted far from herself and far from the mimic play of which she was the centre. She was watched from afar or from near at hand by whole blocks of box occupants and spectators seated less favourably in the orchestra stalls. Not one of her self-created satellites was absent from the house. Count Fieschi, Woods, Robley Stuyvesant, poor would-be busy Willie Stetson, Algy Dearborn of near fame in limericks, the German nobleman, the Canadian officer, and a baker's dozen of less aggressive and persistent hopefuls were as near her as money and activity could place them. Not one in all the inventory had been permitted since the night of the horse show so to ingratiate himself with Alice as to have 5 whole minutes alone with her monarchical little charge. The pent-up volcanics between them were therefore bordering on a state of eruption and counter-eruption more or less menacing to each. This particular night afforded scant of any opportunity, even to the most sagacious, to steal a march upon his fellow conspirators. Thurley was, as it were, equally divided among them all, a fact affording intense, if only temporary, gratification to at least one little creature, Mildred Gray, who could almost have torn the princess to shreds for having cast her spell, all unwittingly, upon the Willie Stetson elsewhere mentioned. But that night inaugurated changes. It ignited all the glare and incense of the social ritual, casting a blinding refulgence and an intoxicating fragrance of narcotic essences through all the gilded halls of pleasure, and it struck into being in Thurley Ruxton's nature a tiny spark of wanton joy in her power, a spark that has burned the heart of many of her sex to a cold black crisp at last. Something had echoed in her over-flattered self, the mad desire for wealth, position, and power that had steeled her resolve when Gaylord threw her off that far back night in New Haven. It would be so good to retaliate, to flirt with men, to urge them on, to play upon their fondest dreams and hopes, only to crush them at the end. It would salve so thoroughly the wounds Acton Gaylor had made in her heart to treat all his kind as he had treated her, as hundreds of his ilk were daily treating the college widows of her town. She felt as if righteous indignation might almost have been delegated to herself from all college widows, power to punish for the punishments that scores and hundreds had endured. The power was hers at last. Without a realizing sense of all that was occurring, she had achieved at a bound that very position she coveted so intently, and resolved to have on the night of her anguish and her utter mortification. She did not actually resolve to assume the grim role of Nemesis to all the moths already drawn to her light, for a certain heartlessness in such deliberate intent was more or less impossible to her nature. She did, however, breathe fire and excitement in the consciousness of mighty power laid almost unbidden in her grasp. Moreover, she had promised Alice Van Kirk that she would not permit her heart to become seriously entangled for a year. If the men would come, many of them insincere, self-seeking, and scheming, they would scarcely be so defenceless and trusting as she had one time been. The hour and the world had been laid at her feet, and the thought made her drunk with delight. She thought of half a dozen men at once, with whom a tilt at the game of hearts would be only harmless diversion. She could not shut them from her life, nor think of them seriously for half a moment. She mentally bunched them like asparagus and tied them about the waist. There was one, however, not included either in the group of vegetable sprouts or her half-formed intent to enjoy her wondrous power. The one was Robley Stuyvesant, somewhat sacredly set apart. She told herself it was merely for his wrist that he must be spared, but the hour of their meeting and the way thereof was rarely absent from her thoughts. To-night, as the theme of the music and the play entwined a spell of tenderness, romance, and exultation with her thoughts, she could not surrender to a mere desire to exercise a selfish motive. Dreams of her past, some old, some as new as the hour in which she drove Stuyvesant's car, crept subtly to her heart, and kindled a glow as sweetly wholesome as the fire on a homely hearth. The hour was one not soon to be repeated, where she hovered like a girl emerging from the trust and innocence of youth to woman's conception of the world. In it were mingled all her old unworldliness and a dawning appreciation of the sovereignty thus magically bestowed upon her being. She loved her new made power intensely, She loved the elegance, comfort, and beauty made possible by the life into which, in the argosy of fate, she had drifted thus incredibly. There was one thing missing only, someone to whom to tell it all, someone dear enough and near enough to share her joy and the wonder of such an occurrence, someone whom mutual trust and love would single out for such a comradeship that all they knew and felt and hoped must for ever be divided between them. The ghost of Gaylord strayed like a mist through the glowing halls of her thought. He and she had once been so near this very sort of partnership and trust. A pang and another reoccurrence of her growing desire to repay his kind succeeded her momentary longing. And then her gaze, which had focused for a moment on the vagueness of dreams, swung out across the brilliant scene presented by the audience, and met the watchful eyes of Robley Stuyvesant, seated near by in a box. A quaint little exultation leaped in her heart at the sheer audacity and boldness of love encountered in his glances. It swept her for a moment away with himself to the car in the open park. Then she cast off the charm as she might have cast a chain, the links of which, though golden, lustrous, and light to bear, she would not consent to lock upon her arms. From box to box her eager attention sped, lingering here and there on the brilliant iridescence of diamonds and pearls that flashed from necklaces, tiaras, and even coronets, where women, gowned in bewildering richness and beauty, vied with one another in display. And then, as before, sheer ravishment of melody, where the blended perfections of the orchestration uttered the joys and anguishes of souls at the brink of climax, caught up her soul, and she was wafted out on an azure sea where nothing of earth could exist. She was never able clearly to recall the kaleidoscopic panorama of sensations and emotions suggested, presented, and withdrawn that wonderful night, her first of a kind which could never be repeated. She touched the heights of ecstasy and was floating blindly across the abyss that yawned below. She realized a little of the triumph that she herself achieved. For the greater part, however, it was all a blur of pleasure, as dazzling and indefinite as the sun brightly flashing in a mist. Not even the wondrous supper afterward made a clean-cut impression on her mind, except that it, like all the rest, was perfect in its way, with more bright music, people, joy, and irresponsibility. The one thing of the night destined to remain peculiarly vivid came last of all in her own boudoir, when she was once more at home. It was merely a letter from the cousin she had seen by the rail at the Horse Show from her height above the crowd. It had been to New Haven, then to the office of Major Phipps, who had brought it here himself. With something akin to a chill at her heart, Thurley opened and read the missive. It was brief, a mere recital of the fact that the cousin had recently seen someone who reminded her so much of her one remaining relative that she had to sit down and write. If Thurley was living anywhere within reach and received this letter, perhaps they could meet. "I am a little discouraged and lonesome," the letter presently concluded, "and I'm sure it would do me good to see you again. I often think of you as the only real cheer I have had in many years. I hope this may find you and sufficiently arouse your former affection to make you wish to write at once and arrange a possible meeting with your fond and faithful cousin, Edith Steck." To Thurley's own amazement, she could not, or did not immediately decide what course she should adopt, For 2 or 3 days the matter drifted, but Thurley did not forget. End of chapter 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 15. The Flaw in the Gem. Had one more element of excitement been required to render the situation breathless with possibilities, it was supplied on the night of the Junior Chrysanthemum Ball, which opened the season of dancing at one of the great Fifth Avenue hotels. The New York Evening Star, in its final edition, came out with a redly blazoned story announcing not only that Princess Thurvinia was now well known to be disporting herself with royal grace in Gothem, but that recent telegraphic and cable intelligence had established the fact that she had practically run away from her kingdom with intent to make an American alliance that should be prompted solely by her heart. This was not all. Her fiancé of blood royal, no less a person than the Duke of Saxe-Herzenheimer, reported intensely fond of her ladyship and greatly afflicted by her new adventure, and this manifestation of her headstrong nature had likewise disappeared from the kingdom of Herzegovina, and his absence, together with that of the princess, was causing grave uneasiness at the royal court, despite obvious efforts to conceal the truth of the rumours. An intensified thrill and tingle shot along the delicate nerves that articulate all swelldom as this newest sensation was devoured. At 20 dinners that preceded the dance, marvellous little functions of brilliance and charm, the topic was all of Princess Thurvinia masquerading at Alice Van Kirk's. New hope had instantly arisen not only in the breasts of the eligible men, both young and old, but as well in the visions of fond and planning mothers, for whose sons their ambitions soared, if possible, beyond even the pearly gates. Heretofore only vague wonder as to what the visit of Princess might imply had been practicable. Information that she had come to America seeking a mate of her heart inflamed the wildest aspirations. By 9 o'clock an astonishing number of the guests were present at the decorated ballroom, which art and expense had converted into a veritable bower of roses and orchids. Never had the arrivals been so prompt, or the feeling in the air so electrically charged. At 9:30, Alice and Thurley appeared, and the palpitant sensations increased. Thurley had never been more radiant or winning. From her exquisitely arched little feet to the trembling diamond in her hair, she was the daintiest possible embodiment of loveliness. A rose might indeed have chosen her to be its own ambassador, to carry its fragrance, its wine-warm colour, and its irresistible appeal to the court of beauty's final judgment. New jewels of her own selection reposed on the velvet of her neck. It was that they were made more lovely by their association with herself, not that she was beautified by them. A new inspiration of a gossamer gown, cut modestly low and moulded in perfection on her lithe and rounded figure, and apparently a new mood of brightness in her eyes and heart, combined to create a gasp of ecstasy and envy on the lips of every woman who beheld her, and to set the hearts of all the men aflame. She and Alice were immediately besieged. It seemed as if all men in the place were determined to be the first at her side. In the palm room, in the finery, and in the ballroom proper, vexed girls were deserted in droves. Poor little Mildred Gray, who had witnessed Willie Stetson's eager and helpless homage to the princess before, was already pent with tears and indignation. There was one consolation only to bevies of sweet, pretty girl confections, and this was that dancing must soon begin, and Thurley could at most dance with only one man at a time. Immaculate Harry Batch Stowe led the grand march, which began a little before 10. His partner was a last season's beauty, Eleanor Atterbury Beekman. Thurley's lot fell to Kelsey Woods, largely in response to wishes that Alice had earlier expressed. Kelsey, indeed, had been one of their party at dinner, also by Alice's design. She was extracting almost fiendish delight in alluring Woods from the circle of one of her rivals, who had queened it last season, if not with an iron, at least with a golden rod. Woods usurped the gladness of a king. Thistledown could scarcely have been lighter in his arms as he and Thurley moved over the floor. "I say," said he, in his candid fashion, "you've translated beauty into this sort of thing, you know. What do you think such riding and dancing must do to a fellow's heart?" Thurley smiled in his eyes. "But I ride on a horse and dance on the floor. A heart wouldn't be at all appropriate for either." "Nevertheless," he declared, "mine is beneath your feet." "Oh, isn't it hard and nicely polished?" He tried again. "Couldn't we ride a bit together soon? I shan't be real happy till we do." "I'm sorry this dance makes you so miserable," she answered. "Cheer up, it will soon be over." "Oh, you do chaff a fellow," he murmured with a grin. "But you haven't answered about the riding. You've no idea how much it would please me." Again she smiled. "Is it my duty to keep big boys amused?" "I say," he demanded desperately, "will you go riding with me, yes or no?" Her eyes burned brighter. "Perhaps." "Oh, Lord," he said. "Well, at least you're dancing with me now. That's something." "But not much," she added. "I adore it, 'pon my honour," he breathed ardently. "But I'm a silly ass." "You are very frank." She was enormously amused at his blunders. He flushed to the tips of his ears. "I mean in the things I say. I mean the way I say them, the way they sound. Confound it! May not a dunce mean what he says? I'm in a bally mix, you know. Reversion to my English schooling. I do that sort of thing with exasperating regularity. But I'm really not so stupid as I seem. Fact. And I do adore this dance with you, Miss Thurley. Fact. Well, don't spoil the explanation, please," she interrupted. "I think I understand it fully." Tenacity was one of his properties. He looked in her eyes. "Shall we say to-morrow afternoon, then, for a dash in the park?" "Not to-morrow afternoon." "Will you set a day?" "Will you abide by my selection?" "Absolutely." He was all but trembling with excitement and joy. She was quite grave. "Well, then, say we ride on Judgment Day, about 3 in the afternoon, unless it rains." He groaned. "I know what it means. You have never forgiven my bally interference. But your horse was running away." She was instantly serious. "Oh, indeed, Mr. Woods, I thoroughly appreciated your splendid intention." "It was splendid, and your horse must be superbly swift." His pleasure returned like a homing pigeon. "Will you accept him, Miss Thurley, as a gift?"
"Oh, dear me, no," she answered girlishly. "I couldn't possibly ride two at once, and I shouldn't think of surrendering Cataract, my wild Cataract that leaps in glory. I think we could beat you in a race." A hope was flushed on his mind. "Will you try?" "Yes." "On Judgment Day at 3. The music ceased. The evening had begun. It became another of the triumphs that Thurley made no effort to achieve. It was a brilliant, intoxicating conclave of the goddesses of music, beauty, and motion. On the breath of perfume and the wave of rhythm all manner of love crept subtly forth, the passionate with the tender, the bold with the timid, the selfish with the pure, youths and men, the eager swains who were granted the ecstasy of holding Thurley in their arms for a brief, bewildering rotation in the maze of the music's spell, succumbed both with and against their wills to the magic of her personality. Stuyvesant was there. He was miserable and exuberant together, consumed with impatience and despair as he watched her dancing with and smiling upon her various partners, and vibrant with rapture when she spent a moment at his side. He was not dancing. With his right arm suspended in a sling, the feat was awkward to extinction. But Thurley had granted him one of her numbers, which he meant to spend in the fernery, apart from the dazzle of the ballroom and the insistence of the music. Meantime, for Thurley, the one particular variant of the evening was supplied in the various speeches and devices men chose to divulge sudden love. There was a certain eloquence in awkward feat, as well as in stammered speech or in all-revealing glance. With each and every supplicant she smiled and exchanged bright froths of nothingness. It was not altogether amusing, except as a clever fencer is amused at the thrusts and attacks of a round of antagonists, a few either clever or diabolical, but many slow, uncertain, and unskilled. She danced and fenced with Willie Stetson, and found him merely an over-eager boy, whose one idea was to take her for a drive at any hour she liked, to any place she preferred, and in any sort of conveyance of her whim. There could be no doubt of his purblind adoration. His very knees were aching for contact with the floor anywhere about his feet. Another of her more or less pup-like idolaters was Algy Dearborn, bitten by the malignant germ that incites its victim to the perpetration of limericks. He held her in an engine-like embrace and cranked all over the floor, abandoning his trolley, so to speak, with cheerful and insistent disregard, and thereby colliding with everyone remotely adjacent. "You're an awfully jolly good dancer," he imparted delightedly. "I can really dance myself when I have such a partner as you." Thurley assumed her gravest expression. "Perhaps I can get you one somewhere." "What for?" he inquired in all earnestness. "Am I not dancing with you?" "We are getting around," said Thurley, "famously. Do you know," he continued, as pleased as Punch, "you've inspired me like the dickens. I wrote a new poem that very first day we met." "Why, how complimentary! Wait till you hear it. Want to?" "I am dying with impatience, or something." Her eyes looked very much alive. He cranked about and nearly telescoped a fellow dancer's face, with his shoulder blade driving for an opening in which to utter his gem. "It's real short," he said regretfully, "but I think it rather above my average, if I can remember it right. Oh yes, it goes like this. A mouse with a fine sense of humour said, 'Oh, the ridiculous rumour that women have spunk, and gee, what a funk, when he nimbled a surrogate bloomer.' Rather neat, I think, and right to the point. There's another working in me now. Do you know, Miss Thurley, I believe you are going to give my particular genius more inspiration than anyone I've ever met." Thurley smiled divinely. "Is there anyone who might possibly give your genius a coup de grace?" "Why, I don't know. I hope not. Why?" "Oh, one can never tell what may happen. Some beings have such an erratic frenzy for usefulness." "Yes, haven't they?" said Algy, a trifle hazy as to what her observations might imply. "But I think I've got such a good grip on the Muse that she isn't likely to get away." Thurley's sympathy with the Muse was heightened as he closed his iron levers yet more rigidly about her. He continued with his declarations of her usefulness to his inspiration, and otherwise revealed his honest, if somewhat ponderous, sense of adoration, and then that dance was happily ended, and Count Fieschi succeeded to his place. The Count had been accumulating the lavas and heats of his nature in his accustomed Vesuvian style for several days. He had fretted in apprehensive impatience every hour since last he had been permitted a word with Thurley alone. He was intensely excited now by the prospect of taking her all to himself into the added intoxication of the waltz. "Valga Dios," he breathed to her rapturously, "I am more favoured than the tropics. My heart is more making tumult than the seas. It is the glory of you so long by me sought. It is my reward for devotion, burning for ever like the altar lamp, not to be extinguished. Ah, to quench a little of that burning thirst which my heart had blister. It is the sea of ecstasy shall enfold me." Thurley knew not whether to be amused or alarmed at his attitude and utterance. His eyes were certainly blazing with something was not altogether comfortable, and beneath the handsome olive smoothness of his complexion surged a colour that played like moving flame. Much of his ardour she felt inclined to ascribe to the habit of his mind. Nevertheless, he had much rather have it diffused in a company, she thought, than cope with it thus alone. She could adapt only her ordinary tactics, a smile and a quip, to meet his phrases. "Are you not afraid to mix your metaphors so recklessly?" she asked. "Might not the sea you mentioned engulf the lamp?" "Ah, even so. I have yet another lamp. More seas, more everything. It is my nature. With my love I will wither that sea. The rosebud shall blossom now at the touch of this sunshine, this glory of my love, this music, a nothing, one pulsation of my heart, this dance with you, my soul." He was destined never to conclude the rhapsody. Algy Dearborn, cranking by and repeating his mouse-bitten limerick, jolted the ribs, heart, wind, and seat of volcanics in the Count's anatomy with a contact so violent that immediate recovery was impracticable. The Count ceased emptying and dancing. They walked. Thurley's friendship went out to the gripper of the Muse forthwith. "Oh, mustn't football be splendid when the right people play?" she said with less irreverence than Fieschi might have imagined. "Interference is such an unexpected art." "Not here," he answered emphatically. He took her arm in the circle of his arm and resumed a somewhat less soul-levitating locomotion. For a minute or more he was content to accumulate breath and scattered senses, but he was guiding Thurley with new intent along the edge of the room toward the more sequestered fernery, where at times a couple detached from the assemblage of dancers took a turn for a moment alone. "Perhaps football would be inappropriate here," Thurley agreed innocently, "but I should be delighted to see you in a game." "Football! Ah, he answered, slightly shrugging his shoulders. "A game for mere animals. It lacks finesse." "But not finish," said Thurley. "Some people like it for that." "But the game par excellence. Ah, love, love! It is here you shall better wish to see me. The white heat of my soul, the fire of divine in the blood, the beautiful madness of adoration. Ah, to know this intensity, to shame the winds, to soar upon the whirlwind, to outdistance the star with the deeps, the expanses of love." "Wouldn't that be a long way out and lonely?" asked Thurley gravely. "Closer inshore is just as comfortable, and there's a jolly crowd." He looked in her eyes in his fiery fashion. "You do not understand," he said, to mask his own non-comprehension of her answer. "Ah, but you shall. Divinity, the marvel of your being, this shall understand." He had managed, not without skill and adroitness, to pilot her quite to the farther end of the fernery, where the dimmest glow of a golden bulb was softly diffused in the shadows. He halted here and stood as if about to resume the dance, with his arms about her waist. His face had paled with intensified excitement. Thurley feared he might have been seriously hurt by the blow from Dearborn's elbow. "You are injured," she said. You shouldn't attempt." "I am born again, new, the child of love," he interrupted abruptly, his voice a mere murmur of vibrant syllables. "It is ours, the world, Eden, the path of roses, the grottos of fragrances, ours for love, and yet more love, my miracle of beauty." He led her, drew her unexpectedly into the dimmest recess of the ferns before she could realize his intentions, resist, or gasp at astonished protest at what he was saying. "Adored divinity, essence of my soul," he added in the madness of his passion, and drawing her closer, still helpless from the unexpectedness of the whole affair, he attempted to kiss her on the lips. She was instantly struggling, incensed and frightened. She avoided the contact, loathed by all her being. Yet he kissed her once on the burning curve of her cheek before she could thrust him away. "Count Faishi!" she cried. "Oh, the shame!" "But God, my love," he answered wildly, attempting to still her struggles. "Princess, my love, you must discover you." With all her fine young strength she cast him backward. He all but fell against a monster jardiniere, and broke a frond from the fern it held in recovering his balance. Thurley started at once for the door that led to the lighted hall beyond. The music had ceased. She almost collided with a man dimly seen through blurring tears of anger. It was Robbie Stuyvesant. "Miss Thurley," he said, "may I claim—" "Oh, yes, take me out, please, anywhere," she interrupted, struggling desperately to conceal her agitation. "The warmth, perhaps I have danced too hard." She took his arm, her strength fairly wilting as she felt the sense of his protecting presence. She did not look where the Count had recovered both his balance and his wits. He dared step actively forward. "But, Ma'amselle Thurley, shall it not be my privilege to return you to Madame Van Kirk?" His very effrontery revitalized her poise and self-control. "Thank you, Count Faishi, it will not be necessary now." She bowed and even smiled as Stuyvesant urged her gently forward. Then, at the entrance to the larger room, she received a second staggering shock to nerves already tingling. A tall, athletic figure had appeared in the lighted frame of the arch, and halted to stand aside that she and Stuyvesant might pass. It was Acton Gaylord, and his startled glance was fixed on Thurley's face as if he had seen an apparition. For one brief second her eyes encountered his, too amazed to betray recognition. Then, demanding the utmost of her shaken strength, she continued past him coldly, while he as rigidly passed within to conclude a search for Faishi. End of chapter 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS.
Chapter 16. Boots to Tremble in. Stuyvesant felt rather than knew that Thurley had been uncommonly perturbed. He had only seen the Count half falling from her side as he clutched at the fern for support. Why had he done such a thing as intrude where Faishi had guided the princess was more than he felt he could explain. He had merely obeyed an impulse, since neither envy nor jealousy, had they been his portion, could have forced such action upon him. The ensuing dance was his and Thurley's, to be chatted out. He had told her, making an eloquent gesture with his injured arm by way of denoting his uselessness in a waltz. Now, as they moved across the floor, he had a subtle comprehension of her disturbed condition. He attributed everything to Faishi, whom he hated thoroughly. He hoped the Count had betrayed himself so completely as to be an eliminated factor in Thurley's existence. He could not ask her what had occurred, and he could not know that the sight of Acton Gaylord, more than the abomination of Faishi, had wrought upon the girl at his side to humble her splendid equipoise. Thurley, for her part, was excited to a new intensity of agitation. What it might signify thus to have Gaylord drift once more across her orbit was more than she dared conjecture. They could not help but meet. Wild dreams of denying her former identity flashed for a moment on her thought, only to be dismissed at once as utterly preposterous. Gaylord was not the sort of man to be tricked or deceived for half a minute by any device so childish. What he would do when every one about him in the social world was diligently advertising her as Princess Thurvinia was the inquiry haunting her reflections. Should he take the pains to declare the truth and reveal her humble origin, the disaster to herself and Alice would be appalling. What would or could Alice do in such an eventuality? Could she still continue her friendship, her support, her exploiting care and expenditures? Or would she not, in self-defence, be obliged to repudiate the whole affair and charge that she herself had been defrauded? Stuyvesant was talking, trying to start a conversation, trying to lead her away to a quiet retreat of the palm room beyond. She could not listen, as she heard as one in a dream. The wondrous butterfly existence on which she was barely launched seemed about to fade away. It was only a bit of Cinderella magic after all, and she loved it so. It had been so absolutely joyous, its promise had been so golden and so sweet. In that bewildering moment she was fearfully tempted. She could meet Acton Gaylord here, soon, within the hour, and throw herself upon his mercy, tell him all, beg him to aid her in her harmless little pretence. After all, she was not pretending much. She was merely permitting a foolish world to make her a runaway princess. What could it possibly advantage him to reveal her as his castaway, a college widow, left on the strand to continue the humblest of teaching? He might exact some sort of price for the silence she desired. Perhaps she might meet it, were it not too high, and not even Alice be made aware of the bargain. The possibility was tremendously exciting. He had once been more than merely a friend. If by any chance he might be excited to love her anew, if her present position and all the rest might dazzle, infatuate, her senses whirled with chaotic possibilities in the blinding glare of temptation. How deep and cogent her temptation was she could scarcely have measured herself. It was terrible, so great was her wish to continue as she was, so abhorrent was the thought of being utterly dethroned, stripped of her finery and momentary power, and cast down headlong from this gorgeous elevation, to be spurned as the merest impostor. She clung to Stuyvesant unconsciously, with the helpless weakness of a child. He thrilled as one receiving a sacred trust. He understood sufficient of her mental dilemma and oblivion to facts to realize that she was not precisely herself, that her dependence on his arm was that of one distraught. Her trust and helplessness was not to be seized and made his own, and yet they filled his being with a pulsing joy that was worth the price of a kingdom. She was still in the whirl and daze of a Cinderella facing the midnight's fatal stroke, when they came to an isolated bench, sequestered in the palms, and halted. This much Stuyvesant had been wholly unable to resist. "Shall we sit here, where the air is fresher?" he said. "May I get you an ice or something to drink?" "No, no, thank you," she answered at last, smilelessly, looking at him with her great brown eyes as full of eager query as a child. "Have I been acting very queer?" She sat on the bench. "Oh, a bit faint, I should say," he answered, taking the seat at her side. "Perhaps you were hurt, stepped upon. I never thought of that." He had suddenly remembered his own overpowering faintness when his wrist was broken in the park. She too must have harked to that incident, and thereby roused from the daze to her mind that the sight of Gaylord had developed. "I was a little hurt," she answered faintly, smiling in his eyes. "Isn't it odd that you should have been the one to come?" Some way it seemed as if pretence had fallen away, if only for a moment, and evasions and froths of conversation seemed singularly inappropriate. If she must be exposed as a mere usurper of social eminence, she wished with sudden intensity to be as little guilty as possible in the eyes of this one man. The declaration in his eyes was startling in its candour. It was a privilege, a compensation perhaps, for all I seemed doomed to surrender. If I could only feel I had been of the smallest service, it would make me immeasurably glad. But merely to force you to walk and talk is absurd, as an aid to anything. Can't you let me do something more, get you something, show my willingness? I know, if you knew how good it is just to sit down with a friend," she said, "you would not insist on serving beyond my wishes." He smiled. "Do you think I may have forgotten the heavenly relief of sinking to a seat and giving up the wheel to abler hands? Do you think I shall ever forget a single instant of that experience?" It gave her joy to reflect in this hour that on that day he had seemed to care a little for a strange, impulsive girl who was guilty of no pretence, a girl whose only appeal, if she made one at all, was that of one soul to another. It was likewise sweet, in the doubts and fright of her heart, to confess to herself that she had wished from the first to be honest, sincere, and different in every encounter and relationship with Robley Stuyvesant. She knew she could not be otherwise than strictly honest with him now. "Might it not be better," she said with a little pang at her heart, "to forget that afternoon?" But why?" he demanded, suddenly a prey to vague alarms, even fears of her hopeless remoteness from himself. "Why forget when the Fates themselves arranged the meeting, invoked their powers so unexpectedly, threw me at Fortune's feet?" "Well, it might be better," she repeated, "if we could." She had not intended to add those final words, but some way her heart cried out in protest as she half perceived her fairy world retreating from her vision. Stuyvesant felt some mighty enginery lifting at his heart, and a floodgate burst by pent emotions till the warm tide engulfed his inner being. "If we could," he murmured, leaning a little nearer and barely resisting the impulse to lift her hand to his lips. "Perhaps it might be better also for the fragrance to desert the rose, for hope to withdraw from life. You have no real wish for these disasters?" "Why, no, but what have these to do with anything? Might there not have been something more lovely than the scent of the rose and the help and sympathy you offered an unknown fellow being in the park?" "Oh, it was nothing, the least that any one could do." She was warmly glowing as she met his gaze, and the thrill in his pulses increased. "It was such a beautiful, spontaneous action as one may not forget," he answered, his breath coming fast, his eyes aglow with ardour. "Not an accent fell, or hardly a drop of rain, that I do not remember." She suddenly realised that she must check their wanderings, that she had permitted him to stray, and draw her with him to the primrose edge, where the foothold was perilously insecure. "How is your wrist?" she asked him earnestly. "It will not be permanently injured?" He leaned back and met her questioning gaze with a baffling spark in his eyes. "It was not my wrist that received the serious blow." She was suddenly crimson. It was far too alluring, far too soporific to her senses of alertness, duty, and late alarm, this honeyed fragrance of Elysian fields, where their two selves and the green and the sky were alone in all the world. It had made her forget even Gaylord for a moment, not to mention Alice, the dance, and herself. "Not your wrist?" she echoed, refusing to understand. "You were hurt internally? Have you seen a doctor? You shouldn't have come here to-night." He felt her drifting swiftly back to a more conventional mood. "Coming to-night was the only thing that could do me the least bit of good," he declared. "And it has, as you may see." "Oh, I'm glad," she replied. "It's the change of air and scene." "It is what I have seen," he answered dryly, even triumphantly, referring to the tender, honest mood she had been betrayed into revealing. "I shall always be far better after to-night." She half understood him only. The temptation to linger on the verge was overwhelming. "What is it you have seen?" Again he leaned a little closer. "That the fragrance will not desert the rose." It baffled, answered, and confused her all at once. She felt the tides of crimson once more surging to her cheeks. Gladness, new courage, and heart happiness possessed her like essences of strength and comfort, even as some faint premonition of impending trial and climax shadowed her swiftly moving thoughts. Her candid nature urged her toward a sudden, absolute confession of it all that she was and all that she felt, of trust and fears, but she thought of Alice, remembering her promise, and determined she must wait. "Doesn't the music and everything make everyone poetic?" she answered smilingly. "Oh, that reminds me, will you take me to Alice now? "Certainly," he answered without moving, "but they are still dancing. It is still my number. Do you very much wish to go?" She laughed. "Do you much wish me to stay?" "Just a little more than anything else in the world." A little of her roguishness returned. She rose from the bench. "Then by all means remain, and I will go alone, and both our wishes will be granted." He could not have repressed his smile despite his disappointment. "If witches had not been abolished by law," he said, "some of us would tremble in our boots." She was facing her Cinderella hour in the moment she started for the larger room, where Gaylord would doubtlessly be encountered. "Think of the luck of having boots to tremble in," she answered, "or even a pair of slippers." He took her back to Alice. As the music died away and the chatter of voices arose, she had barely been seated at her fairy godmother's side when Gaylord appeared with a common friend to be formally presented. End of chapter 16.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 17. Lost Ground to be Regained. The dance was an extra, interpolated in a programme already sufficiently protracted. Gaylord had assumed it as a natural right with a boldness and directness that left Thurley practically helpless. The somewhat dazed and wondering condition of her mind had returned, but a certain strength and resolution had been fortified in her being by her heartening little chat with Stuyvesant. She found herself hanging on Gaylord's arm and walking at his side before she could possibly have formulated a plan either of attack or of defence. He had lost not a whit of his self-assurance or his arrogance of spirit. He was tanned, but otherwise bore that same marked air of perfected immaculateness. He was faultlessly dressed, and presented as ever that distinguished manner of superiority that, with his handsome face, had once made ready prey of Thurley's heart. "Well, Thurley," he said in his evenly modulated murmur, adjusted so readily to carry to her ears alone, "we meet again." She could only nod her head. Already the wisdom of abandoning all thought of deception was apparent to her mind. "How marvellously well you look," he continued. "You fit your niche and fill your role to perfection. You don't know how glad I am to see you again, and to see you here." She felt the significance of those final words as if they had been written in fire. Seeing her here was so different from seeing her a tutor in New Haven. Her heart was beating in a wild little flutter, half of fear, half of anger, to think he must thus return to cross her path. She attempted a smile. "You are very kind." He pressed her arm tightly with his own. "Do you know, little girl, after all, there is nobody like you in the world?" Thurley resented his attitude. She instantly foresaw by intuition that Gaylord would presume upon their past relationship, and her old resolve to mete him out his punishment flashed to rebirth in her breast. She realised, however, the utter futility of her threat in the present situation. She was helplessly delivered to his power, unless she could choose to abandon all her golden world for the luxury of one great outburst of scorn. She was hedged about with danger. She knew she must move discreetly and with skill.
She required time to think and feel her way. Her best defence was persiflage and unobtrusive fencing. "Nobody like me at all?" she asked him lightly. "Is that rather fortunate or otherwise?" "Look here," he said, "you may as well know, Thurley, that I never got over my genuine feeling after all. I hurt myself worse than I ever injured you." The truth of the matter was that her beauty had overwhelmed him, made captive his self-centred being, while the things he had heard of the princess, and the obvious madness of her suitors paying court, had aroused his pique, his jealousy, his overwhelming love of dominance, and set him mad to possess his old-time mastery again. All this was apparent to Thurley, through senses over-acute in this crisis of affairs. She was rapidly losing her sense of alarm and gaining courage and repose. His power might be great, but his weakness gave her hope. She was stubbornly determined, moreover, that he should not triumph absolutely, no matter what course he pursued. "Injured? Me?" she said. "I'm sorry if I look injured or anything like that." "You don't," he admitted, aware he had blundered and determined to strike another course. "You never looked more absolutely glorious in your life. Tell me, Thurley, how did this happen? What does it mean, this delightful and amazing little masquerade, this princess claim of yours and Alice Van Kirk's?" It had come a little sooner than she expected, yet, after all, it was Gaylord's brute way to reveal his claws at once. She arched her brows in query and surprise. "Have you heard that either Mrs. Van Kirk or I have advanced any claims to anything at all?" "Why, everybody's talking of it. Everybody's convinced it's true. That's the joke, of course. I don't say who started the claim, but you and Alice Van Kirk are perfectly aware of what's going on." "And you find it something to resent?" She asked it with a smile that stung and captivated, accused and inflamed him together. "Not at all. I, Thurley? Do you know me so little as that? I was enormously amused and pleased. It's something to be the only one who knows the truth. I want you to keep it up." The character of her smile slightly altered at this added disclosure of his power. "It is like you wish me to keep it up," she answered inscrutably. "I could be very happy gratifying such a friend." How much of her speech carried the acid of satire he could not immediately determine. He only knew he held a species of sceptre, and that new infatuation with this radiant girl was flaming his blood with desire again to usurp the place of a monarch at her side. "Are you just a little angry with me, Thurley?" he inquired. "You would punish me now for the fault committed in a moment of folly?" She looked more astonished than before. "Do I appear so like some horrid little tyrant?" she asked. "What have I done by way of punishing any one?" The music arose. He took her in the curve of his arm, and they began to dance. "Come now, little girl," he murmured caressfully, "let's be candid and make no pretences with each other. We were more than friends last winter and spring. My roses and chocolates were more than welcome, and the drives we took and the rest. I confess my error in passing it up, and so I say let's get back to it all and forget the little lapse of time." What a hot little flame of resentment burned up in her nature at his words, his assumption, his demeanour. They had been more than friends indeed. How readily he remembered now the things once so easy to forget. She could still recall his words of dismissal, at least in effect. "This sort of thing can't go on for ever. You knew all along I'd some day leave and follow my career. Now let's forget it. You've always been a thoroughbred, and I thought, of course, you'd be one to the end." A score of answers rose to her lips, stinging, angry speeches that his conduct had deserved. She dispelled them with a smile. She had no intention of revealing old-time scars, or permitting the loss of her own invaluable self-control. If war she must, the method must be subtle. "The little lapse of time," she repeated with barely audible laugh, "isn't so very long, is it? And yet so many things have changed." "But not for you and me, little sweetheart," he said, in the deepest caress of his voice. "Can't you close your eyes and see it all, just as it was in our wonderful days last spring?" She could have struck him for daring to employ such a term of endearment. She loathed that quality within him that made it possible for a man to take advantage of the situation thus shamelessly. Yet the glance she cast him was artfully modified. "My eyes are so persistently wide open," she said, "and even if I closed them, the present would impinge upon my vision." The flush of something other than pleasure passed across his face, with a flash shot through his eyes. "Do you mean you refuse to think kindly of the past?" She felt the underlying challenge in his tone. "Oh, the past is very dear to me indeed. I think of it kindly very often, parts of the past at least." "But of me, Thurley? Are you going to forgive me? Let me come to see you soon. Let me try to make amends for my folly, and all that sort of thing." "Everybody calls at Mrs. Van Kirk's," she told him evasively. "I don't see why you shouldn't." "You know what I mean," he insisted, half resentfully. "Isn't it something that I confess the mistakes and foolishness I committed at commencement?" She assumed her grave little way. "Why, yes, it's very interesting to learn you made mistakes." He was baffled for a moment, and felt his impatience increase. "You are dodging the issue, little girl," he said, attempting a lighter demeanour. "I can understand you are flattered by a dozen or so of these Johnnies dancing attendance on a pretty girl they have heard and believe is a runaway princess, but you and I know each other well enough to be able to laugh at them all and enjoy a little private joke of our own. I am going to call and see you. There were sacred things between you and me that demand consideration." Much of his old-time demeanour of ownership, once completely fascinating, made vibrant the murmur of his voice. Much of the former light of his triumph strength was in his eyes. He held her closer as if to make her feel helpless, and she understood his attitude of mind, which was not devoid of threat. She did not then and there determine on a method for his subsequent humiliation, for alarms and uncertainties and desire for counsel with Alice were too much on her mind. She only knew that her plan for keeping Alice uninformed would be a grave mistake, and indeed her one desire was to get her away to their private home and unburden her mind of it all. She conjured a smile as before. "You will have to make your treaty first with Mrs. Van Kirk," she told him non-committally. "She is naturally in command." "I will," he said. The music stopped. The men gathered about her. He presently surrendered her arm and bowed himself away. The end of chapter 17.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 18. Delayed Decisions. The remainder of the evening was, for Thurley, more of a trial than a comfort. Her triumph continued, but she felt its hollowness, felt that mockery dodged her footsteps, and that dark abyss loomed ahead. She could not escape her besiegers, the eager swains who continued in varying manner to convey their state of heart and mind. Count Faïschi was not in the least rebuffed, at least to outward appearances. Both he and Gaylord took advantage of every possible moment to push to her side and renew their more or less invulnerable wooing. Even the midnight supper, where at 30 daintily decorated little tables the guests were assembled for refreshment, failed to re-inspire the ingenuous delight with which the princess had entered upon the evening. It was late, and Thurley was weary and a little depressed when at length she and Alice retreated from the scene to be driven to their home. Both would undoubtedly have been thoroughly alarmed had they known that in the street outside a man had waited all the evening, spying upon their movements. It was the same individual who, on the night of the horse show, had exchanged a glance with the ashy-eyed woman before he followed them through the avenue in a hired taxicab. He tagged them tonight like a shadow, and in front of Alice's mansion was relieved by another of his ilk, who had helped to keep an unbroken record of every movement Thurley made, and the visitors who came to the place. There was no immediate retiring when Alice and her protégé were finally alone. To Faïschi had been granted the privilege of riding with them to the door. Thurley had managed to avoid actual contact with the nobleman, but something in her conduct and silence while in the carriage had addressed itself to Alice Van Kirk's intuitions and aroused her curiosity. She followed Thurley to the girl's boudoir for a confidential chat. "Well, dearie," she said in genuine affection as she seated herself at ease after having temporarily dismissed the maids, "another joy and trial over. You made me very proud and happy. You enjoyed it, I hope?" "It was easily all your evening." Thurley was pulling off her gloves. She sank in a chair and looked at Alice just a little wistfully, her dark brows slightly raised in youthful query. "Must I say I did, to please you? For I'd say anything to give you pleasure," she replied. "I did enjoy it at first, more than any experience in my life, and then—" She did not finish, and Alice waited, her intuitions receiving prompt confirmation. "And then, dearie, what?" she inquired softly. "You know I felt that something had marred it just a little." "Two things," said Thurley candidly. "I've been dying for the last 2 or 3 hours to get you away and tell you all about it." Alice settled further in the chair. The colour mounted to Thurley's cheeks as she found herself thus committed, and the task of confessing harder to face than she had previously expected. "Something disagreeable?" Alice encouraged. "You needn't mind telling me, you know. We're good friends, no matter what may happen." Sudden alarm possessed her. "It isn't that some hot-headed man has already proposed and you've—" "Oh, Lordy, no," Thurley interrupted, instantly placed at her ease. "It wasn't so decent as that on the part of Count, though I don't pretend to know his final intentions." Alice sat up more rigidly. "Oh, the Count has
Thurley suddenly rose and dashed a tear of anger from her eyes. "He kissed me. He dared to do that out in the fernery. I could have killed him." Her indignation required no protestation. It was advertised in all her attitude as she turned from her protector to hide the crimson of her face. Alice could make no immediate reply. She was angered, exasperated, and thoroughly undecided as to what she ought to do. "It was bad enough," Thurley continued, "to have him talk nothing but his nonsense, and to dare to face me afterward, and even come home with us too, the horrid beast." "In the fernery?" said Alice. "What did you do?" "I hardly know," said Thurley, and related her somewhat confused remembrance of the incidents as they happened. "I must have struck him or something, for he nearly fell. Then I begged Robbie Stuyvesant to take me away." She halted there, with a new flush of colour creeping to her cheeks at the memory of seeing Gaylord at the door. Alice tapped the floor with a small impatient slipper. "This is really too bad," she answered presently. "I need the Count so badly just at this time. Mind you, dearie, I shouldn't care how severely you punish him or humiliate him later, if only we could manage to keep him on for a time, in spite of what he has done." Thurley stared at her in honest amazement. "You wish me to see him, endure him after this?" "I know exactly how you feel, my dear, and I admire you for it," Alice answered. "But our position is peculiar. It may last a brief time only, this triumph. For many reasons I did very much desire to treat the Count rather well as the others at least, and now I'm annoyed more than I can tell. The miserable I knew it. I felt he was quite that sort. Thurley, isn't it finer art, more gratification in the end, to let him return for his need of deliberate retribution? Couldn't you skewer him far more satisfactorily by calm intent than by mere impulsive resentment?" "Oh, I've thought of that," Thurley confessed in her usual candour, resuming her seat a little wearily. "I've thought of so many things to-night. You see, he isn't all." In her agitation, Alice had momentarily forgotten Thurley's statement that two events had marred the pleasure of the evening. "Oh," she said, "yes, there's something more. Not so bad as this, I trust?" "I'm not sure. It may be worse. You remember meeting Mr. Gaylord?" Alice nodded, and she continued, "He knew me in New Haven. He was even at least I thought he intended. He threw me over in plain English, and now he wants to make love to me again." Alice stared, all but speechless. "Thurley, and you like him still?" Thurley rose again, superbly active. "I hate him. To think he'd come like this now and dare. Oh, it does seem as if I've got a right to make him suffer." Alice rose too. "This is certainly grave. He mentioned your present position, asked questions, I presume. He isn't positively the cad to take advantage of this knowledge." "I don't know," said Thurley, once more relapsing into her chair. "He hinted at things, and, of course, asked questions and made insinuations. He insisted on coming to see me, going back to our old relationship, and said he'd make his treaty with you." "And you?" said Alice. "You were careful, of course, non-committal. You didn't leave him offended or vengeful." Thurley's eyes flashed warringly. "No. I almost determined to do everything in my power to lead him on, and then later even up the score. But he made me so angry. I don't know whether I could really do it or not. I'd probably despise myself. I'd rather not try. I don't know what to do." Alice smiled in sheer relief. She was suddenly sure of the future. "Don't try to decide anything tonight, my dear, and don't be uneasy or angered or anything but amused, at least for the present. It's time we retired. Don't forget, dear Princess, that you are certain to be the target for all of Cupid's arrows, the bitter with the sweet. It is sometimes possible to fight fire only with fire, and some kinds of love with art." She kissed the tired girl affectionately and smiled reassuringly. "But," said Thurley, "when he comes to see you, what will you do?" "Nothing you will refuse to ratify, nothing the situation does not justify, either with him or Faishi. But I hope, dear child, we're the equal of two selfish men. Will you leave it to me?" "My fairy godmother," said Thurley smilingly. "What else could I possibly do?" End of chapter 18.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 19. Threats and Carriages. Gaillard called the following afternoon, and met such a radiant welcome on the part of Alice Van Kirk as not even his largest assurance would have ventured to predict. Thurley he did not see. At Alice's counsel, the Princess had accepted an invitation to drive with Willie Stetson and his mother in the park. Willie was expected almost momentarily. Gaillard looked well. He was well and confident and determined, having happened upon added information since the ball concerning the favour and feverish regard in which Princess Thurley was held, especially by eager male admirers. Quite as well satisfied to interview Alice alone as a sort of preliminary manoeuvre in his game, the visitor readily followed her lavender nookery and agreed to drink a cup of tea. "I told you last night I hoped to call," he said. "You see, I have not delayed in proving my friendly intentions." "I'm so glad," said Alice graciously. "I can scarcely understand how it happened we never met before." She knew his antecedents and the wealth and pedigree they had boasted for 3 generations. "Oh, I have been in New York but little," he confessed, "especially during the last few years. Of course I have heard your name a great many times recently, coupled with that of your beautiful protégée." Alice mentally acknowledged the promptness with which he swung about to the subject uppermost in his thoughts. "Oh, one hears so many things in these days of wireless," she laughed. "It ought to be called the wireless age, or perhaps the regardless age would be more accurate." Gaillard nodded in a quick, curt way, which Thurley would have recognised as a sign of impatience to achieve some object sought with the greatest possible expedition. "I was very agreeably surprised," he stated, "to encounter Thurley again last night at the dance." Alice, hardly less than Thurley herself, resented his tone of familiarity. She arched her brows. "Thurley?" "Miss Ruxton," he corrected, slightly flushing. "She may not have told you we are, well, old acquaintances." Alice had decided to reveal as little as circumstances might permit. "Oh, she was very tired last night when we returned."
Gaylord narrowed his eyes. The matter in hand was one of business with him, and he meant to be sufficiently plain. I knew her very well, more than ordinarily well, in New Haven. Oh, Alice betrayed not the slightest emotion, and not a very pronounced interest. You can imagine my surprise and delight, my amusement, I might say, he resumed, to learn of the extraordinary misidentification of Thurley, that all New York seems so agreed upon. Rich, isn't it? You mean the outcome of her remarkable resemblance to the Princess Thurvinia business? Certainly, he supplied. It's a wonderful joke, a stupendous joke, that the swell set is playing on itself. Not that Thurley doesn't look the part and all that sort of thing. She's a wonderful little girl. No one knows it better than I. But what would happen, I wonder, if the truth should happen to leak? He laughed, and she thought his mirth distinctly disagreeable. You are aware, I hope, she answered, that neither Miss Ruxton nor myself has ever contributed anything to what you term this stupendous joke. That's the beauty of it, the art, he stated baldly. I recognize that at once. But wouldn't it jar all upper crustum to wake up some morning to the facts? He laughed again, adding, not that it's likely they will. His dwelling upon this possibility jarred upon Alice sufficiently to rouse all her sense of distrust and dislike. It sounded too much in the nature of a menace, a father to his thought, if not a pronouncement of his power. She wished to sound him thoroughly. Would it necessarily disturb our friends to lose one princess and discover another? They might even rejoice to find she was not of the foreign nobility. Oh, that part of it, of course, he admitted bluntly. But they might discover she was once just a pretty girl in New Haven, tutoring and living a very humble life. Oh, not that anything of the sort would make the slightest difference to anyone like myself, he hastened to add. But to others, would the joke be quite as palatable? Of course, they may never find out. Mentally, Alice branded him a cad whom not even youth could excuse. Outwardly, she was still all smiles and entertainment. Of what possible advantage could it be, I wonder, she said, for anyone who chanced to know all this to advertise the facts? Oh, none whatever, he assured her with alacrity. It's just odd that I should be the only one to know. It heightens my interest in the game, doesn't it? I feel toward Thurley as none of those Johnnies could. And she feels the same toward you? He had the grace to flush a trifle in momentary confusion. Yes, she did. May I not be permitted a little modesty? As much as you like, she answered heartily, glad to know he had at least a speaking acquaintance with the word. Pardon my question. It was probably unfair, but prompted by my interest in you both. We shall be good friends, he answered confidently. I naturally expect to see rather a lot of the little girl. A clatter of hoofs as a cavalcade introduced itself through the window, followed almost at once by silence. Then a footman appeared at the door and engaged the attention of his mistress. She crossed to him at once. "Mr. Stetson, madam, if you please," announced the servant quietly. "Shall I speak to Miss Thurley, madam?" "At once, James." She smiled back at Gaylord. "You will excuse me just a moment," and she hastened to the reception room, where Stetson was waiting, as blushing and self-conscious as a girl. Oh, here you are, Alice," he said, attempting to laugh away his nervousness. "You see, I didn't know, of course, what carriage Miss Thurley might prefer, so I brought them all." "Brought them all?" echoed Alice, moving at once to the window and sweeping aside the flimsy traceries of lace. "In Heaven's name, Willie Stetson, did you come to take the whole asylum for a drive?" It appeared very much as if he had. There was a very cavalcade of vehicles out by the curb, each with a man in attendance. Every known and unknown contrivance on wheels was represented: carts, drags, hacks, cabs, landaus, victorias, phaetons, an automobile, everything save a baby perambulator and a wheelbarrow. "Well, she might as well have her choice, mightn't she?" inquired the embarrassed Willie. "Mother, you see, has no preference really. She'd ride in anything I suggested. Deuced clever little mother." Mother was seated in the farmost rig at the moment. She was a harmless, mindless little person, immovably persuaded that the universe pivoted somewhere in Willie's system. "I see," said Alice. "Your plan is at least unique." Thurley, having seen the arrival of Willie's procession, was already coming down when James was halfway to the floor above. "What is it?" she said, as she entered the room. "Oh, Mr. Stetson, how do you do?" "Nicely, thank you," said Willie, once more blushing profusely. "Actually jolly to see you again. I was just telling Alice I brought everything around to give you something of a choice. She says my plan is unique. I was hoping it might seem different, not too beastly commonplace." Thurley came to the window and cast a glance up and down the imposing line. "I don't believe I quite understand," she confessed. "We couldn't ride in them all." "Why not?" asked Willie. "If we like, you like, I mean. I thought we'd start in the one you prefer, and the others could follow behind in case you'd like to change, or anything like that." "Oh, my! Please send them away, all but the one your mother's in," said Thurley. "That is your mother, I suppose?" "That's the mater, all right, but send them away. Are you sure that's the one you prefer? I mean, if you'd like any of the other horses put to the carriage." "Willie, go take your drive like a rational being," Alice interrupted. "I never heard of anything like it in my life." "All right," said Willie cheerfully. "Really, it doesn't make the slightest bit of difference to mother or me." He went out, and like the dismemberment of a circus, the vehicle started away round the corner and down the avenue with the most diverting variety of paces. Then Willie, mother, and Thurley disappeared, the Princess gaily but discreetly waving to Alice, still standing by the window. "Dear girl," she murmured to herself, and returned to the nookery and Gaylord. He had risen upon her retreat from the room, and beheld from the window the departure of Thurley with her friends. Piqued by a realization that others besides himself were in daily attendance here at the royal palace, he was thoroughly determined to pursue his advantage to the utmost, regardless of Alice Van Kirk. "Where were we?" Alice asked him, as she gave him one of her bright, disarming smiles. "Had we just about exhausted the subject?" He could think of nothing new to say, as a matter of fact, that would not be either mere repetition or something too much in the nature of a threat to be judicious. "Our subject was Thurley," he answered, attempting a smile of his own. "Such a subject could scarcely be exhausted in an afternoon." "Ah, yes, and your past relationship or something of that sort, was that not finished either?" Gaylord was not entirely persuaded as to the full significance of her question. He concluded to be on the safer side. He drew back the corners of his mouth peculiarly. It was not a very pleasant expression. "The relation has never been finished," he answered incisively. "It has really just begun." It was a bold speech, almost defiantly delivered. Alice accepted its challenge mentally with a certain zest that heightened her colour. "Oh, well, of course, that, after all, is a matter for you and Thurley alone," she answered. "It was not your intention to enlist my services in your behalf, naturally." It was rather a blunt question, one calculated to uncover his batteries, so to speak. He recognised its nature. "Why, no, not precisely, but standing as you do, somewhat as Thurley's sponsor, promoter, friend, you can see that the least I could do was to make the matter plain to you as soon as possible, let you know everything about it." The joker lay in his emphasis on the word everything, as Alice readily divined. What he meant to convey was simply that he wished her to know without delay that his power was great, and he meant to employ it to any required extent, that he would not be blocked by herself, her plans, or even by Thurley herself. "I'm very glad you came for this revealing chat," she told him, smiling as she rose from her chair. "It clears things wonderfully, always, to be perfectly frank." He too rose, aware the interview was ended. Her baffling inscrutability, which he felt and a little comprehended, annoyed him excessively. Her apparent candour and acquiescence veiled so much, and left him so little with which to contend or struggle. He had come prepared for open war if need be. He found his heavy artillery useless, but one thing more he did intend, that Alice should know. He meant to see Thurley often, take her out publicly, and exhibit to the world his particular favour in her sight. "Now that I am back with considerable leisure," he said, "I shall arrange quite a programme for the little girl. I have seen her so little for the last few months that there is a good deal of time to make up. I may come round, in fact, I shall come round to morrow with my car, unless, of course, you and Thurley have some particular engagement." His assumption of mastership in the situation all but took Alice's breath. It was almost admirable. It aroused her ire and amusement together. She thought she foresaw the means of his own undoing by its own weight and persistence. "Why, yes, by all means come to morrow," she said. "It will be a great pleasure for us all." He thanked her, shook her proffered hand, and was presently gone, still wondering just what her manner signified, and how far she would aid or oppose him. End of chapter 19.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 20. An Imperial Visitor. The following noon Gaylord received a note that Alice had hastily scrawled. "Yesterday I quite forgot. This was my afternoon at home. Forgive me and come. We shall expect you. Do not disappoint us." This was signed "Cordially yours." There was nothing to do but go. Gaylord went, and found himself obliged to share the princess with more than the usual number of men. Among them was the Count. Acton was not at all pleased to find Fieschi present, and obviously pursuing his one great game in his periodically eruptive manner. Gaylord and the Count were continental acquaintances. They were, in a manner, friends. Their relationship was more in some ways and less in others than one of mere friendliness, since in a deal concerned with foreign securities they were intimately bound together.
The matter involved tremendous sums of money. It was planned to involve much more, which should presently materialize as velvet, in which they would share alike. It was all necessarily a secret enterprise, the negotiations for which were being conducted daily at the various phases of a huge flotation developed. Up to the present moment these two men, varying widely in many attributes, had met with complete accord so far as matters of a purely business nature were concerned. Beyond that point, and more chiefly concerning affairs of a sentimental nature, they were quite at variance, neither one admiring or desiring to adopt the methods of the other. To find Fieschi here, and obviously not a new recruit at Thurley's court, but even somewhat in apparent favour, at least with Alice Van Kirk, was distinctly distasteful to the college man who had once made college widows. He meant to brook no interference by such a being as the Count, no matter what expedients might be found necessary for his elimination from the drama. The Count, for his part, frankly despised Gaylord's methods with women, and secretly sneering also at some of his business tactics, concerned himself but little with a rival whom he felt to be essentially weak in fervour, poetry, and the glamour of the game. On the other side of the complex situation were ranged two dimpled women, with never an armament bristling in view. They had come to understanding and agreement with the utmost ease. Thurley, from having half decided that Fieschi and Gaylord should both be punished through their own devices, had readily succumbed to Alice's added resentment and consented to her plan. It was simply to permit these men to feel as much encouraged as they pleased, and let them await the hour for their own reward to overtake them. To fight with either would be folly, and of the most destructive sort, and inartistic. Alice was thoroughly aesthetic in her adherence to and devotion to art. As a feminine technician, moreover, she was unexcelled. The battle of unforeseen forces began that afternoon. Not only did Alice and Thurley assume new tactical positions, but Gaylord and Fieschi cleared their decks for action, one against the other, while Stuyvesant, Stetson, Algy Dearborn, Kelsey Woods, Beau Bremer, Captain Fowler, and nearly a dozen lesser luminaries took careful account of the enemy's strength and position, and planned for or groped towards some more or less definite campaign. At the present moment the tuneful Algy was quite at the fore of the firing line, and was gleefully discharging the weapons he felt convinced were most certain to achieve victory over all who might engage. "You know, it's wonderful, really," he announced to Thurley, "the effect you have on my creative ability, stirring up the muse, your oats and barley and all that sort of thing, you know, to my Pegasus. Real jolly of you, too. I told you a new one was working up, another of my poems. I fancy it's a bit original. Shall I give it to you?" "I should be sorry to miss anything in creation," Thurley answered, genuinely amused by Algy's manifestation of genius. "Is it very long?" "That's the deuce of it," Algy confessed. "I can't seem to keep up the white heat, the pressure, you know, for very long at a time. All my poems are short so far, though some have a sort of epic swing, I rather fancy. This one goes, if I can remember it straight. Yes. It starts off, I say it's really all in quotation marks. You might keep that in mind. It goes like this: "I say," said the hare to the tortoise, "how comes it that persons import us to run in a race if they mean to efface, and in soup and in ragouts to thwart us. The humorous vein, you see. Neat, isn't it? And contains such a lot. I like the line, and in soup and ragouts, and so forth. And after all, there's philosophy in it. I'm glad it amuses you, really. It did, almost as much as he himself. Thurley enjoyed both Limerick and Algy thoroughly. They were such a relief from some of the men and affairs too insistently serious. "I hope your genius will flourish," she told him honestly. "Thank you so much for letting me be oats and barley to Pegasus, dear old Pegasus, the many-gated. What endurance some creatures have!" "Really, I never ride him over time," said Algy gravely. "You know, a merciful man, and the rest of it. Better keep him fresh, I say, if one doesn't wait to become a cropper." Alice broke his spell relentlessly, as one who knows the necessity of rotating the crops, as it were. Thurley was presently listening to and even smiling at the utterances of Count Fieschi, as if nothing in the world had ever happened. Later it was Gaillard, in a somewhat sullen, wholly selfish and exacting mood, that she calmed and soothed with a softened word and smile. With something inherently skilful as well as naive, she contrived to impress upon each and every one of her envious and watchful suitors the conviction that he, above all others, had been favoured, inducted into a little private corner of her real regard, and pedestalled all by himself. Indeed, that afternoon became typical of the days and manoeuvres to follow. The game developed all manner of mild excitements and vast necessity for skill, adroitness, and tact. To adjust her hours, moods, and movements to the needs of the game, avoiding collisions of the pieces on the board, and keeping them all in active play, yet never overplayed, to the essential neglect of others, demanded all the judgment, good nature, and finesse of which Thurley and Alice were capable. A chase could have been no more exciting. Merely to allay the suspicions constantly preying upon both Gaillard and Fieschi required breathless fencing, quite absorbing in itself. But the more they exacted, the more grew the zest with which Thurley entered the conflict. The engagements increased in intensity day by day, as if the men's impatience and new demands were multiplied. Yet even while they arrogated powers and assurance to themselves, more strong grew Thurley's resentment of their attitude, and greater was her desire to see them levelled. During all this season of uncertainty, evasions, backfiring on dangerous love, as Alice termed the game, there were two persistent elements that gnawed just a bit at Thurley's heart. One was a certain increasing anxiety and dubiety attacking Robley Stuyvesant as he watched her movements and seemingly heartless democracy with all these admiring men. The other was a series of pangs and anger excited in the breast of little Mildred Grey. There was nothing emphatic to be done at such a juncture to allay the emotions of either. Robley, grown so singularly isolated from the others, not only by his behaviour and sincerity, but as well by her own increasing regard and desire for his honest comradeship, Thurley could not approach with tenderness because of her promises to Alice and the delicate situation hedging them both about. She beheld his suspicions and his ardours alternate, and was helpless. She felt herself drawn to him day after day, yet could treat him no more warmly than the men she had grown to fear and despise. It hurt her to feel she must perforce be constantly misunderstood, There was never a moment when she did not wish his confidence, his trust, and perhaps something more, for which she began at last to ache before she even understood the yearning of her soul. As one across a yawning chasm, she sent him thoughts he could not read, and she herself had not interpreted to the full extent of their meaning. She knew she thrilled when he came to her side. She knew she lived over the first afternoon together repeatedly, always in a golden haze that lifted them both above the earth. But she did not realize even then how mighty was the bond of love between them. Concerning Mildred, her regrets were neither so poignant nor incurable. She had early resolved to put this worried little being's fears at rest at the earliest possible moment, so far as she was able. Nevertheless, she was sensitive to any one's dislike, and more than the men she courted her own sex's favour. This was the state of affairs at Alice's palace for nearly a week, and then, as if the complications were not already sufficient, an astonishing new element was added to the little drama that centred on Thurley's head. It came in the person of two extraordinary German individuals on a Friday evening, just at the dinner's conclusion. Only one sent in his card, which was duly presented to Alice. On it was printed, "Herr Otto Wenck." Beneath this was written, "Desiring to see Mrs. Van Kirk and the young lady styled Miss Thurley. O.W. for Herzogetha." Alice read it to herself in bewilderment, then read it aloud to Thurley. "I don't understand it in the least," she said. "What could it possibly mean?" "Herzogetha," repeated Thurley, suddenly a trifle pale. "Alice, it's someone from her country looking for Princess Thurvinia. What shall we do?" Alice had risen galvanically. "Good heavens! Well, I suppose it had to come," and she shrugged her shoulders. "We may as well see Herr Wenck." End of chapter 20.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS.
Chapter 21. Wenck for Herzogetha. Thurley heard him as one in a dream, as he bent very low above her hand and touched it with his lips. He spoke in German. "Permit me, your Highness, to present my humble self, the special agent of your Highness's Imperial Government at Herzogetha." It seemed incredible, this fiery-haired, fiery-whiskered being, representing the land of a runaway princess, accepting herself for that erratic young personage with a confidence and demeanour that left no doubt of his absolute conviction that the princess stood before him. She thought of one faltering test. "But, mynheer," she answered in his native tongue, "I regret to say I have never seen you before." "Ah, that is my misfortune," he told her readily. "Never have I been at your court but once, when, by great favour of the Fates, I beheld your Highness from afar." This then was the explanation. The resemblance she doubtless bore to the princess, known to be somewhere concealed in America, was sufficient to convince him of her royal identity. She knew not what to do or what to answer. She took half a moment in which to glance at her visitor's companion. He was one of those intensely black Teutons, with a military brush of bristles on the top of his head, and an equally bristling shoe dauber prickling at his nose. His expression was most severe, As a matter of fact, he was thoroughly mild, and at the present moment too thoroughly awed to breathe in his normal manner. It seemed to Thurley that the joke was proceeding just a trifle too far, that to go on permitting these serious representatives of a serious, worried government to continue in their error was not precisely justifiable. She wished more than anything in the world for 15 minutes alone with Alice. She was mentally staggering like a dizzy dervish to grasp at something to say, when Alice came adroitly to the rescue. "Herr Wenk," she said, "my German is sadly at fault, but I beg to suggest that this young lady, making no claims to the honours you have named, at least while sojourning here with me, would be infinitely more pleased to have you address her as Miss Thurley, and to treat her only with the courtesy attaching to the station of an American gentlewoman." Thurley could have hugged her with gratitude. It placed them both on a footing of making no pretence, made her Americanism a factor to be expected, and gave her a cue as well. They had still, however, to reckon with Herr Wenk, charged with important business. "It is frequently painful," said he, bowing profoundly, "to have the duty that one must discharge. It shall be my obligation, since your Highness desires it, to address you henceforth as Miss Thurley, but to deliver my message I came, and I crave your American pardon if I feel that to persist is necessary." Thurley sat down, largely for need of support. Alice followed her example. The men remained standing as rigidly as soldiers. "You have a message?" Thurley inquired, and she felt how weak was the question. "I should be sorry indeed to interfere in the discharge of your duties." It was a skilful speech, claiming nothing, consenting to as much as the agent of Herzogetha chose to believe. Beneath her breath Alice said, "Bravo, little girl, you're a wonder." Herr Wenk appeared enormously relieved. "Your graciousness is overwhelming," he told her gravely, having feared for the failure of his mission. "I bear the message that the Imperial Government of Herzogetha is exceedingly distressed at the unexampled disappearance and absence of Her Highness the Princess Thurvinia from the kingdom, and to beg her in all humility to return at the earliest possible moment." Thurley could have smiled had the situation not presented the gravest of phases from the viewpoint of this special agent from a Germanic principality. She could see no open course but that of continuing a species of candour that, if it slightly but harmlessly misled these visitors, would at least not jeopardize Alice and make her ridiculous. "I fear I may not promise at this time to leave New York or America," she said. "I trust my declaration will in no way compass your discredit with your superiors." "But," said the eager Wenk, over importunate in his worry, "if you could but realise the calamity, its proportions, the uneasiness, the fears. Think of the many disasters that may result should your absence be longer continued. Already your fiancé, the Grand Duke of Saxe Herzenheimer, has likewise disappeared, perhaps to cross the oceans that he may find you and induce your return." "I knew he disappeared. I read," said Thurley, checking a speech she felt might contribute too much to the agent's uneasiness, "but I do not expect to see him, I assure you. I am exceedingly sorry you have been occasioned so much anxiety, and I wish I might relieve it, but I cannot think of going to Herzogetha." "But Not to see him if he shall arrive?" said the desperately concerned Herr Wenk, horrified anew at the increasing disasters in the recalcitrance of the princess, whose conduct was immeasurably distressing. "Is not his royal regard the gravity of the alliance? If he shall not induce your return, what hope has Herzogenaurach?" Both Alice and Thurley were amply aware of his mental and patriotic agony. Their sympathy could scarcely have been withheld, so fearfully earnest was his pain. "He may not come," said Thurley. "Really, I know nothing of his movements at all, nothing save what the papers here have printed." "We have the reason to believe he is soon to arrive," Herr Wenk informed her decisively. "If it is only your promise I may take that you will grant him audience, should he present himself, I shall a little feel encouraged and much experience gratification." Thurley glanced at Alice, who, having at first view feared the danger of such a contretemps, and almost as swiftly concluded that the Duke, should he come, would be the last to divulge the facts, which, of course, he must instantly discover. Her nod was the slightest possible gesture of the head. The eyes of Herr Wenk and his companion were fixed beseechingly on Thurley. She faced them again, a lovely flush of colour creeping round her throat to inundate her cheeks. "If he wishes to come and see me here, perhaps he may," she answered tremulously, tingling and alarmed at the prospect. "But you may be disappointed by the results." "But your love of the Fatherland," said Wenk passionately, his eyes and voice abruptly flooded with tears, "your ever sung nobility of character, your loyalty to all that is good and dutiful, these you cannot abandon. Some exalted purpose you are doubtless serving, but the call of the homeland, the whispers of ancestors long silent in honourable graves, the voice of Herzogenaurach's traditions, the love of your people, these you cannot help but hear, and your heart must answer. Turn again, and your longing take you home." He broke down, and Thurley and Alice were profoundly affected. His evident anxiety and country love were singularly poignant. His comrade still stared straight ahead, his face galvanically twitching. There was silence for a minute, which seemed tremendously protracted. "Forgive me if I have erred," begged the man, controlling his emotions by an effort. "It was my heart that spoke, not my office. This your promise to see your noble fiancé should he appear. I am content." He advanced, and kneeling by the chair where Thurley had suddenly risen, took her hand in both of his, and once more raised it to his lips. And when they were gone, leaving visions of the profoundest bows and a backing out of the door, Alice and Thurley stood still and motionless, groping for wits a trifle scattered. "Whew!" Then a characteristic Aliceism snapped the tension. "Phew!" she said, "the soup thickens." "Alice," said Thurley, "what on earth are we going to do?" Alice smiled and shrugged her shoulders. "Wait till we come to the bridge before we cross it. But if this Grand Duke of something or other would know in a minute there is nothing royal in my blood." "I am not at all convinced of that," said Alice sagely. "But whatever he discovers, mark my word, he will keep to himself." Thurley was silent for a moment. "Poor Herr Wenk," she finally observed. "It seems too bad to let him deceive himself so utterly, but what in the world could I do? Where do you suppose the real Princess Thurvinia is hiding?" "How long will she keep it up is the question that bothers me," said Alice honestly. "As it is at present, we are having all the fun." "Yes," said Thurley, in her philosophic wisdom, "and we may have to pay all the price." Her speech was amazingly prophetic. End of chapter 21.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 22. Lady Bountiful. Saturday morning brought Thurley a second letter from her cousin. It was short and weakly scrawled, but yet sufficed to arouse a deep and insistent sense of shame in the breast of the generous girl. Her cousin was ill and in want. She had been for a week almost abandoned, too exhausted and afflicted to write, and hopeless with loneliness and the barren prospect of the future. She mentioned the fact that she had written before, but feared the letter had failed to reach its destination. Should this one share a similar fate, she knew not what to do. A burning little accusation seared its way to Thurley's heart. She had first neglected, then forgotten that first appeal absolutely. Engrossed with the joys and ecstasies of her own altered circumstances, she had carelessly permitted the lodgment of a heartless disregard of everyone else in the world, she told herself severely, for which she was heartily ashamed. She resolved to go to Edith at once with material as well as personal comfort, and then she realized the danger of overdoing the role of Lady Bountiful should she dare appear in any capacity save that of another fellow toiler with at most the savings of her hire. The wise thing to do was to take the case to Alice. This she did, and that wide-hearted friend of the race was immediately ready with assistance. "You have never thrown away that suit you wore while working for the Major," she said. "Just put that on, and James can drive you to the Major's office. I'll ask him to take you to the house where your cousin lives, leaving you, of course, at the door, and returning in half an hour at most to escort you away again." "But why not let me run over to Madison Avenue cars and go down there by myself?" said Thurley. "As long as I'm just a plain American girl, why take all that needless trouble?" "Oh, well, very well," said Alice. "Take as much money as you like, my dear, so long as it doesn't appear unreasonable, and try to induce your cousin to leave New York, go to Lakewood or Atlantic City for an absolute change and rest. Tell her a friend of yours, of a philanthropic turn of mind, has heard your story and agreed to help you bear the expense." A strange little feeling of impending fates attacked Thurley's heart as she put away her dainty morning costume, robed herself like a drab Cinderella returning to her ashes, and left the gorgeous palace for an excursion to a part of town long since abandoned to the needs of those to whom bare existence is a problem. She bore 2 parcels in her arms, one of fruit and one of flowers. Some way she felt as if something might occur whereby she would never more regain the splendid realm where chance and Alice had placed her. How much she loved this newer life could scarcely have been reckoned. To surrender it now would be almost more than her eager heart could support. And yet she did not hesitate to continue on her way with her customary courage. She did not know that barely behind her loitered a man whose business it was to keep her in view and report her every action to the woman of the ice-cold eyes, seen and dreaded at the horse show. When she boarded the car, the man had already swung to the step, exciting no suspicion in her mind. He sat half the car length away, apparently reading a paper, but never for a second failing to keep her in the focus of his vision. When at last she rose to alight at one of the overcrowded streets between 14th and 23rd, the shadow departed by the exit at the front of the car and managed to let her overtake and pass him before he moved, when he crossed the street and appeared to be studying the numbers of the houses as he quietly followed. When she rang and entered the door at one of the old-fashioned brownstone houses, in a room of which her cousin was slowly convalescing from nervous complications and fever, the man in the street, all eagerness to inform his confederates of Thurley's whereabouts, dared not for a moment leave the neighbourhood, lest she presently emerge from the building and be lost at once to view. Thurley found Miss Deck much reduced, yet able to be up and about the house in a languid, dispirited manner. Edith was thoroughly astonished to see her thus appear, having written as before to New Haven in the absence of definite knowledge as to where her cousin might be found. "Why, Thurley," she cried, when the door opened, admitting her rosy-cheeked visitor. "Oh, I never was so glad to see anybody in my life," and breaking down at once, she cried uncontrollably, Thurley meantime having quickly advanced to throw her arms supportingly about her and draw her snugly against her sympathetic bosom. "There, there," she said coaxingly, "you poor dear girl. I just got your letter this morning. It came to the office, so I asked permission to come just as soon as I could." Edith was older than herself, and only girlish now in her helplessness. Yet to neither girl did the situation seem the least incongruous. Thurley was so entirely her cousin's superior. "I didn't think I had a friend in the world," said Edith, continuing weak and shaken by the sobs of her sudden relaxation from the courage with which she had fought out her lonely battle. "I wrote you once before, but the letter must have gone astray. I saw someone a little like you, and thought I'd give the world just to look at you again. And then I became ill. I thought I should die, and wished I might. The world is so full of women that nobody needs. But I won't be lugubrious, Thurley. I really won't. God bless you for coming so quickly." A new tide of shame swept upward from Thurley's heart, thus to be praised where she should be blamed. But she sat her cousin down and kissed away her tears, then started a lively fusillade of cheers and questions, while tearing the paper from 3 giant chrysanthemums and plunging their stems into a vase of broken crockery that stood on a dingy mantel-shelf. "It's a wonder we haven't met before," she said. "I began to work in downtown office away back in the early part of the summer, but a lot of the writing was the sort I could do at home, and I was lonely too, and trying to save my salary as much as possible, so I didn't attempt to go out very much. And New York is a great big place anyway, and horrid, some parts of it. And you've got to promise me right this minute you'll go down to Lakewood or Atlantic City, for a lady I know insisted upon it the very first thing when I told her about you this morning. And I've brought you the money to pay all expenses for 6 or 8 weeks or more." Edith sat up and stared. "Thurley Ruxton," she gasped, "what in the world are you talking about, I'd like to know? I go away like that?" "Certainly," said Thurley. "Don't you want to?" Edith almost collapsed upon her breast in happiness and the sudden vanishment of struggle. She cried again, but softly now, and in a manner to comfort her being. "You're taking your own precious money," she said. "If you are, you shan't.
I'll never budge a step, for I know how hard it is to earn." "I'm not," said Thurley, who had never felt a sense of actual ownership in the fortune placed at her order in the bank. "If you don't accept this offer cheerfully and bravely, recognizing one woman's right and helping another, I shall be ashamed ever to ask the giver again, and you don't know what you may spoil for other girls." "It seems too good to be true," said Edith, attempting a wistful smile. "What good would it do if I took your earnings, Thurley, and then later on you should be in this condition yourself?" She waved her hand weakly to indicate the shabbiness of the apartment. "We'll not talk about that," was Thurley's answer. "I've been half-way promised that you shall have an easy position at a decent salary whenever you're well enough to come back to New York and accept it. But the very first thing is to get you out of here and off where the change will be complete. If you think you can go this afternoon, the fairy godmother said she'd send round a carriage to drive you to the station. I'll send you in a number of things she said you'd better have." Again Edith stared in wan incredulity, her hollow eyes big with astonishment. "Why, but think of the money all that means," she exclaimed. "How does it happen? How did you find her? Think of the trust she must have in Thurley. She must love you, I'm sure, love you dearly, as everyone does you've ever known. Perhaps you can't tell me much about her, they so rarely wish to be known. But, oh, I think it's beautiful to be loved, as they all love you." Thurley remained for about 2 hours, and departed then at Edith's reiterated wish. The girl who had found the world so hard was over-solicitous lest her cousin abuse the privilege granted by some generous employer who had released her for the morning. Recurrent waves of conscious guilt at her inability to be absolutely frank and honest a little marred Thurley's pleasure, and gnawed rather deep, especially at her cousin's appreciation of all she was attempting at last to do. Nevertheless, the affection she bestowed was genuine, as her sympathy was true, and when she had gone she was happier by far than for any day since Edith's first letter had come. With lavish hand and a purse of magic resourcefulness, she ordered outfits to be sent to the house that had harboured care. She was followed persistently wherever she travelled by the man who had hung upon her trail. When at length she went home, a tired, gleeful little person, with at least the heart of a happy princess in her bosom, the man was tremendously relieved. He hastened away at once to report the unusual occurrences which supplied the first hope to a little clique of beings abnormally engrossed in the movements and doings of Alice Van Kirk's protégé. Edith departed in the afternoon, but not before a representative delegated by the clique in question had made an excuse to call, offer further aid and friendship, and thereby secure in Thurley's cousin a possible agent for future exploitation. A woman wholly unknown to Miss Steck was then instructed to follow the girl to Lakewood, whither she was going, and remain there, keeping her constantly in view, and, if possible, gain her trust and friendship. Edith had agreed to write to her cousin at Major Phipps's address, and thereby hangs a tale. Alice, having for some unknown reason undergone a certain worry in Thurley's absence, was not only inordinately pleased to see her return in such excellent spirits, but was likewise thoroughly glad that Edith Steck was to go. "Oh, she must rest for at least 2 months," she said at the end of Thurley's story. "New York and she are better far apart. She might even secure a nice position down there in the pines. I think perhaps she will." She made a note of the possibility, which thereupon became a highly probable development, when the moment should advise that Eathesteck had better be detained away from the kingdom of Princess Thurvinia. End of chapter 22.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS.
Chapter 23. The soup thickens more. The next few days developed a number of factors, excitements, and skirmishes leading toward things climacteric. Thurley and Alice had never been so completely engrossed with social functions and diversions. On 2 successive nights they attended the opera, both occasions being notable for brilliance and increasing furor of the socially elect over the many appearances of the princess. The persistence with which Alice Van Kirk evaded any and all allusions to her guest's identity, and the unanimous infatuation of all the men permitted to come within her circle. Annoyances by the daily press, sufficiently persistent from the first, were rapidly multiplied as reporters, camera demons, and ridiculous rumours hung upon Thurley's movements night and day. Despite it all, she rode her horse 3 mornings fairly early, accompanied by her groom, on 2 excursions. The hour she chose was one in which the park was practically deserted by the smarter set, who frequently ride for display, but the newspaper men were on hand, and the second morning, while on the third Kelsey Woods accidentally appeared in the saddle path, galloped to her side, and improved the opportunity for which she had longed with a cheer she could not have discouraged. The news of Wood's clever manoeuvre came duly to the ears of Thurley's other suitors, and aroused a storm of jealousy and counter-scheming. Faishi was irritated. Gaillard was particularly incensed. The Count was no rider, but feared and hated horses, while the college man felt that his special licence, granting him exclusive rights, had been unwarrantably violated. The tact and diplomacy of both Alice and Thurley were taxed to the utmost to maintain an armistice and avert internecine strife. Almost like apportionments of pie, the hours of Thurley's day and evening were sliced and awarded to their clamorous swains to keep them from ravening starvation. To Faishi fell a night with Thurley at the opera. Gaillard drove with the princess in her own victoria 6 or 8 times round the park. Stuyvesant came to dine at the royal palace, and sat with Thurley alone for nearly an hour afterwards. The Count, during the long and passionate love scene depicted in Tristan and Isolde, made a murmured declaration of his burning love, and demanded Thurley's hand in marriage. Gaillard, oblivious to all the world of carriages and people about them, announced his disgust with all her other various suitors, reminded Thurley of their past relationship, and desired her consent forthwith to an announcement of their engagement. Stuyvesant alone of the 3 behaved himself like a rational being. How she had parried the thrust of the Count's Vesuvian flames, or the gibes of Gaillard's resentful impatience, Thurley scarcely could have told. She only knew that Faishi had become intolerable, the maker of college widows impossible, and that neither had received satisfaction, though neither had been further incensed or even made wholly hopeless or unmollified. In such a game as she was playing, and engaged with such elements as Gaillard and his business partner presented, Such timid and gentlemanly courtiers as Stetson, the Beau, the Captain, Dearborn, and even Kelsey Woods were hopelessly distant. Had it not been for her constant intercessions in their behalf on the part of Alice, these less aggressive suitors, with half a dozen more of similar calibre, must have suffered all but absolute annihilation. Stuyvesant, occupying a position unique among them all, yet unaware of the sheer relief with which Thurley turned to him as often as the game would permit, continued to be sorely puzzled by it all, while plunging more and more helplessly in love with the girl to whom he felt he had been guided by the fates. There were times when it seemed impossible to acquit her of utter heartlessness, times when he felt convinced that she had come to America not to make an alliance, but merely to practise arts grown weary in conquest at the court of Herzegovina. And if it should prove that she was merely amusing herself with them all, himself included, he could not see how beauty, graciousness, impulsive generosity, or any other of her many bewitching qualities could sufficiently excuse her conduct. Nevertheless, he confessed to himself that he had rather have known her even thus than never to have met her at all. Meantime, independently of Thurley's actions or wishes in the matter, Faishy and Gaillard were arming for a bitter struggle that bore on events not yet even shadowed in the day. Each, having recognised in the other an insistent and tenacious rival for Thurley's final favour, had determined to exercise any possible advantage for his opponent's overthrow. The difference between the Anglo-Saxon and the Latin temperament was herein nicely illustrated. They were business associates, working together for a common end that should benefit them both. This to Gaillard was entirely apart from their sentimental battle, and sacred to business ethics and honour. To Faishy it was one more element for a possible crushing of his enemy. Gaillard would have felt entire justification in attacking the Count from a moral or physical viewpoint, and leaving him with either a crippled body or a shattered reputation, while still maintaining the strictest scruples in their deal, which centred in the street. The Spanish Italian, on the other hand, was already deliberately planning his rival's financial ruin through treachery to their business agreement. He would gladly have stripped Acton Gaillard of name, honour, funds, or physical prowess, and to some such end he was bending all his forces, fiercely determined as he was to win the object of his covetous passions. Wednesday of the eventful week was scheduled for developments disturbing and sensational. Thurley returned to the avenue home at 4 in the afternoon from a drive with Lady Honor Calthrop and Kelsey Woods, expecting to dress for afternoon tea and be driven to a rendezvous with Alice, that they might proceed together to Mrs. Ashley Duane's. She found a note on her table addressed in the once familiar hand of Acton Gaillard. It was brief, but charged with significance. You evaded my proposal and gave me no definite answer in the park. I wish to know once and for all, without delay, will you be my wife? My sort of love can endure no more of this suspense and torture. With vivid memories of the things that have been, ever indulgently and lovingly yours, Acton. The threat was there, veiled, but none the less apparent to her keen, perceptive faculties, and Thurley was perturbed to the depths of her girlish, timid heart. She had hoped to postpone this too definite issue, hold Gaillard away as she held the others, according to her promise made to Alice. Her impulse from the first had been to tell him precisely what he was, and dismiss him for ever from her life. She realized her helplessness, however, and the power of his knowledge of the past. She was vexed and frightened together, loathing the man for attempting to take this advantage of the situation, yet afraid to answer to his curt demand with the scorn and indignation that he had always merited. She was wholly unstrung, especially in the absence of Alice, on whom she had learned to lean for the wisdom and calm of her ripened worldliness. She still stood unmoving, the letter in her hand, while her maids, Annette and Sophie, were patiently awaiting her pleasure to be dressed, when one of the servants knocked at the door and delivered a card, which Sophie received and carried at once to her mistress. Thurley took it mechanically, glanced at the name, and suddenly felt a new sensation of wonder. On the card was written in a woman's hand, Countess Viciano y Faishi. She turned to her maid, wholly unable to understand the meaning of the situation. "You're sure this card was for me?" "Yes, mademoiselle." A weight as something ominous seemed hovering oppressively in the air. A sense as of disturbing revelations or even menace in this unexpected visit took possession of her mind. Who the Countess could be, and what the purpose of her appearance thus, were beyond her powers of conjecture. She reflected rapidly that a scene might be impending, and a feverish wish for Alice increased her indecision. Flashes of intuition laid bare startling thoughts in swiftly moving progression, whence unexpectedly came her courage and even a desire to behold this mysterious visitor. She could not herself have determined. She merely knew abruptly that to see this countess might even be a duty to them all. "You may wait," she said to the expectant maids, and proceeded lightly down the stairs. A moment later she entered the reception room. A small, dark-eyed young woman, flaming both inwardly and outwardly, rose from a chair to confront her. End of chapter 23.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 24. A Singular Alliance. For a moment Thurley and her visitor stood face to face, each taking, as it were, mental measurement of the other. Thurley was first to speak. "You wish to see me?" The breath of the Countess was coming rapidly, as the agitated rise and fall of her bosom sufficiently advertised. She spoke in French. "You are Princess Thurvinia, known here in New York as Miss Thurley?" "I am known here in New York as Miss Thurley, certainly. Do you not speak English?" Thurley answered. "Will you not be seated and state your errand with me as promptly as possible?" The young woman made no response to either query. She stared at the princess with blazing, resentful eyes, while her colour disappeared, robbing her face of something suggestive of damask smoothness, bloom, and texture. She was on the whole a striking little person, with a piquant attractiveness that was emphasised by a nose slightly retroussé and a vivid bit of coral mouth. "You are very beautiful," she said, as if reluctantly admitting an inescapable fact, or even making an accusation. "What right have you to follow my husband to America? He is my husband, and you shall not entice him away." Thurley elevated her brows. "Who is he, then?
If you refer to Count Faïschi—" "You know I refer to Count Faïschi," interrupted the fiery little parcel of Gallicism. "Do you think Countess Faïschi shall be his mother? Do I look like that? He shall be my husband, all. He is not to be shared with any German princess. You will find I am not so small in my rights." Thurley was far from being awed. She might have been near to amusement had not the affair partaken of too much gravity. "I have no wish to share your husband," she said. "I was not aware he had a wife, nor have I followed any one here from Europe." Magnificent scorn was masked upon the piquant little face. "Ah! With all this land is talking of his madness for yourself? Perhaps you will deny you are Princess Thurvinia, whose golden-haired spell was cast about him on the Continent?" "I am sorry if you do not believe what I say," said Thurley quietly. "I am glad you came, glad to know the Count is married, glad to tell you I despise him, dislike him exceedingly, more than ever now, since this reveals him in a new and unsuspected meanness of spirit. I will give you any comfort you desire so far as he is concerned." Her visitor gazed at her almost blankly, so vast was her incredulity. "Despise him? Any woman despise him?" she said. "With his soul, his fire, his sentiment?" Then she suddenly broke down and wept, as pent heavens sometimes weep when a storm has masked their tears. "You are beautiful," she repeated, "but I believe you. I want your help. I came for your assistance, not to accuse, to implore. I am not so beautiful as you, but yet I love him. Perhaps this is my curse, who knows? I must love him nevertheless. I would die for his joy. He is more needful to me than my soul, more to be desired than salvation. If you do not love him, tell him so, drive him away, and he will come to me, for the kisses, he says, are sweet. You will despise him, Princess? You will promise this?" "With all my heart," said Thurley, honestly. "Whatsoever may seem to be my attitude, you may be sure I shall despise him, and do all in my power to send him away as soon as possible." "It shall be soon?" implored the thoroughly altered little being. "I am his true and lawful wife, though he wished to divorce me through a purchased dispensation." Thurley felt a woman's sympathy welling in her breast for this desperately tortured little countess, even as something akin to rage or indignation at Faïschi surged in her veins. She continued upon the subject now for the gratification of both emotions. "You were married abroad?" "In Paris, and 3 months later he saw you, Princess, and I have hated you till now." "You came with him here to New York?" "I came alone," declared the little being, dashing away her tears of resentment at the treatment of which her husband had been guilty. "He shall not know that I am here till you send him away, and in his wounded heart he shall wish for the soothing of my love. Perhaps you will help me. Let me know when you shall tell him to depart." "Perhaps I may," said Thurley. "Will you trust me a little? Give me time. Believe me, though, I may find myself obliged to see him even frequently again." "If you shall not learn to love him," said the Countess, smiling wistfully, "I can wait nearly all my life. I can almost wait to have him at last in heaven. But, Mary, forgive me, this life is a little more sure. You will surely continue to hate him always, as now?" "Perhaps even more," was Thurley's answer. "I'd like to be your friend." She offered her hand. With another burst of uncontrollable tears, the little flame incarnate sank on her knees as she took it and pressed it against her cheek. "I came to hate, and I must love you," she said. "To think I can be so glad to leave all my happiness, my hope, my life in your keeping. You will not forget, I know." She staggered to her feet and went blindly groping for the door. End of chapter 24.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS.
Chapter 25. A Duke Impending. Thurley was presently back in her room, but not to be dressed for tea. She was far too disturbed by what she had learned to think of anything save the necessity of seeing Alice alone at the earliest possible moment. She sat before a dressing case, but she had waved her maids away. She was staring idly at the fineries intended for the afternoon. Faishi, she knew, would be at Mrs. Ashley Duane's, and the thought of beholding the man again was revolting to all her nature. What Alice would say or do after this she could not venture to predict. Alice had hoped for the fellow's punishment before, yet felt a certain necessity for the retention of his friendship because of invaluable social connections long coveted and already firmly established through the medium he represented. But a new and shameful gravity attached to this latest development of the nobleman's nature and schemes, and continued relations with him now were fraught with highly explosive possibilities. At 5 o'clock, Alice, a trifle disturbed by Thurley's non-appearance at the Duanes', was driven home to find that the princess, overwrought and afflicted with a slight nervous headache, had gone to lie down and had readily fallen asleep. At 5:30, with the wintry darkness closing down on the avenue and all the house lights softly glowing, the third sensation scheduled for the day had its formal introduction. A messenger arrived and delivered a letter. It was addressed to Madame Van Kirk and Miss Thurley, and bore a coat of arms. The messenger waited for an answer. Alice tore the envelope apart and read as follows: "Honoured Madam and honoured Miss Thurley, may I so bold presume myself as to inform you His Excellency Karl Wilhelm Hermann, Grand Duke of Saxe-Herzenheimer, has in New York arrived, and of an audience with Miss Thurley is anxiously praying to be informed on this messenger, if he may not at your dwelling present himself in this evening by the hour of 8 o'clock and 1/2. Obediently your humble servant, Otto Wenck." "Good Lord," said Alice, "and the child asleep!" But Thurley was presently very much awake. The messenger had been ushered in to wait. "To night?" said Thurley, to whom the situation had been made intelligible through 3 repetitions and a quick perusal of the note. "What in the world will happen? What shall we say?" "What can we do but face the music?" Alice answered. "We're playing a game of consequences, and the penalties must be met. Personally, I like Grand Dukes. It makes me wish that I were young and standing in your shoes. At least you'll admit, my dear, that His Excellency will be a relief from some of the others about us here. I only hope he isn't old." Thurley was suddenly jolted back to the occurrences of the afternoon. The colour crept upward toward her forehead. "Oh, I've wanted and needed you so," she said. "Alice, what do you think? Acton Gaylord has written demanding an announcement of his engagement to me, and Count Fieschi's wife was here at 4 o'clock, charging me with having followed the horrid creature from Europe." Alice fairly gasped. "His wife?" "There's her card." Thurley took it from the dressing stand and placed it in Alice's half-paralysed fingers. "I thought at first she might stab me or something, she appeared so furiously excited. And now a Grand Duke on the scene." She tried to smile, but the situation was not altogether humorous. "Oh, well, dearie, what is the use?" said Alice, desperately resigning to anything and shrugging her shoulders with more than her customary eloquence. "If it's coming upon us in landslides, why do anything but grin and try to remain on top as long as possible. Fieschi, the brute! Gaylord, the heavyweight champion! Karl Wilhelm, the lovelorn Viking, if he isn't old and doddering, as dukes have a habit of becoming. Oh, Virtue, where is thy sting? My dear, we're in for it, both of us together. Let's plunge." Thurley looked at her helplessly. "We'd better see the Duke?" "See him and raise the ante," answered Alice recklessly. "The Lord only knows what may happen next. It may serve our purpose tremendously to have him on the string." "But he'll know," said Thurley, smiling despite her doubts and vague alarms. "We have to remember that." "Why not ignore it, my dear?" Thurley made a gesture of acceptance. "And after that, what about Acton Gaylord and the Count?" "Oh, the Count. We'll grill the Count when the proper time arrives. Leave him to me." Alice rose and paced the floor in growing indignation. "He has simply got to be trussed and roasted for this," she continued. "I hope you'll do everything possible, everything that a nice, affronted girl can do, to lead him to a deadfall and let him drop it on his ghastly nerve. As for Acton, did you say he dared to write?" Thurley took the letter from a drawer and delivered it silently. Alice read it twice in half a minute. "The fool," she said. "He's trapped himself. You can do as you please with Acton after this." "I don't see exactly. It seemed to me his threat is more obvious than before. But don't you discern, dear child, that this is a written proposal for your hand, that after this he simply cannot afford to retail a story of your college widowhood and all the rest? How would it look in the light of this documentary evidence of his wish to have you for a wife, for him to say, 'She is nobody, just an ordinary pretty girl I knew in New Haven as a tutor'? Don't you see? He has spiked his own guns, placed himself quite at our mercy." Thurley looked at her steadily, while the truth of these conclusions became a little less hazy. "I never thought of that, of course. You are sure he wouldn't dare begin to tell things now?" "Acton Gaylord, with his vanity! Dear me, there's that messenger sitting downstairs all this time, and the poor Grand Duke somewhere fraying out his boots with impatience, tramping up and down. Oh, heavens, I hope he doesn't wobble. I'll write the note myself, and you can sign it with me if you wish." In her active way she swooped down at the exquisite desk that stood by the window and began at once to write. Thurley felt a recurrence of her former fever. Her heartbeat quickened. "You're going to tell him to come?" "On the run," said Alice, scribbling rapidly. "I wish I could set his clock ahead." She concluded her note in the briefest time, and blotting it, held it up to read. "This is what I've said. His Excellency will be most cordially welcome at the home of Mrs. Van Kirk at the hour of 8:30 by Miss Thurley and Mrs. Van Kirk. Ever faithfully yours, and so forth. Of course I get in twice to your once, my dear, but only in this note. If I had the time and the literary genius, I'd write it less awkwardly. Shall I put in your love for Carl? Yes, said Thurley, and a garnishment of parsley. I'm glad somebody's enjoying all the fun I'm going to have. Dear child, said Alice, impulsively affectionate at once. Would you have hesitated to play your role had you known of all the things that were coming? Oh, this may be only the introduction, answered Thurley in her girlish, prophetic manner, but no matter what may come, so long as I continue to please you, keep a little of your present feeling of interest and friendship, I shall never regret it for a moment. It's a feeling of love, said Alice, and she kissed the girl impulsively. End of chapter 25.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Verrill MIGHELS. Chapter 26. A Royal Suitor. It was 8:30. "Wait till I get my breath," said Thurley, pausing with Alice on the stairs. "My heart is nearly breaking through." "So is mine," replied the fairy godmother, "for fear the Duke may totter with age. An old one might not understand a joke. I have given him absent treatment for an hour to make him young." Her treatment may or may not have been responsible, but the Duke was young. "Oh, thank Heaven," she said to herself when they entered the room with its brilliant lights and the richness of its furnishings, and beheld their royal visitor, uniformed, decorated, resplendent, standing with easy military grace to bow them into his presence. He was barely more than a boy, a tall, slender youngling of a long succession of Kaisers, fine-feathered, proud, as rosy as a girl, and adorned with a dark and downy moustachelet, singularly becoming in the emphasis it lent to his lip. Instructed as to what she ought to do at once, Thurley approached their noble visitor in her gracious, half-shy manner. Impelled by the dictates of her impulse, she held out her hand. The Duke had immediately raised his eyes to regard her as she came. A light of amazement, a shadowy puzzlement, and a blaze of sheer, uncontrollable admiration flashed in quick succession from the penetrative gaze he bent upon her, and Alice beheld it all. Neither she nor Thurley had more than discerned that Otto Wenk, purple with excitement and solicitude, was present a little apart. In the utmost candour, Thurley placed her hand in that of the Duke, and met the concentrated scrutiny of his eyes. "I am Miss Thurley," she said in German that flowed from her lips as water in a rill. "May I assure you of your welcome and express my pleasure at our meeting?" You have given me more, more than you may possibly derive from this happy occasion," he told her in a boyish murmur, charged with grace and self-control, and lifting her hand to his lips, he kissed it softly, then gazed as before in the liquid depths of her glance. "May I present my fairy godmother," said Thurley, turning to Alice. "Mrs. Van Kirk." The Duke advanced to exchange a formal salutation with his hostess, and to murmur some conventional ritual of pleasure.
Alice, thoroughly equal to the moment, beamed her brightest, made an engaging American reply of welcome, and tactfully abandoned the pair at once to proceed where Wank was still engorged with official worry, to set him more at ease. Thurley had wished for assistance, support in her trying situation. The Duke, on the contrary, seemed enormously relieved to behold Alice fade into the background. "It is a great surprise to find you here," he said, which might have meant almost anything, as Thurley was amply aware. He added, "It is also a very great pleasure. I could not have believed this meeting would so restore my happiness." "May I not beg you to be seated?" said Thurley. She was more and more puzzled by his attitude, and was swiftly wondering if such a thing could be possible as self-delusion on the part of such a fiancé, and if mayhap he had been engaged without previously meeting Princess Thurvinia. She continued nervously, "You arrived in New York this week?" "To-day," said the Duke, accepting a chair and gazing with ill-concealed rapture on Thurley's face. "I confess my impatience to see. Well, I am incredibly grateful for this early opportunity of discovering. Will you accept my declaration of very great joy at this meeting?" Thurley reddened with exquisite fire. "It is likewise a pleasure to me," she told him candidly, still unable to determine precisely the state of his mind and knowledge. "It is a greater pleasure than I had. We were a little prepared for your coming by Herr Wank." He leaned toward her. "You had not anticipated a little pleasure in my arrival, then?" She laughed lightly, the colour playing in her face as the perfume plays about a rose. "Isn't it sufficient that I betray my pleasure now? You knew I had come a very great distance, that my action was perhaps without precedent in my anguished state for the mate my heart would select." Thurley nodded, crimsoning anew at the ardour and frankness of his gaze. "I knew you were coming. New Herzogoth is quite a long way off. I knew that, of course." "May I ask you other questions, personal questions?" "Why, certainly, if you do not require that I shall answer unless I please." He smiled. "Do I seem like that?" "It is not so much that I wish to ask, so much to you, perhaps, but shall you insist that I always call you Miss Thurley, never Princess?" She was greatly confused. "Why, we have desired everyone to call me Miss Thurley. Do you mind?" "Could I not alone call you Princess?" Brightness and ardour were dancing in his glance. She was more than ever plunged in doubt as to what and how much or how little he had guessed, or what could be the meaning of his words. "You alone?" she echoed. "I alone, Princess." "You have not called me Karl." The tide of her colour swept upward in her throat and cheeks, till the young Duke felt his soul madly beating its wings. Thurley thought if he knew her for other than the Princess, he was quite disloyal to the absent lady, and bold in his wooing of another. "Why, but why should, if you called me so?" He was still leaning toward her eagerly. He interrupted her halting, stumbling utterance. His query was astonishingly frank. "Have you engaged yourself to marry someone here?" "Why, no, Your Excellency doesn't You will not then, instead you will think of Herzegossa as It was Alice who came to the rescue. With increasing alarm and wonder she had noted the trend of the young Duke's bearing, and had barely restrained an earlier impulse to terminate the interview. "Oh, your Excellency," she said, as she came in all innocence across the room, "how very interesting your trip across the water must have been. Herr Wank informs me you saw 3 whales and several schools of porpoises, or did he see them himself?"
Yes, pardon," ventured the fiery-faced Wank desperately from his stand where Alice had left him. "It was I."
"I saw nothing," said the Duke. "I was too unhappy." "But to night " "Some of us are very poor sailors," Alice interrupted graciously. "I shouldn't be able to see anything but a continent, and I'm not at all certain of that. You know, in strict duty, your Excellency, I am constrained to ask you our stereotyped question. How do you like New York? We always ask that of persons who have been here 5 minutes." The Duke received her query with gravity. "At noon I detested all of America. To night your city has my love." "Bravo!" said Alice. "We shall hope to keep you long." The Duke was quick for one so young. "It would be a great pleasure to receive your impressions of Herzegossa, yours and those of Miss Thurley." Alice smiled. "You return very soon?" The Duke glanced at Thurley as honestly as a boy. "So much depends upon circumstances over which I have not entire control. May I beg in the meantime the honour of presenting myself not infrequently here?" A certain naivete and directness of the Duke's request appealed to Alice instantly. She too was puzzled, not entirely certain of his knowledge or ignorance of the facts concerning Thurley, whom she had heard him address as Princess. She did comprehend that love at first sight, or something closely allied thereto, had conquered his heart. If he had, as she had expected, he would immediately discern that Thurley was not his fiancé. She foresaw also, if this was the case, a safeguard for her little ruse, if not a confirmation of the claim New York had made concerning her protégé, and that complications loomed ahead in a none too quieting manner. Alice was essentially dogged and persistent. The element whereby defeat is so often accepted had been forgotten in her composition. She had courage, the equal of Thurley's, plus a certain deliberate calmness that Thurley might never acquire. She glanced assertingly as far ahead as uncertain lights permitted now, in the second that elapsed before she answered. "It gives me great happiness to know you wish to honour us by returning to us here," she told the young Duke gravely. "I am sure it will be Miss Thurley's wish, as well as my own, to extend the utmost of our hospitality, and confess the pleasure we shall derive from every such attention as this to night." Thurley could have gasped, but she suppressed the lightest sound. It seemed to her that Alice was indeed plunging into difficulties by adopting this generous course. Whatever the knowledge of the Duke concerning herself and her royal character, she was quite aware he was early manifesting symptoms that threatened one more reckless suitor on the scene. Yet she found herself obliged to admit that no other course seemed open, so long as Alice adhered to the game upon which they had entered. They were practically obliged to see his Excellency as often as he might choose to appear, or cut him off at once. The Duke himself contributed a trifle more to the strength of Alice's position, or perhaps to Thurley's predicament. He turned to the girl deliberately. "And may I believe that you also, Miss Thurley, share in this sentiment of welcome?" "Why, certainly," she faltered. "I shall hope to see you as often as Alice, as often as you care, as often as it gives you pleasure to please us by coming." It was not at all what she had wished to say, except in its general effect. She knew it was just about what Alice had expected, and saw that it lighted new beacons of fire in the eyes of the youthful Duke. Alice, for her part, aware that their royal visitor was about to depart, innocently drifted at once to the lonely wench, whose official solicitude had apparently been soothed. Karl Wilhelm was encouragingly prompt to take advantage of her thoughtfulness. He held out his hand and tingled mightily at the contact of Thurley's rosy fingers. "To night it is auf Wiedersehen," he murmured. "When I come again, Princess, you will welcome me with Karl?" "Perhaps we had better wait," said Thurley judiciously, "and let the welcome come as it may." "If it answers my heart, I shall be content," he told her in a manner that Alice could not have heard. Then he kissed her hand as he had before, and was presently gone on his way. Chapter 26